This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and the Surrey live stream for the second day of this First Division Championship match between Surrey and Warwickshire. A cloudy day down here in South London, but it's dry and it's bright and we're all set for this second day with Warwickshire overnight, having been stuck in by Surrey yesterday, 240 for 8, and Brad Wheel going in the last over of the day, LBW to Conor McCurr for 4. Lots of starts for Warwickshire, but nobody going on to make a big score. Dom Sibley with 43, Sam Hain 27, Michael Burgess 22, Will Rhodes 34, Danny Briggs 23, but Nathan Mcandrews will start this morning 40 not out. I think Surrey will be pleased with the way they went with the ball yesterday. Very patient yesterday with the ball. Surrey, be interesting to see what happens when Warwickshire get out there with Ollie Hannon-Dalby, of course, who's been in outstanding form for Warwickshire in the Championship this season. But as I say, they will start Warwickshire this morning, 240 for 8. Conor McCurr still has 1 delivery left of his over from last night, and as I say, getting rid of Brad Wheel late on. Jeremy Coney is here, Richard Wilford is here, and alongside me to get us started this morning, former Middlesex and England player Roland Butcher. Mr. Butcher, good morning to you. First question is, how are you this morning, sir?
Well, yeah, good morning to you. I am absolutely fine. Once cricket is playing, you know, I am very much up for it. Another overcast morning should again assist the bowlers, but yeah, everything looks great.
What are your thoughts about yesterday? We've all sort of had a sleep on it and a look at scorecards and chatted to players last night, but your thoughts on yesterday? As I say, I think Surrey will be pretty happy with the way they bowled yesterday, and for Warwickshire, as I say, lots of batters getting starts, but nobody going on.
Yeah, yesterday was a tough day for the batters, there's no doubt about that. I think conditions were very helpful for bowling. Hence, Surrey decided that, you know, they would put Warwickshire into bat. Conditions overhead were good for seam bowling. The pitch was green. Did a bit all day. A lot of batsmen got in, but just could not go on because there was always the possibility of that one ball. I think it was a pitch that no batter really felt as if they were in. Even if you bat for 2-3 hours, there was still always that feeling that something could come along and you would get out. You know, there's some days where batsmen are in and you just don't get the feeling that they're going to get out. Yesterday was completely different. It was always a case and feeling that any of the batters could get out at any time. And I thought Surrey used the conditions well. But in the circumstances, I think, you know, Warwickshire can be quite pleased with the performance, actually, because I've seen teams bowled out for less than 240 on better pitches. So they've got 240 for 8, really should have been 240 for 7, because that final dismissal really made it Surrey's day completely. But I don't think 240 is a bad score, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose from a Warwickshire point of view, the first thing is those 10 runs to get a second batting point. That'll be the first thing in their mind. And then it'll be fascinating when Surrey get out there to have a bat. Speaking to Conor McCurr, he was saying that actually the pitch was quite slow yesterday, but he thinks it will quicken up as the game goes on. We'll wait to see if that's the case. But Surrey, as I was saying to you, you look at Surrey's first innings scores this season, their lowest first innings score of the season is 308. So it'll be interesting because they're coming up against Ollie Pope, who I think in these conditions swings it, nips it around. I think he'll be a handful in these conditions as well today, Ollie Pope.
Well, if these conditions remain as they were yesterday, and all indications are that is likely because the overhead conditions look pretty similar to yesterday, then yes, it will be a handful. The question I would like to ask you, Mark, is those big scores that Surrey has been getting, have they got any big scores on a similar pitch?
Yeah, they have actually, funnily enough. The pitches here have been much that this is possibly the greenest looking one I've seen here this season. But they've been on a couple that have had a bit about them. And what's been impressive from Surrey with the bat is this season is someone's always sort of stepped up when they've needed to. If you look at the spread of runs this season from Surrey, there's nobody. They're all pretty much in the same ballpark, really. Foakes 534, Pope 447, Jacks 586, Burns 634, Patel 526. Amla's had a quiet season for him, 430, and then in that middle order, back to late middle order, you've got the likes of Jamie Overton averaging 37 with 250s. Jordan Clark will probably come in at 8 here, I would have thought, 354 runs, averaging 59, 103 50s. So what they've done is they haven't been reliant on 2 players this season. There's always been somebody that stepped up to the plate. Even in the one I think everybody will remember is at Scarborough with chasing down in the last innings, and it was Foakes and Aaron Hardy, and Aaron Hardy's one championship game for Surrey this season, and they managed to get Surrey over the line with 3 balls to spare. So now this might not be the day for it today, but I think what Surrey have basically built this season on is weight of runs, especially in their first innings, and also, as I say, if they have come across a bowling attack that's got the ball to move around, or a pitch that has done a bit, there's always somebody that's sort of stepped up. So even if they lose 3 or 4 quickly, as they did last week against Essex, then all of a sudden Will Jacks is there with a bit of help from his friends at the lower order, and he finishes 150 not out, and Surrey get themselves a lead. But I think this will be interesting. I really do today in these conditions as well. Yeah,
from a club perspective, it's a nice position to be in, where you've got so many players.
Here we go then. Conor McCurr, this is the one ball from last night. He's coming into Liam Norwell, the new batter, and Liam Norwell, tall right-hander, lets it go outside his off stump. So that completes the over from Conor McCurr, who had a very interesting day yesterday. Speaking to Conor McCurr last night, he got the call to get here at about 10:15 yesterday. He said he was leaving the house to go out for the day. Dan Worrell, his shoulder went in the warm-up, and he got a call at 10:15, did Conor McCurr. Got here, we saw him out there with a tape measure at about 12 o'clock in a drinks break, and then he came on, and second over he did pick up a wicket. So Conor McCurr ending yesterday with 3 for 39. Good morning to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well, who are with us this morning on the early stages of this second day. Roland Butcher is alongside me, and Mr. Richard Wilford and Jeremy Coney will be with us throughout the day as well. So it's going to be Nathan Mcandrews on strike. Kemar Roach, who went wicketless yesterday. Kemar Roach, but bowled very nicely, but went wicketless yesterday. And Nathan Mcandrews, who you feel there's a bit of responsibility on his shoulders, 40 not out this morning, as over the wicket from the pavilion end comes Kemar Roach, and Mcandrews gets a good length delivery first up, plays it straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. A few spectators in already. It's not sort of the cracking weather that we've had over the last couple of weeks. It's still warm, but it's just cloud cover across the capital today, but it's dry, which is the most important thing. We had a bit of floodlit cricket yesterday, as Kemar Roach with a couple of slips. Right arm over the wicket he comes to Mcandrews, and Mcandrews pushing this one, the right-handed Mcandrews, out into the offside. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. Jordan Clark is posted immediately to sweep up on the cover boundary rope, and then Jamie Overton is out at deep backward square. Conor McCurr is down to our left, long leg. Then we've got Ryan Patel in at short mid wicket. It must be colder today, because Hashim Amla's stood up there with his short sleeve sweater on, so it must be a bit colder today. As Kemar Roach over the wicket he comes to Mcandrews. Mcandrews forward, pushes this one away up towards Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off, and there's no run. So as I say, I think what we're looking at today is Warwickshire will be thinking first port of call for the good ship Warwickshire, steady waters to 250. Surrey need one more wicket for another bowling point, but as I say, Surrey will be keen to finish this off as quick as possible and get out there with bat in hand. As over the wicket again comes Kemar Roach. First runs of the day, as this one's turned off the hit by Mcandrews, out towards Jamie Overton at deep backward square. Mcandrews will move on to 41, and Warwickshire move on to 241 for 8. I'll say it again, but I've never seen a player. Mcandrews has squad number 0. So on the back of his jumper is just a big 0. And yesterday, before he got off the mark, he looked up at the scoreboard, and they have the squad numbers ahead of the players' names, and it had 0 Mcandrews 0 yesterday, so he was sandwiched by a pair of 0s yesterday. Liam Norwell comes on to strike to Kemar Roach, and Norwell's beaten on the outside edge. Good length delivery from Kemar Roach with a little bit of something, and just goes past the outside edge. 3 slips are in there. Jamie Overton not in the slip cordon, took a blow to his finger yesterday, did Jamie Overton. I think the one thing you'd probably mark Surrey down on yesterday, if it was an exam, they'd lose some marks for drop catches yesterday. There were a few that went down yesterday for Surrey.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I guess on another day they would all have been taken.
In over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Norwell. Norwell's in behind a shorter length delivery, plays this one up towards mid-on. There is Hashim Amla to do the fielding, and it's the end of the first completed over of the day, and it looks as if we're going to get Jamie Overton from this Vauxhall end. But yeah, Jamie Overton was in the slips, wasn't he, and got a ball. I'm not quite sure it carried actually off the outside edge, but poor chap went down with his finger. That did enable Conor McCurr, though, at that point to come out and measure his run up with his tape measure. So actually, in a way, it worked out quite well for Conor McCurr. But
yes, it did, and he picked up a couple of wickets as well. So he had a day that he didn't expect.
Yeah, he said that last night. I think he was taking his good lady out for the day. So they were walking out the front door, he said, when his phone went, and he hot-footed it here. And yes, I'm sure he'll probably in Friday have to take his good lady out for for the day after this game. As Jamie Overton then is in, and that's an outside edge from Mcandrews driving. I wonder if there was a fingertip on that. Diving away to his right was Ollie Pope. He's terrific in that slip cord, and he's fairly wide there at second slip, but he flung himself away to his right hand side. Mcandrews really did go after this first delivery. I just wonder if he may have got a fingertip on that, Ollie Pope. It'd been a heck of a catch if he'd hung on to it.
I'm just really wondering why Warwickshire are 8 down and the third slip wasn't in place.
Yeah, as in over the wicket comes Overton. They've got 3 for Norwell, as that one Norwell plays the line and it nips away from him outside his off stump. And that's taken by Ben Foakes away to his right hand side. For Norwell, they have got 3 slips. Ryan Patel's gone into that third slip position. But for Mcandrews, just the 2 slips. Kemar Roach is at third man. Tom Laws, who was very impressive again yesterday, the 19-year-old, stood down there at long leg in front of the groundsman's workshop. 20 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 38 yesterday for Tom Laws. As Jamie Overton, right arm over the wicket he comes, and Norwell forward and just pushes this one back up the pitch towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on. Sound of a lorry reversing in the car park behind us. Harleford Road, as always, is busy this morning. Archbishop Tennyson's school quiet at the moment, of course, because we're school holidays now. So quiet, Archbishop Tennyson's school, as Jamie Overton is over the wicket once again. And Norwell outside edge. Well, that's flown away where a 5th slip would have been. Down to third man. There's Kemar Roach. So toying with the outside edge is Jamie Overton this morning. And Norwell is off the mark with a single. And Warwickshire 243 for 8. But yeah, 5th slip, that would have been straight in the breadbasket.
Yeah, I can understand Surrey wanted to see runs, but I think at this moment in time a wicket is more important than a detailed extra cover.
Overton is in. Mcandrews just pushes off the back foot down there towards backward point, and there is no run. Elsewhere, just to let everybody know, Lancashire 112 for 6 against Kent. So a rain affected day yesterday, but Kent having a pretty good day actually in the cricket that was played. Essex, Nick Brown with his 100 yesterday. 282 for 3 against Somerset. At Scarborough, Yorkshire are all out for 159, so that didn't take long, against Hampshire. So that's 3 bowling points for Hampshire. That's quite a recovery though. At one point Yorkshire were 33 for 6, so getting to 159 is a recovery. As Overton is in, and Mcandrews will keep the strike here, just turns this a straight ball into the leg side, takes the single, and that will move Mcandrews on to 43, and Warwickshire move on to 244 for 8. So what we're saying here, it'll be interesting to see what happens when Warwickshire have the ball in their hands. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Yorkshire get the ball in their hands against Hampshire. But from 33 for 6, 159 isn't too bad actually.
Yeah, obviously it's a good recovery. Obviously could have been better because they were going along quite nicely after that 6 wicket had fallen. But getting back to this game here, Amla, I think Surrey's field placing is somewhat defensive at the moment. You know, you've got 8, they're 8 down. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end is coming into Mcandrews, turning this one off the stumps into the leg side. Ryan Patel tumbling away to his right, and there's no run.
Yeah, 8 down. International bowler like Overton's bowling. He's got a third man. He's got a deep extra cover. He's got a long leg and a deep square leg.
It's the same here for Kemar Roach as well, isn't it? With Mcandrews. Got a sweeper on the deep backward square boundary rope and the cover rope. No third man as Roach is in, and Mcandrews clips this one neatly up towards mid-on. Here's Hashim Amla with his underarm throw, and they'll get through for the single. I think they picked the right fielder there with Hashim Amla for the quick single. And Ryan Patel now for Norwell. It does change in the fact that Ryan Patel will come out from that short mid-wicket position and drop into a third slip. I suppose
and this deep square leg comes up in the mid-wicket, and the extra cover comes up to extra cover. I mean, this is more of the sort of feel that you would expect at this time in the morning.
Kemar Roach is over the wicket to Norwell, and Norwell turns this neatly off his hip. All quick singles taken. Overton to the bowler's end, and Norwell, well, he does the right thing. He gets himself in between the throw, and yeah, he's gonna get 5 here because it's hit Norwell's bat and whistled off. Now he's been put his hand up, so I do apologise everybody, but he did the right thing actually, and the throw was hurled in by Jamie Overton. It hit the bat of Liam Norwell. Remember Ben Stokes in the World Cup final? It's not quite as dramatic as that, I have to say, but that will be 5, and I think that will take them up to 250, but it hasn't gone up on the board as yet. As in over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. So yes, it wasn't quite as dramatic as the World Cup final in the fact that the 250's only just gone up and nobody in the grounds noticed. But it was the same sort of difference, was it not, Mr. Butcher?
Yes, and a milestone for Warwickshire. Obviously they wanted to get to 250. Doesn't do Roach's figures any good whatsoever on this green pitch, and he's currently going on for 53. But at the same time, no blame attached to the batsman.
No,
you know, he just had to put his bat in.
Over the wicket comes Roach, and Mcandrews gone. Drives at this. That's a sharp catch from Ollie Pope at second slip. Just bounced on him, went on the drive, and Ollie Pope, that is a sharp catch at second slip, up above his right shoulder. And Mcandrews goes for 44. Kemar Roach has his wicket. 250 for 9. Good catch that from Ollie Pope. And Surrey have a third bowling point.
Went quick, short of a length. He was forcing off the back foot. Thick outside edge, fairly high to Pope's right. Went very quickly, got both hands to it and held on to it. Roach gets his first wicket. He'll feel a lot better too. I'm sure he's had days where he has bowled a lot worse than this and picked up wickets, but he'd be quite pleased to have picked that wicket up, especially after that 5 runs that was given off a couple of balls earlier.
Yes, I feel a bit happier about everything. That was a good catch from Ollie Pope, because that was travelling. Ollie Pope actually made that look pretty straightforward at second slip. Flashed off the outside edge, and Ollie Pope taking it high above his right shoulder. So here comes Ollie Hannon-Dalby out to the middle, who did a very good job with Michael Burgess, I remember, up at Edgbaston. There was a while there where it looked as if Michael Burgess might get to a double 100 with Ollie Hannon-Dalby actually not getting a run, because I think he was not out after something like 64, 65 deliveries, but he kept Michael Burgess company, and Burgess got a big 100 in that opening game of the season. But he's out there now in slightly different circumstances, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So any runs here are a bonus for Warwickshire. Left-handed Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 3 slips and a gully come in for Hannon-Dalby. Conor McCurr finds himself in the gully region. Don't often see Conor McCurr in the gully. Jacks at first slip, Ollie Pope at second, and Ryan Patel at third. As round the wicket then straight away is Kemar Roach to Hannon-Dalby, and Hannon-Dalby lets the first one go. We saw a bit of that at Edgbaston. He can stay out there for a long time, can Ollie Hannon-Dalby, but that's a wicket in the over for Kemar Roach. If you're just tuning in for the first time this morning, Nathan Mcandrews has just gone, caught by Ollie Pope off Kemar Roach for 44. Roland Butcher is alongside us, 250 for 9, so Surrey will be fairly happy with that. They picked up Mcandrews after 13 minutes of play this morning. As I say, from a sort of bowling point of view in these situations, you just want to get it done as quick as possible, don't you? And then as bowlers, go and put your feet up for the rest of the day, if at all possible.
Yeah, the bowlers would hope they can put their feet up for the rest of the day. Sometimes it doesn't work out like that. Sometimes they're called upon to get out there and do something with a bat, but they will certainly be hoping that to get this wicket as quickly as possible and get in the dressing room.
Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end is coming into Liam Norwell, and Norwell just pulls the bat inside the line of a climbing delivery outside his off stump. Just in the first division as well, Gloucestershire 317, Northamptonshire 39 without loss. Division 2, wickets galore yesterday at New Road. Derbyshire all out for 130, Worcestershire 148 for 5. Delayed start up at Chesley Street, Durham 132 without loss against Middlesex. As Jamie Overton is in over the wicket to the right-handed Norwell. Norwell's forward, pushes this out towards cover point. Conor McCurr does the fielding. And it's the opening day of Nottinghamshire and Sussex today, up at Trent Bridge. Sussex winning the toss, bowling first, and Nottinghamshire find themselves after 3 overs 13 for 1. So 13 for 1, and Hashim after a big 100 last week has gone for 5. Ben Slater's on 6, and Ollie Robinson in his first game for a couple of months has that wicket of Hamid. As over the wicket comes Jamie Overton, and that's again just putting the bat inside the line here is Norwell. Sort of died a touch on Ben Foakes, but good to see Ollie Robinson back. Been out for a couple of months as Ollie Robinson, but bowling again now for Sussex and has picked up that wicket of Hamid, bowling Hamid for 5. So excellent to see him back. And Bradley Curry, who had a terrific game last week for Sussex, the left armer, he's operating with Robinson. As over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton. That's down the leg side, and Boyle will feel he's missed out a touch there. Gets nothing on it, taken by Ben Foakes.
Yeah, Curry was fantastic last week. I mean, he was the best ball on shore on both sides, without a doubt. I mean, he troubled all the batsmen on very good batting surface. And he ended up with 6 wickets. Certainly in that innings, that was his debut game as well.
Yeah, great story.
No, he was terrific actually, and looked a very good prospect.
Yeah,
left arm over.
Yeah, terrific debut as in comes Overton once again. That's come back a bit at Norwell. He's completely lost that. Liam Norwell was trying to whip it into the leg side. It hit his bat, involuntary really, that from Liam Norwell. Ball dropped down in front of him, couldn't find it. So he sort of did a full 360 twirl there, did Liam Norwell. Rory Burns stood up there at a wideish mid-off. He'll be fairly pleased with everything this morning, I think. I suppose it depends what you have for breakfast, but he looks fairly pleased with everything. Stood up there at a wideish mid-off as Jamie Overton is into Norwell. Gets it right up there, and Norwell just drops the bat on this. And that rolls up to Rory Burns. Maiden over from Jamie Overton. Warwickshire 250 for 9. Hannon Dalby yet to get off the mark, and Norwell has 6. But no, I'm looking forward to watching Hannon Dalby, because 43 championship wickets this season, and the way he bowls, you feel that he might enjoy this. Cloud cover, a hint of green on the wicket as well. Burgess sometimes stands up to him as well, so it'll be very, very interesting. 4 slips for Ollie Hannon Dalby. And the deep backward square, Jordan Clark comes up to an orthodox square leg as in round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left wide outside the off stump by Ollie Hannon Dalby. Looking forward to seeing Liam Norwell bowl as well. Brad Wheel, of course, on his championship debut for Warwickshire on loan from Hampshire. And then Nathan Mcandrews and a bit of Danny Briggs as well in there. Will Rhodes, of course. So plenty of bowling for Warwickshire. It'd be fascinating to see how Brad Wheel goes as well. Waiting once more is Hannon Dalby. Kemar Roach is round the wicket to him and hits the pad as Ollie Hannon Dalby's just trying to work that one into the leg side. As I say with Ollie Hannon Dalby, he can stick around for a very, very long time.
Well, he will need to today, because his team needs him right at this moment in time. World 250 may appear to be a reasonable score. If they can chip out another 20 or 30 runs, that would be even better.
It would be indeed. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Hannon Dalby. Good evening to Nathan in Singapore, who's getting a bit of post-work cricket commentary in with us. So lovely to have you with us as always, Nathan. You can, of course, get in touch with us at Back and Across on the jolly old Twitter feed with anything you want to let us know. It'd be nice to hear from everybody. We've got Roland's here, and Jeremy Coney's here, and Richard Wilford's here. As round the wicket again comes Kemar Roach, and Hannon Dalby just pops forward and pushes this ball out into the offside. Fielding's done by Jamie Overton, moving away to his left. But yes, at the moment there's a sort of waking up feel to the crowd at the moment. Sort of, we're just developing the day at the moment, so the crowd all chatting away to each other. For that wicket of Nathan Mcandrews, as round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again, and forward goes Hannon Dorby. They like that in the slip cordon because there's a sort of orchestrated clap between Ollie Pope and Ryan Patel. A few people in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion as well in that middle. Take a view from there. It's a lovely view from there.
Yes, position is very. You're literally just slight. Well, it's really third man really, but a fine third man position, which is not a bad position.
Round the wicket, apologies, goes Kemar Roach, hits the pads of Hannon Dorby. He'll keep the strike here, will Ollie Hannon Dorby. Leg by will be the signal. End of the over 2:51 for 9. Roland Butcher, thank you, sir. We'll bring in, I was about to say, we'll bring in Jeremy Coney, but he's disappeared. He was standing behind us, and now he's disappeared as Mr. Coney. There was a TV programme when I was a kid called Rent-A-Ghost, and one of the characters sort of used to sneeze and disappear. And Mr. Coney's done exactly the same thing there, because
didn't hear a sneeze.
Oh no, I don't know, but he's disappeared. But he'll be back in a mo, so we'll get him in at the end of this over. As Jamie Overton down below us from the Vauxhall end, they're going to get a leg gully in for Hannon Dorby, so he can expect a short 1 or 2 in this over from Jamie Overton, which makes sense. So Rory Burns has gone into a leg slip really. As Rory Burns fairly close there, as well as Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end is into Ollie Hannon Dorby, and he just lets this go outside his off stump. So he'll let you go all day, Ollie Hannon Dorby. We saw a bit of this at Edgbaston. Anything slightly wide outside the off stump, he's very happy just to not do anything. And as I say, at Edgbaston, I think it was 65 deliveries without scoring a run. And I was getting very excited. I thought he could bat the whole day here without scoring a run, which is sort of right up my street. As at the other end, Michael Burgess was hurtling towards a double 100. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton. Oh, that's better. Gets him playing, beats him all ends up, beats the inside edge of the bat, and just goes past his off stump.
Yeah, he didn't know much about that. Pitched that delivery. Overton's bowling over the wicket. The ball just would have curved into the left-handed batsman. He just really pushed the line of the ball in between bat and pad. Just didn't do enough to go on and hit the stumps.
It basically missed everything. That one from Jamie Overton. Inside edge, stumps, everything. As Jamie Overton is over the wicket once more, and forward comes Hannon Dorby. See, very solid defensive shot. Ollie Hannon Dorby pushes this one out towards extra cover. And there's no run. So he'll do this for hours, Ollie Hannon Dorby.
Yeah, he obviously learnt from the previous delivery, and on this occasion, instead of trying to play a drive wide, just played with hands closer to the body and just allow the ball to come into him. I'd like to see how he handles the short ball. I think at some point in time he may.
Yes, well, they've got the leg slip in there for him, as Jamie Overton is into Hannon Dorby. Goes fuller length again. That beats the outside edge this time. And that's into the gloves of Ben Foakes, moving away to his left-hand side. So it's gone past the inside edge and gone past the outside edge, as Jamie Overton.
Yes, well bowled Overton, and obviously again looking for the ball coming into the left-handed batsman. It just held its line, so he ended up playing inside the line.
Here we are, Ollie Hannon Dorby in the opening game of the season, 11 not out of 89 deliveries, but he took 60 odd to get off the mark. As Jamie Overton is in, looks for the Yorker here, shout for LBW, hit the toe, going down, ball rolls away to Rory Burns. It just didn't look quite right, did it, that one?
Yeah, it swung into him, but I think it would be, as we look here at the monitor, I think it's clearly going down. Yeah, on the outside of the foot. So clearly going down. I think Ollie would be quite disappointed that he missed out on that, because it was in a nice hitting area.
Painful as well. Getting whacked on the boot by Jamie Overton as in over the wicket he comes again to Hannondorby, and he's not going to bother with that. Ollie Hannondorby outside his off stump. End of the over. Roland Butcher, thank you, sir. We'll bring in Jeremy Coney. I was saying it was a little like there was a children's programme when I was little called Rent-A-Ghost. And there was a character in Rent-A-Ghost that when he sneezed, he disappeared. And you were there, and then I turned around and he disappeared. But Mr. Coney is here this morning. It's an absolute joy. Lovely to have Roland Butcher and Jeremy Coney with us for these 4 days. But yeah, that innings from Hannondorby in the opening game of the season, it was ended as a draw. It was always going to end as a draw. Hannondorby 11 not out from 89 deliveries. Meanwhile, at the other end, Michael Burgess 178 with 24s and 8 sixes. And they came together at 409 for 9 and eventually all out for 531. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Norwell, who punches this one off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Good morning,
You're there, you're there.
Yes,
you're there,
I'm here.
you're there. Lovely to see you.
Good morning, everybody listening. There'll be some interested listeners today, actually, I think, from these two sides. With Surrey trying to force ahead a little more quickly than they did yesterday. Warwickshire looking to withstand, I would say, and keep themselves in the game as long as possible.
Kemar Roach is in. That goes past the edge of Norwell's bat.
Who knows what can happen? No one does, so let's just wait and see until both teams have had a bat on this surface. I would have thought that, you know, Warwickshire yesterday, I thought batted as if they were trying to convince themselves, you know, that they could construct a good first innings total. It led to a little bit of ponderous play at times.
In comes Kemar Roach once again to Norwell. Solidly forward he goes, punches this one straight up the ground. Amla gets across to do the fielding and there's no run.
You know, lots of striving, I thought, yesterday from Warwickshire, but not quite the... Whether it was actually in the right direction is just a little question in my mind. I'm not sure about. I think there should have been more urgency to score. I don't think 2.5 over 96 overs is quite enough. It means that you're always, because you're not scoring, you are more vulnerable for longer. You haven't got the runs behind you.
Kemar Roach is in to Norwell, beats him on the outside edge again, and that's taken by Ben Foakes.
And a little burst of 2 or 3 wickets, suddenly, you know, you're well behind.
I remember looking up after lunch and that run rate had dropped down to about 1.4.
Yeah, that first hour was...
and nothing really was happening at all. And Surrey was just quite happy coming in and hitting line at length, nibbling it either way, a bit of swing. And then when Burgess came in, just a couple of times he went on the front foot with a pull shot that got a top edge, and that scoreboard started moving. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. And Norwell, good looking shot, hasn't timed it at all. It looked fantastic from here, but it's hit the bottom end of his bat and potted off into the covers. He gave that everything, but just gets a single as Rory Burns comes round to do the fielding. 252 for 9. But what's going to fascinate me here is Hannondorby on this. Will be very interesting. Bit of cloud cover, bit of tinge of green. The way he goes about things. Burgess could be up to the stumps as well. He'll just nip it around and nibble it. Brad Wheel on loan, of course. Liam Norwell's a very fine bowler. As here comes Kemar Roach, and that's hitting the pads of Hannondorby, going down the leg side.
Yeah, and then they've got Mcandrews
as well.
So it'll be an interesting day. I mean, Surrey yesterday, for me, they have to win this game, don't they? Yeah. We talked a bit yesterday about the matches remaining in the season for Surrey, and then for perhaps the other teams that are jostling who will push Surrey along. And therefore Surrey have to look at this match and say, Warwickshire not perhaps playing as well as they did the year prior, therefore this is a game we expect to try and win. So how do they do that? And I think the best way today should be a moving day, if you could call it that, rather than day 3.
As around the wicket then comes Jamie Overton to Hannon-Dalby. That solid defensive shot again from Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, you can't keep bowling like this.
No, well,
to Hannon-Dalby,
he'll
I'm
do it all
sorry,
day.
you've got to get some short pitch deliveries in. You can't allow him to prop onto the front foot and play his perfectly designed
Well, Richard
forward
was with
defence.
me. Richard with Hannon-Dalby 60 odd balls to get off the mark, whilst I was convinced Burgess at the other end was going to get a double 100 before he got off the mark. But he's defensively great. Here's a short ball, and that's turned off his hit by Ollie Hannon-Dalby out there towards square leg.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about a bouncer or two.
Yes, right.
There's a man at leg slip which suggests a bouncer. There's no bat pad in, which I would start to signal that, and it allows Hannon-Dalby to think about it too. So I think a man has to go in there, and Overton surely is the man who would provide that. So I thought yesterday they were tidy, Surrey. Seamers beat the bat a bit.
Around the wicket comes Jamie Overton. He's gone full again outside the off stump, and Hannon-Dalby just lets it go outside his off stump.
I thought the catching was a wee bit indifferent with green surface and 5 seamers. You've got to hold where you're likely to get wickets. You'd have to say in the cordon.
Roland and I were saying that if it had been an exam paper of day one yesterday, Surrey would have got marked down.
Yeah, they would have.
I think on their slip catching.
They would have
yesterday. But Ollie Pope's taken a very sharp one this morning. So sort of in paper 2, as round the wicket once again comes Overton. Up on the toes, and Hannon-Dalby will just clip this very neatly, very tidily up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on.
I think if there's a tendency over the 2 or 3 years that I've watched, and it has been only Surrey, I have to say that, but I've seen a lot of the other sides coming to the Oval. There's whether it's the pitches, I think that the game moves along at a slower pace and then gathers.
In comes Overton again, full-length delivery. There's that big bat of Hannon-Dalby. When he plays forward defensively, it looks like he's got a very big bat, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. I like watching Ollie Hannon-Dalby bat because he makes no pretenses about what he's going to do. He'll just block it.
Well, he does what you will want from a number 11.
Absolutely.
If he's batting with, as you say, someone like Burgess, there's an opportunity for some runs in a partnership, and he just has to defend as much as he can.
Going to come over the wicket now is Jamie Overton, full again, and Hannon-Dalby just pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 253 for 9. Jeremy Coney, a few thoughts from you, and then you'll be joined for the first time today by Richard Wilford.
Well, so I would say just that things start a little bit too slowly, and I think you know my feelings if you've heard me before about abusing time in a cricket match. You've got to keep things moving along all the time. It keeps all your players involved in the game for a start, and that's very important. I think that players expect the game to be moving along, that you're always trying something, even if you aren't claiming wickets. You're trying things, you're moving men around in the field, you're having enough catches in positions where you are able to claim wickets. They're very important things. Bowlers know they have to get things right in those circumstances. So the whole game is geared around claiming of wickets, prevention of runs at the same time, but claiming wickets certainly.
Tom Laws to bowl for the first time today, and an expansive drive attempted by Liam Norwell, but he's picked out Rory Burns, one bounce at mid-off, and there's no run. Laws, who impressed yesterday. I'll have to say, Jeremy, listening to what you've been talking about in the last few minutes, to both of these batsmen, I'd shorten my length and look to get the ball up around their chests.
Oh yes.
Not least because, you know, with Norwell, and you have to take advantage of people's ill fortune, he got knocked out by a ball earlier in the year, and his confidence is not that high against the short ball, as he leaves another full delivery just outside off stump.
It isn't necessarily the short ball tames nor claims the wicket. It's more the fact that it makes the batsman feel very uncomfortable, and weight, W-E-I-G-H-T, then starts to alter slightly. Instead of looking to come forward and play big booming drives, as we've seen from Norwell twice in the last 2 overs, his weight is back.
Laws in again, and once more looking to find a length, and it angles a bit further away off the seam through to the keeper.
These are lengths that you are bowling at the moment to really a number 3 batsman, just getting it up there nicely, moving the ball away, outside off stump, get the outside edge. Well, that's not the way to handle it to a number 10 and 11. You know, you bang them, you hit them hard, and then they sort of play a stroke that's out of character.
But this Warwickshire lies because Laws has gone full and straight, and Norwell's played round it, and middle stump disappears rather neatly, leaving 2 standing proud either side, and that's a good wicket from Laws, who bowled really well yesterday, and finishes off this Warwickshire innings on 253 all out. And, 2 batting bonus points is more than they looked like they might get at one point yesterday. So, and they've kept Surrey in the field for 35 minutes this morning, which again wasn't a given. So they've done one part of their job. What would be really interesting now is what the Warwickshire attack get out of this surface.
Yes, that's right. And so, I mean, a full ball has claimed the wicket. It's a straighter ball rather than outside the off stump, and it's gone through, and the number 11, as you say, it's just played around it, leaving a gap between bat and pad, and so it's taken the middle stump out quite comfortably. So 253 in basically 105 overs. So we're round about, 2.5 runs an over, something like that, aren't we? Yeah. And that's, to me, there was never any acceleration throughout the innings. No. And I know I'm sounding a wee bit critical. I don't mean to be that. I'm just saying you set your foundation, and then your middle order players should start to accelerate the game. And I don't think we ever saw that yesterday, and that was that striving I was talking about to make sure that we have a good solid first innings. And if it's not going to be in terms of runs, then it's going to be in terms of time, and we make the other side pay for that. So let's see how Surrey go about it. They'll need a foundation, and then I would have thought that kind of axis of Pope, then Foakes, then Clark, then Jackson, those sorts of players, then Overton, and even Laws looked as if he could play some strokes too the other day. So, but that kind of group of players would move the game ahead a little faster, because I think, as when I say moving day to day, for Surrey, who want to win this game, it would have to be bat today. If they can get a lead, yes, but they want to have Warwickshire in at the end of the day. Now, a lot of people will say, no. Get a big lead, go for the big lead, and let's have a 3 innings match. I'm not sure about that looking at this surface. It's taken Surrey, was 5 seamers, all the overs that they've bowled so far.
Nearly 105 overs. 3 for 38 in the end for Laws, 3 for 39 for McCurr. Nobody got a 50. Mcandrews 44, Sibley 43. Before we take just a 5-minute break between the innings, speaking to Will Rhodes at the close of play yesterday, he said nobody ever felt they were quite in. There was always a little bit of something for the bowlers. He was very frustrated with the way he got out himself, because it was a flat-footed carve when he tried to cut the ball through the offside. But he feels that the wicket will probably continue to be like that, at least for today. Oh yeah, I think it will. I think it will, with the cloud cover, and any moisture in the surface was going to take some time to disappear. So I don't think we're going to have, the bowlers, I think will find something interesting, and you'll know the bowlers a lot better than I will. Yeah, well, I mean, certainly... Who would you see as the 2 that might provide problems? Hannon Dolby always does. He's 42 championship wickets this season, and he will probe outside off stump, and with the extra height as well, gets a bit more bounce. Norwell bowls very full, but is coming back from injury. And then the interesting thing will be Mcandrews, the Australian, who has struggled to find the right length this season. This has got a bit more pace than most of the pitches he's bowled on. It's not quick, it's not a quick wicket, but he's largely bowled on a lot of slow surfaces. I think he'll like this one a bit better than what he's bowled on this season. Okay. So we will see. We'll take 5 minutes, I think. Mark is nodding in the background. Warwickshire made 253, and the Surrey reply will start at around 11:45. So welcome back to the Kia Oval as the Warwickshire fielding team comes out, led by captain Will Rhodes. They've put 253 on the board, which they will now attempt to defend in conditions that are, as we've been describing, not dissimilar to yesterday. Roland Butcher is back alongside myself, Richard Wilford, and Jeremy Coney and Mark Church will return shortly. But Roland, this game has progressed reasonably quickly. We're one innings through, and Surrey now, as Jeremy was saying, looking for a lead by the end of the day.
Well, I think they would certainly like to be in that position. We'll have to wait to see whether it is possible for them to be as free as possible with their batting. I don't think, unless Warwickshire bowl particularly badly, that they'll be able to do that. I think they'll have to fight pretty hard for runs if conditions continue to play just like yesterday and today. I don't think a lot has changed in terms of outside conditions. It's pretty similar to yesterday. Okay, we had some sun at various times, but the overcast conditions ensure that the ball did actually do something. Batting wasn't easy yesterday. I don't expect that it'll be particularly easy today either if the bowlers bowl in the right areas. There's enough in there to ensure that batsmen don't really feel, even after batting for an hour or so, that they're really in. And that was evident yesterday, that nobody really looked as if they were in. They always felt that at some point in time a ball will come along with your name on it.
Yeah. No, very much so. The issue is whether Warwickshire's bowling attack can match the discipline that the Surrey five-seamers did. I think McCurr was the only one who took a little bit of tap at one point, but he came back and took 3 wickets, so he justified his late call-up to replace Dan Warwick. It'll be Ollie Dolby from the pavilion end to bowl to Rory Burns, a ball that is just back of a length outside off stump, carries past the batsman at hip height and through to the wicket-keeper, who has 3 slips to his left: Sibley, Hayne and Benjamin. Mcandrews is in the gully, Briggs is at point, and then somewhere between cover and mid-off is Alex Davis. Will Rhodes at mid-on. There's a mid-wicket, which is Brad Wheel on his debut, and down at long leg, Liam Norwell, who's going through some stretching at the moment, so it looks like he'll have the new ball. 4 frontline seamers plus Will Rhodes as a 5th, and then the spin of Danny Briggs, so plenty of options for Will Rhodes. There's another ball just back of a length but straighter, forces Burns to play it, tickles it into the leg side. Found the bounce a wee bit awkward there, Rory Burns.
Yeah, it just came into him. Might be, I guess at some point they may contemplate having a short leg in place. The ball is swinging back to the left-handed Burns.
That's a lingering bit of gardening he's done around the area at that pitch. I mean, he's had about a dozen prods at that. So whether he thinks in his mind it went through the surface or not, but the Bears won't mind that bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. As the next delivery outside off stump, too far outside to give Burns any consideration of playing at it. This session through to lunch is going to be important. 75 minutes of cricket. Probably get 17, 18 overs in.
Yeah, it's a good little period for the team bowling, really, because you can literally throw everything at the opposition. If if you get 1 or 2 wickets quite early, you get on a bit of a roll.
Yeah.
It could be a very good session.
And Dolby comes in about 20 yards. Once more he pitches it outside off stump. Bit fuller, but again not in an area that Burns is going to be lured into playing. But they will play a little bit of the patience game, I think, as well, in that they don't want to, again like Surrey, they don't want to give away 4 balls.
Yeah, it's a wicket you have to be patient. You cannot totally go into your shell, but you still have to be patient.
Dolby with both wrists clad in white, bowls fuller and straighter, pushing forward in defence is Burns. Lays it back down the wicket, and it's fielded by the bowler. Sibley lies on his back and does some extravagant stretches. We were very impressed last night, Roland, with your business cards. The fact that you've got them laminated. I mean, that's a nice touch, that is.
Well, you know that wasn't down to me.
Okay. Somebody did you a good turn with those, did they?
Well, my son, he's...
he looks out for his dad.
Much more modern.
Fair enough. And a Dolby in and just dabbed into the offside. Sprawling stop by Mcandrews to his left. End of a maiden over to start these Surrey innings. Then naught without loss. In fact, years ago I got a chance to work a laminating machine. I was working for the Basketball League at the time, and it was having to get all the passes done for a major event. And apart from the odd burn on the hand, because they're very hot around your fingers when you try to thread these things through and get everything lined up perfectly, it was quite good fun.
Yeah, I thought you was going to say that you ruined the lot.
No,
I was never asked to do it again.
Well, that would be quite a good defence mechanism, isn't it? Some people are like that. They do it badly, so nobody asks you again. No, I was very grateful to the guys who were giving me work when I was trying to qualify as a journalist at the time. Working for the Basketball League in Birmingham was a real godsend. It's a sport that I love still as well, but it's going to be Liam Norwell, who's had a season afflicted by injury. He's had a number of back problems, first of which was put down to becoming a new dad and the length of time he'd spent sitting with a child on his lap and on his shoulder, and then the severe concussion after getting hit on the head while batting. But he'll come in and he'll bowl round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who looks to turn him towards mid-wicket. There's some oohs and ahs as Norwell fancied that Patel was played across the line of that one, picked up by Wheel, and there's no run.
Talking about bowlers, I got a message yesterday from someone asking why Ollie Stone isn't playing. Apparently he's not injured.
Oh, he is injured?
No. He's played second team recently.
He played second team last week.
Yeah.
And broke his finger in the field.
He broke his finger in the rear. Well, that's probably the reason why.
Yeah, as Norwell bowls outside of stump, and that's driven very neatly by Patel, and he'll get 4 through a straight extra cover. Just lent on it as much as anything, nicely timed. And Surrey get the scoreboard ticking over there, 4 without loss. Yeah,
very nice time in there. Just really put the bat in position. Didn't really go through with it. Just timed it perfectly, and really the outfield as quick as you can, even though it's on the short side. But raced away to the boundary. So that's a nice way to get off the mark.
Patel, who batted well in the reverse fixture between the two sides at Edgbaston back in April, and now he's cutting through the offside, and it'll go through pretty much the same part of the field and cross the rope in an identical spot. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Patel, 8 without loss.
Yeah, loose delivery but well put away, and obviously Patel showing that if anything is in his hitting zone, that he's going to hit it. This one is just short of a length. He gets on top of it, doesn't quite time it as well as the previous shot, but well enough to get it through extra cover. So he's just hit back-to-back boundaries.
Bit of ring rust maybe showing for Norwell here. He usually bowls a fuller length in his opening spell. He comes in once again to Patel and into his pads this time, and it could well be 3 in a row. Wheel will give chase towards the square leg boundary. The ball is slowing up, and Wheel with a dive can prevent it from going for 4, can he? or is he going to say he was touching the rope? I think he's saying that. So 4 more to Patel. He's rapidly on to 12, and this is what we talk about with the discipline. He's been given 2 or 3 loose deliveries, and he's punished each one.
Yeah, I mean, he's bought 3 different deliveries in this over, all resulting in boundaries. First was a pitched up delivery, which is half volley length. Next one was short of length outside the off stump. And then the third one, half volley on the leg stump. Really a batsman's delight in these conditions.
Norwell, oh, Patel has holed out in the covers. He can't quite believe it. He went onto the back foot, trying to cut it, and he's looped it, lobbed it into the hands of Nathan Mcandrews. And what an eventful second over this has been. Liam Norwell goes for 3 successive boundaries, and then he comes in again. It's short outside off stump, and I mean, that's not a nice looking shot from Patel. He's just lifted it into the hands of Mcandrews. Low catch, 12 for 1.
Yeah, I think he got carried away with those boundaries. Saw it short and just went to punch it off the back foot. Probably got it on the toe end of the bat, because the man at extra cover really, very much on the toe end, and he just had to dive forward, took it with both hands. So Norwell would be quite pleased that he's picked up the wicket in this over, because those 3 boundaries certainly got Surrey off to a rocketing start.
Might have been a short spell, but Ryan Patel is off for 12 off 5 balls. It sounds all very T20 blast, doesn't it, really? We were talking very briefly about Ollie Stone and that barrage of boundaries and the subsequent wicket. Yeah, it took us away from it. Stone was getting close to playing 4-day cricket, having played through the T20s, and they were working his way back. Played for the seconds last week, made big runs actually, made a 90 odd, and then on the final day Fielding broke his finger, so it is unlikely that he'll play again for Warwickshire. He might just get another game in late September, but he's off to Nottinghamshire now for next season anyway, so it looks like he's going to have a season with no championship cricket. Ollie Stone, whose injury hit career, I mean, you feel sorry for the lad, because he works so hard, but he picks up every injury in the book.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Happens to some people. But how Warwickshire would love to get Amla out before lunch.
They've got a bonus wicket, haven't they? I mean, they've struck inside 2 overs. It's one of the few dismissals we've seen in the match that come from probably too much attack. As he bowls the first ball to Amla, he's probably quite glad to have a right-handed about bowl to as well now. And like a lot of deliveries in the Warwickshire innings, that one does offer to move away off the seam, goes through to Michael Burgess. 2 overs gone, Surrey 12 for 1.
Yeah, and Amla's approach obviously much different to Patel. He'll have a good look at it. Patel obviously was intent on putting away anything that was not a good delivery. Played 3 very good shots, but just got that one on the toe end of the bat. I mean, it was absolutely at the bottom. I think if it was anywhere even 3 or 4 inches above, he would have struck it quite firmly. But Warwickshire will take it. They've made the breakthrough, so that's important.
And now Hannah Dolby will continue to probe around Rory Burns off stump, you would fancy, and the first ball takes the edge and it'll scuttle down towards third man. Sam Hain really is chasing only to fetch the ball, but a false shot from Burns gets him off the mark. 4th boundary already of this Surrey innings, 16 for 1.
Yeah, Burns not really in control of that ball. It bounced a little, and really his position stayed leg side of it, but fortunately for him it went to ground and perfectly placed between the third slip and gully, so he gets himself a boundary.
Yeah, just found the gap. First runs off the bowling of Hannah Dolby, who sprints in once more past umpire Taylor, and it's played down into the ground by Burns and then spins out towards Danny Briggs at point. It may have bounced on his foot actually, Rory Burns there. Briggs comes in to pick up. His whites seem a bit whiter than Alex Davis's whites. I can't quite work that out. Whether it's a different detergent, whether they all have their kit washed together or not, I don't know. Or whether they take it home themselves, I bet you washed your own, didn't you, when you were playing? Did you?
I certainly did.
Yeah. That's why you were glad that you weren't expected to shine the ball too much. So Alan Dolby is in, that's a great line. And Rory Burns will feel that he's played just inside it, but not with any great certainty, and that is the area that he wants to keep the ball, Alan Dolby.
Yeah, it's nice delivery, and just outside the off stump, really the batsman has to be very clear in terms of whether he's going to leave it or not. Continues across the left-handed batsman. Is an absolute very good delivery indeed.
I think it's further indication that the conditions remain similar to what we were watching yesterday. The next delivery from Alan Dolby is dabbed down towards point. Mcandrews comes up from gully and manages to walk over the ball, but Danny Briggs is behind him. Mcandrews looks at his hand as if he's got a hole in it. Taylor's walked down the wicket to pick something up. Yesterday, Sam Hain seemed to be almost brushing the wicket with his bat at times. I don't know what there is that floats across the oval and lands on the surface. It was bothering one or two batsmen yesterday. Something in the air, Roland, I think. Alan Dolby, this tall man, straighter delivery, just killed by the batsman, Rory Burns. Head into the leg side. And there's no run.
That length really is not going to cause Burns a lot of problem, because it's just a little bit too short, which means he's got time to get on the back foot. The more difficult delivery is the one which is pitched much further up, just to get him on the front foot. Not half volley, but certainly that 6 to 8 metre mark.
So we welcome listeners to Sport Extra. From Sports Extra to the Oval, where Surrey are 16 for 1 at the end of the over, as the last ball from Alan Dolby is dabbed out towards point by Rory Burns. Burns on 4, Amla yet to score. This in reply to Warwickshire's 253 all out. The 1 wicket to fall, Ryan Patel, who hit 3 successive boundaries in Liam Norwell's opening over, only then to scoop the next delivery into the hands of Nathan Mcandrews at extra cover. I better make way for Mark Church, and in the meantime, here are the thoughts of Roland Butcher.
Yeah, sorry, at the moment dealing with boundaries alone. 4 boundaries so far. 3 good shots and 1 involuntary one, as Mark makes his way back into the commentary position as Amla defends that first delivery. Back to the bowler.
Well, it's been eventful since I nipped off to get a cup of coffee. Tom Law's plucking out the middle stump of Liam Norwell, and then Ryan Patel there, 3 boundaries, and then, well, put 1 straight to cover. So if it continues like this, Mr. Butcher, it's going to be very, very exciting pre-lunch passage of play. This 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good time for Warwickshire to be bowling, really, because Surrey gonna have to be careful in this period.
Norwell in over the wicket to Amla, and Amla plays this late as always, so late in fact that the ball hits his bat and rolls behind him. His head just shot round there for a second. Yeah, Ryan Patel, actually, it was probably the worst ball he'd faced, and he just was through it a bit early, toe end of the bat. He played 3 lovely shots before that, and Mcandrews taking a good low catch. So 16 for 1, Surrey. This all in reply to that Warwickshire 253. Norwell down below us once again, comes in over the wicket to Amla, who allows this one to go outside his off stump, and that's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right hand side. 3 slips are in there. The tall figure of Dom Sibley in there at first slip, and having a bit of a natter with Sam Hain at second. Norwell comes marching back towards us once again. Strong boy, Liam Norwell. It's good to see him back, actually, because when we were at Edgbaston first game of the season, he came and joined us in the commentary box, and he was coming back from injury then. As right arm over the wicket he comes to Hashim Amla, and Amla's up on his toes, turns this one into the leg side. Thought about a single, but there wasn't one there because Nathan Mcandrews, with naught on his back, comes sprinting up to do the fielding. The interesting thing with Surrey this season as well is sort of naturally they'll tick along at round about 3.5 and over. But I think this will be a tester today for them. In these conditions, well, what we did see from Ryan Patel is anything that is slightly offline, Surrey will go after it as Norwell's in, and that's offline, and that's just tucked away beautifully by Hashim Amla. Leg stump half volley, and just thank you very much, says Hashim Amla. Just a flick of the wrists. Surrey dealing just in boundaries at the moment. That's the 5th one, and Surrey move on to 20 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of impatience shown here by the bowler, and really that's food and drink to a player of Amla's stature. He's not going to miss out on that. Full length half volley, leg stump, beautifully put away.
Made a lovely noise off Hashim Amla's bat as well. I think just listening you knew that was 4 as it hit his bat, as Liam Norwell over the wicket to Amla and beats him. Better length delivery. That's turned Amla around a touch, and Amla just nods back to Liam Norwell as if to say, well bowled, Liam. 20 for 1. Burns has 4. Amla has 4. And that wicket to go Ryan Patel. But as I said, it's been an entertaining start.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some loose deliveries. If you think of the run score so far, just one involuntary shot by Burns, which went for 4, but the other 4 boundaries really have been gifts to the batsman. You haven't got a huge score, and really the important thing is to just maintain a good line in length, get the batsman on the defensive. That last delivery was the area to be bowling at. I'm not on or about the off stump, and just moving away from him. Too straight and too full, and sort of player he is, he'll put it away.
Here's Ollie Hannandormy from the pavilion end, and back of a length delivery which Burns just opens the face up, guides this down into the gully position. Mcandrews will do the fielding in there. Sibley at first slip, Hayne at second, Benjamin at third. Mcandrews is in that gully position. Danny Breeks stood there at backward point, and then Alex Davis is at mid-off. The captain, Mr. Rhodes, is stood up there at mid-on at the moment. As little skip at the top of his mark from Ollie Hannandorby. Then over the wicket he comes, and Burns will let this one go outside his off stump. Rory Burns this season, 638 runs now in the championship this season, 300s, averaging coming into this 45.28. Yeah, Surrey have actually got what Ben Foakes is averaging 106 this season in the championship, then Pope 63, Jack's 53, and then Clark averaging 59, as Hannandorby is in once more, and Burns just about pulls the bat inside the line of this one and then looks back at Ollie Hannandorby, and then Burns averaging 45. Jamie Smith is not playing in this game, averaging 48, and then Patel, Overton and Amla all in the 30s. So everybody's contributed this season. It's Ben Foakes, I didn't realise, averaging 106 this season in the championship. It's all right. Although opening game there was a 100 odd not out at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, 132 not out. Always helps the averages. In over the wicket again is Hannandorby. Now Burns has had a little play at that one from just back of a length. That just climbed a touch on Rory Burns. He's all arms and legs, Ollie Hannandorby, tall fella, but when he runs in, it's all arms and legs, and that right arm just juts out for a second, but that one has just gone away from Rory Burns.
Yeah, nice length, nipped away for the left-hander, also bounced.
Yeah, he's a tall chap, Ollie Hannandorby. I've stood next to, they have this great board at Edgbaston now, as in over the wicket comes Hannandorby, and this one's tucked into the leg side by Burns off his hip, and it rolls there into mid-wicket, and there's no run, where you can stand there, a big silhouette of Ollie Hannandorby Carlos Brathwaite, I think Chris Woakes is there as well, and you can stand next to them and see how your height compared to them, which is actually soul destroying, Mr. Butcher, I have to say. I think it's more for the kids, but obviously when I was there I had to have a look. And Ollie Hannon-Dalby, he's very well. When I interviewed Conor McCurr last night on the video, well, it looks like I'm stood in a hole with Conor McCurr last night, looking up at him. Tall lad as well. As here is Hannon-Dalby once more coming towards us to Rory Burns, and the left-handed Burns just pushes this one out into the offside. Briggs will get round to do the fielding. End of the over. Roland Butcher, thank you, sir. We'll bring in Jeremy Coney. So thank you to Roland Butcher. 20 for 1 Surrey. 5 boundaries in this Surrey innings thus far. They trail by 233. Jeremy Coney's been watching at the back of the box these opening exchanges between the Surrey batters and the Warwickshire bowlers. And as I say, it's been a very entertaining first 5 overs, Mr. Coney.
Yes, it has.
It has, and maybe that will continue as the day goes on, as Norwell comes in over the wicket to Amla, and he's letting a wide-ish delivery go outside his off stump.
Yeah, well, I mean, not many singles. I have to
not
say
as yet.
So that must, you know, be part of the response from Surrey. They've been able to get some deliveries where they've been able to punish the ball through the field. 3 slips again, 3 in the covers.
Liam Norwell wearing number 24 from this Vauxhall end. Right arm over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Amla down into that gully region, backward point region, pushing forward. Briggs comes round to do the fielding.
While the ball is still new, and you're hoping that your bowlers will produce, you know, deliveries that can claim wickets early while the ball is new, and then so the cover fieldsman's probably the one that you would look at first as a captain to say, do I really need that person, and can the cover point, the man at just backward of point there, can he get in and prevent the singles?
Over the wicket again goes Norwell. Forward goes Amla. Plays this with very soft hands. Goes off a thickish outside edge down towards third man. They'll get a couple. So 2 more to Amla, 2 more to the total. And Surrey move on to 22 for 1.
You know, it's going to be a battle for Surrey. All the batsmen are going to have to work very hard, and they're going to need a bit of luck because the ball is moving around a bit.
Just about to say floodlights might have to come on, and they are now. It has just got a little bit gloomy here, so floodlights are on. Bit of floodlit championship cricket again as Norwell over the wicket he comes to Hashim Amla. Short ball outside edge. What a catch from Burgess. No, it's brushed his back sleeve, I think. Definite deflection. It's a cracking delivery from Norwell, and Michael Burgess flung himself to his right. Yeah, that's hit his shoulder. Great decision from umpire Long, but that has climbed and moved. It's a very, very good take from Michael Burgess away to his right.
I don't think he even appealed.
No,
did he? In his follow through,
it was one of those that looked for the world like it was outside edge, but off his shoulder. As Norwell's in to Amla, and Amla drives this time, beautifully placed by Hashim Amla, and the chase is on for Will Rhodes, and they're going to get 3, which will mean Rory Burns will actually get to face Liam Norwell, because he's been stuck facing Ollie Hannon-Dalby. But lovely shot there from Hashim Amla.
You know, it's one of those surfaces that, you know, bowlers striving all the time to say to themselves, look, this is a greenish pitch, I am opening the bowling, I'm fresh, I'm going to have a crack. And so that their lengths, in other words, can sometimes be just a little more full than they might be, but they're looking for wickets. And so that's where I've been saying that runs can happen. If you as a batsman can deal with the fact you're going to get beaten a few times, you're going to need, as I say, a bit of luck, but you can get into your drives and you can find gaps, and so scores can be, run rates can be pushed along as well.
Helicopter flying overhead as Norwell, for the first time under the lights, comes round the wicket to the left-handed Burns and hits Burns high up on that front pad, rolls away into the offside. There is no run. End of the over here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC CWR, BBC Radio WM, and the Surrey live stream. Some very particular gardening being done again there by Rory Burns. Forensic gardening there by Rory Burns, and Surrey 25 for 1.
He might be a good gardener,
He might well be.
Get in there amongst the rhododendrons.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Never been into gardening personally, Mr. Coney.
You haven't?
No.
Reason?
I've never really thought too much about
I think it's a wonderful thing to do.
Oh, absolutely.
The feeling of growing something, tending something.
Absolutely. I attempted it.
Yes.
Didn't go terribly well. And because I didn't really know what I was doing.
What thing you were trying to grow in what surface?
Trying to grow runner beans.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I thought that would be good.
Yes.
As over the wicket then comes Ollie Hannon-Dalby for the first time to Hashim. Amla nips back, hits him high up on that front leg. The appeal goes up. It's slightly strangled. Billy Taylor just shakes his head, but that's well bowled again by Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Hashim Amla, it's just coming back, and as I say, it was a strangled appeal there by Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Everything going straight at the batsman, Hannon-Dalby, doesn't he? Very straight approach.
Absolutely.
Straight through the crease, both feet facing down towards the batsman.
He's in over the wicket again to Amla. Short one this time, and Hashim Amla ducks underneath it. So a bouncer from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. But yes, if there is anything there, Hannon-Dalby will find it. With the way he bowls, he will find anything in the surface, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So yeah, that was my only experience, and it didn't really. Well, they didn't actually grow. I put the sticks in and everything because they have to grow up the stick.
Help the growth.
Ah, you see, what I did. I didn't know.
Support.
Well, I didn't. I thought they just grew up the stick. As in over the wicket comes Hannon-Dalby, and this one's left alone by Amla outside his off stump, because all that happened was the stick stayed there.
Well, yes.
As you hope, but nothing actually happened.
No.
Yes.
No, but
because I thought I was going to bit like Jack in the old
beanstalk. You need to go back a
beanstalk.
step, don't you?
Yes. I think what I got wrong was probably my soil content and watering.
Exactly.
Yes. But it looked good. It looked excellent.
What, with the stick there?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. That's exciting.
Unfortunately, though, after 3 weeks, all that was left was the stick.
Right.
There was nothing else. As in over the wicket once more comes Hannon-Dalby, and this is pushed by Amla down towards backward point, and there's
Beans
no
had run away.
Yeah, they had literally run away or run downwards.
Yes.
So I even went to the greengrocers. No, is that the right place? No,
yes,
a gardening centre type place.
Right.
And bought my packet, and I got myself a little spade.
Did you grow it from seeds, or did you grow it from a small plant?
From seeds.
Right.
Yeah, they were in a packet, and I dug a hole with my new little spade I'd bought.
Oh, you bought a new spade?
Oh yeah, and some gardening gloves, and stuck my sticks in, and put my seeds down, watered. Well, I think 3 weeks later, all that was left was the stick, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Hashim Amla.
And were they put in at the right time of the year? And had you prepared the ground
November time,
in any way?
Would November time be a good time?
Well, I don't see. New Zealand, different.
Because I was thinking for sort of Christmas lunch for some vegetables. That's what I was thinking, and I thought everyone would be very impressed that I've grown some runner beans. So as it was, all that was there, as I say, were 3 sticks, I think it was.
So how did the lunch look?
Fine. We just went down the supermarket, went back to the greengrocer, as in over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby. This one's pushed into the offside, and we had a nice fire where we used my sticks for kindling. As forward goes Amla.
They came out.
They came out the ground, and off we went. 25 for 1 at the end of the over. Burns 4, Amla 9. But I do admire anybody who does garden. Because you can see the old Chelsea flower show. Oh, I'll put that on the telly, and unbelievable.
Yeah.
And also they transport the garden here to Chelsea,
right?
Which I find amazing, really. Sort of they grow it somewhere else and then transport it.
Bring it
for
in.
The flower show, which I think is amazing. But no, genuinely, I admire anybody who's.
And so was that the end?
Green-fingered.
That was a disappointment that clearly mattered.
That was it done.
And so the will to garden.
Yeah, there'll be no more of that. No more of that at the moment, Mr.
Okay.
Coney. Maybe it'll be something in my dotage I'll go back to.
I think
perhaps.
you should. I think you'd enjoy that.
My granddad was a terrific gardener. Really, really good. He had an allotment.
It's in the family.
Yeah, it's going to rub off on me. Maybe I've just got to wait to get an allotment. Here, Brad Wheel is into the attack for his first bowl for Warwickshire, on loan from Hampshire, of course. And he's coming in from the Vauxhall end, and Rory Burns tucks the first one down into the leg side. The whole reason behind that was the gardening of Rory Burns, and he's probably a very good guy. I can see you as a gardener, Mr. Coney.
I am a gardener.
Yeah, so I can
like
see
gardening.
that.
Yeah, I do.
Do you have the radio on when you're in the garden?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yes.
Very nice.
Not essential.
No, but nice. As over the wicket once again comes Will. This is clipped by Burns into the leg side. He won't get a run. Just Potter's in there to Will Rhodes, the captain at mid-wicket.
We're lucky enough, though, in New Zealand to have enough space, because not many people.
No.
And so
lots of land.
The plot, yes, is larger. The purchase of the plot is the house, and then there's always room for a lawn or a garden and so on. So, and at times actually, when the cost of living is quite high, it's very useful to have.
Absolutely. On a serious point, as forward comes Burns, plays this off a goodish length down into the gully, and there's no run.
No, but to be able to produce things as you're mentioning, for little new potatoes for you.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, well, for your Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Granddad and potatoes.
Yes.
Oh, he was brilliant at them. And they lived in a council house, but he had an allotment.
Yes.
And it was about a 5-minute walk to the allotment. Oh, and it was his absolute mecca. And he had his little shed. Oh, it was lovely. As in over the wicket once again comes Wheel, and forward goes Burns. Plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, when I lived at Wheatley, there were some allotments nearby, and people, you could see the same group down there every day, tending their crops.
Absolutely.
Adding to them, giving them a little bit of assistance and so on, and watering.
Oh, Grandad spent hours down there. Hours. I think half the time I think it was to get away from Grandma, but he spent hours. It was his refuge, was the allotment. As in over the wicket once again comes Wheel, and that's a good one. Beats Rory Burns on the outside, just going away. Whippy action, Brad Wheel. Very whippy action. And as I say, on loan from Hampshire, who of course at Scarborough, but it's raining in Scarborough at the moment. As just see it again on the replay. It's good length, that. Maybe just a little further up from Brad Wheel he'll be looking for, but Rory Burns just enough time there just to play the line of it as Wheel bustles in again, and Burns is driving. That's the length. He did get that one a little further up, and Rory Burns lost his shape completely on the drive there, and he gets a pat on the back from everybody, does Brad Wheel. Good first over, but he just got that one a little fuller of length, and Rory Burns on the drive just lost his shape on that one. It's nicely bowled by Brad Wheel. End of the over, and Surrey 25 for 1.
I remember when Hadley was in the side, and must have been the mid-80s, and we were touring Australia, and they had a few left-hand batsmen, as Burns is, of course, and Turner got him and said, I think you're bowling just a little bit sort of mid-crease, and I think for the left-handers you have to get in much closer.
As Hannon Dorby is in over the wicket to Amla from the pavilion end, he's forward.
And so he and Turner and Hadley decided, right, every time we have a practice I'm going to put the umpire, and it was just a little plastic kind of thing you might have milk bottles in, you know, but reasonably large size. And they would place it quite deliberately further back from the stump so that Richard would ask the umpire, when he was actually playing the game, to stand much deeper away from the stumps. And so that allowed him in the last few steps to get very close to the stumps.
Over the wicket again goes Hannon Dalby. Shout for LBW, that is out. Hannon Dalby to Amla, going wicket to wicket. And Hashim Amla hit on the front pad, and that looked fairly adjacent. And umpire Billy Taylor puts up the finger, and Hashim Amla goes for 9. And 25 for 2, Surrey.
Yeah, quite a big trigger movement, Hashim Amla, isn't it? And he deliberately he starts outside, almost outside leg stump, just on it perhaps, and then a big stride back across the stumps that takes him to off stump. And he's quite deep in his crease for a start. And you don't want to miss those, because that's hit him on the front pad, and it's really round about centre. A middle stump, so palpably LBW there. So I don't think Amla would be too worried about the decision anyway. So Surrey now 25 for 2, and that'll bring Ollie Pope in at number 4, running in and doing all his little exercise and so on that he likes to do on the way into taking guard. He'll be busy, I would think.
Busy, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. The key thing with Ollie Pope is the shots he doesn't play. I say this often about Ollie Pope, but early on, just letting the ball go, let the ball go. But he'll be busy and proactive. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. So yeah, so Richard Andy, that made him get closer to the stumps.
Allowed him to get much closer to the stumps at the bowler's end, and so instead of putting your foot perhaps mid-crease, your front foot on the popping crease and mid-crease, but you've got 4 foot 2 from that stump to the return crease, which is the outside line, if you like. He got in much closer, and he was good enough. I mean, he's a top performer, he was, and he was able to still get off the stumps and avoid the danger area and get off. And it meant that the ball was always pitching on middle stump, and it only had to do a little bit.
As Hannon Dalby is in, and Ollie Pope, there you go, immediately using his feet to Ollie Hannon Dalby, takes him off his length and whips him through the leg side for 4. Very Ollie Pope, that. Hannon Dalby. He's got a quizzical look on his face, but straight away, a couple of paces down, picks it up on a length, and then just whips it through the leg side for 4 runs. And Ollie Pope's off the mark with a boundary, and Surrey are 29 for 2.
Yeah, just a shimmy, wasn't it? And it was a very late shimmy, so that he could see the length of the ball. He'd have to have adapted. That'll make Hannon Dalby think, now do I have to bowl just a little shorter?
Keeper's going to come up. Keeper's going to come up. Burgess has called for his helmet.
Yeah.
We spoke about this before they got out there, that he does this. He's seen, Hannon Dalby has seen Ollie Pope, first ball down the pitch to him, and now Burgess will come up to the stump.
Well, it's a good move in the sense that it prevents the batsman, you know, feeling comfortable about moving out of his crease. The second thing, of course, is that you do think about is if this is a pitch that's going to produce edges, you know, fine edges that would go through to the keeper. Do you have to weigh up the value of standing up there? Is it as good as staying back and being much more certain of holding the edge?
So Burgess now up to the stumps to Hannon Dalby, who's coming in over the wicket to Ollie Pope. And Pope clips him off his pads. He'll get a single. There's a good bit of work in there at mid-wicket by the skipper, because that was timed beautifully by Ollie Pope again. But he'll get a single, and Pope moves on to 5 and 30 for 2. And Rory Burns comes on straight, and for Burns, Burgess will go back to an orthodox position. Takes off the helmet, the keeper. Gives me a chance to... having you gentlemen in the box with us is an absolute joy. And I had Jack Russell in here with me once, and I'd always wanted to ask Jack about one particular dismissal, which was his stumping of Dean Jones off Gladstone Small in an Ashes Test match. As over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby, and this one's tucked away into the leg side. And they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Burns will move on to 5, 31 for 2. And for anybody who hasn't seen it, I'm not going to go through it, but look it up on YouTube because it was the most unbelievable bit of work from Jack Russell. Off Gladstone
New
Small.
ball opening the.
I can't. No. Dean Jones was sort of getting settled, but just for this ball, Jack wandered up. No helmet, floppy white hat. First one down the leg side, whip. And Jones out by about that much from walks up. And I said, I've always wanted to ask you, an amazing bit of work. Was it all premeditated? You know, was it a plan? Now, that's not taken cleanly by Burgess. I think Ollie Pope's got a nick on that. From the reaction of the slips and Burgess's reaction up to the stumps, I think that's a little outside edge from Ollie Pope. And Michael Burgess up to the stumps didn't take it cleanly. Yeah, that reaction, I think he's got a nick on that, Ollie Pope, and I think that's a life for Ollie Pope. 31 for 2.
Well, I don't like to say, but I've just mentioned that that's what you've got to balance up. Taking the outside edge, if you're standing up, can be, equivocal. You don't necessarily grab them all. You do take the value, of course, is that the batsman then can't run at the bowler quite so much or can bat out of his crease to try and negate movement, force him to bowl shorter.
Brad Wheel is continuing from the Vauxhall end. Forward goes Rory Burns. As you say, what it does is it keeps Ollie Pope there, but then that outside edge, Burgess couldn't take it cleanly. And his reaction and the reaction of the slips, definitely a nibble on that from Ollie Pope. But no, and then Jack, I said to Jack, he said, no, I didn't even tell Gladstone I was going to do it. He got the shock of his life. So I just fancied it for that ball. And it worked out. As in over the wicket comes Brad Wheel. This is tucked by Burns off his hip quite beautifully. Away for 4. It's a typical Rory Burns shot on his hip. And that flick of the wrists. And Rory Burns clips it away for 4. Burns moves on to 9, 35 for 2. But yeah, I would look it up, anybody, on the old YouTube. It's a brilliant bit of work from Jack Russell off Gladstone Small. Dean Jones, the late great Dean Jones, got the absolute shock of his life. Yeah. Just like, hang on, what's going on here? And Jack, right floppy side out. Just that one ball came up and bang, off went the bails as Wheel is in. And Burns will pick up 4 more. That's all Rory Burns. Because Wheel, a straight delivery, clipped off his hip for 4. Goes a little bit wider and Burns just opens the face and guides it down towards third man for 4. Burns is on to 13 and Surrey move on to 39 for 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? That standing up. All the older keepers, of course, I'm thinking back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they used to stand up. The keeper's job was to stand up.
As forward goes Burns, solid looking defensive shot. Well, Roland will join us again. Roland Butcher will join us again at the end of this over, but we'll talk about this with him yesterday with keeping in one day stuff and up to the stumps. And I remember.
But this was in test matches I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't see it quite as much, although Foakes did it in the West Indies on the last tour for Chris Woakes and Craig Overton on slowish pitches.
Yeah, slowish pitches, then ones that are where the bounce is regular.
Now Will's turned Burns inside out again. It's a great length that from Brad Wheel. And again, Rory Burns looked to drive and ended up walking after it as it just nipped away a touch as well. But that's a cracking delivery from Brad Wheel. Oof. That has just gone late, but it's the length as much as anything that from Brad Boyle. Terrific. Just a little bit further up.
About leg stump pitching.
In over the wicket he comes once again and goes back of a length, and this is just clipped off his hip by Rory Burns down towards fine leg. Burns will pick up a single. That will be the end of the over. Surrey moving on to 40 for 2. And I'll bring in Richard Wilford. When Roland Butcher gets back, he will join Richard. But Mr. Coney, you stay there, sir. A few thoughts from you from what we've seen, and then it'll be Richard Wilford.
Yep, well, the ball has nipped about as we expected it to do, and the batsmen have... When the ball goes into leg stump, or it's a little bit short and gives the batsman time to see and react, then they can play back and work into the leg side. And if they... I mean, a player like Burns likes it on the pads, he will use that to play into the leg side. There's 6-3 fields, which is what I'm talking about as well. Only 3 men on the leg side. You're bound to get the ball away and find some sort of gap. So bowlers can't err too much on the short side. So 40 for 2.
Hannon Dolby to begin his 6th over. Burns pushes forward, defends out into the offside. I mentioned the 6-3 field, of course. They want the 4 catchers in behind the wicket. We've seen that there are edges there to be taken. You kind of predicted what might happen when Burgess stood up, but therein lies the gamble. Pope had shown his desire to use his feet and come down the wicket and to mess with Hannon Dolby's line, or length rather.
Length, yeah.
Yeah, length rather. But then when the edge comes, which he might not have done if he hadn't been standing up, he might not have got that nick. But you need to take him. And bounces up and down as Hannon Dolby approaches, and it goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to the wicket-keeper.
I mean, you've got to be pretty phlegmatic, I think, as an opener and a number 3 in these situations where, yes, you could find a little nice fine edge early on, or you can play and miss. You don't want to adjust too much. Just whatever shot you play, hold the line, and if it beats you outside the outside edge, well, that's okay. You've lived for another day.
You can forget that delivery to a large extent. And Dolby approaches once more, steered up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And you can see, there you are, the next delivery around about leg stump. And as soon as it's around there and pitching, it takes quite a lot to get the movement to get the outside edge of a ball from leg stump. And so I think probably Burns feels if it's just a little bit shorter than that, he'll get into those strokes that he knows just around about square or just in front of square. The further leg stump it is, of course, the finer it'll go.
Nathan Mcandrews is warming up as if he's going to have a first go before too long. And again, this is down the leg side, a shorter ball, and Burns just guides it down towards square leg where there's a comfortable single. Rhodes picks up 41 for 2.
So what's keeper? Yes, Burgess is going up again. So he's got the helmet, taking it up to stand behind the stumps. Feels that he can help his bowler clearly in that way.
Welcome aboard those who are listening to Sports Extra again. I think it's been a bit of an on-off day at Scarborough so far. Don't know whether they've got the sea fret going up there, Jeremy, but Jeremy Coney alongside Richard Wilford at the moment at the Oval, where Surrey are 41 for 2. Hannon Dolby is bowling to Pope, who guides this beautifully through third man for 4. Second boundary for Pope, he's to 9, 45 for 2, and Surrey have not missed out on anything loose at all today.
If they've dropped short, they've either tucked into it with a cut stroke if they're right-handed, or tucking it away on the leg side if they're left-handed. There's been some drives we've seen as well from Surrey. Been more boundaries, really. That's what they've relied on. Not so many singles, more boundaries. They've now got the run rate up over 4 runs and over. They have, of course, not many overs yet at this stage.
They want to keep the game going at pace as they chase the title. And Hannon Dolby now onto the pads of Pope, who just clips this. There was no power about the shot, but a lot of timing. It's going to tease Brad Wheel, who then manages to dive over the ball, having got into position to cut it off. Wheel on loan from Hampshire takes a bit of the rope with him, and it's back-to-back 4s to end that over. Might be the spell that for Hannon Dolby.
I just feel that since the keeper's gone up, Hannon Dolby's lost his line a bit, hasn't he? He's been leg side and offside, and he's lost his length sometimes too. So sometimes bowlers don't like the keeper standing up if you're an opening bowler. You're not accustomed to it. Although I would imagine he's done it before.
Yeah, certainly last week bowled with Burgess up to the stumps quite a bit against Kent.
Yeah.
So.
But some bowlers feel quite uncomfortable actually with the keeper right up to the stumps.
I think Roland Butcher's going to slide into Jeremy's position. We are blessed to have 2 international cricketers with us at the Oval this week, providing the insight that they do. Earlier today, Warwickshire bowled out for 253 in the first innings, the last 2 wickets taken by Kemar Roach and Tom Laws. Mcandrews for 44 and Norwell for 7. As Wheel bowls to Burns, who prods it through square leg for a single. Rose as the fielding, and Surrey bring their 50 up in the 12th over, scoring at a rather more rapid rate than Warwickshire did. 50 for 2. Burns 16, Pope 13. Good afternoon as it is now, Roland. It's moving along, this game.
Yeah, Richard, good afternoon to you. And as well as Surrey has played, I think Warwickshire has been pretty indisciplined with their bowling. They have both sides of the wicket. They're both short. They've been over pitching. They just really haven't built any pressure. They picked up a couple of wickets, but at the same time, they've made batting very easy.
Wheel again onto the pads of the batsman. Pope driving up towards mid-on, picked up by Norwell. I'll just let you grab that wire that's hanging over the microphone there. I'll switch you off, and there we go. We don't want anybody getting into the way of what you've got to say. The floodlights have kicked in quite a bit, casting shadows around the players. So it isn't easy. So I think if you go by the theory that you were saying last time I was with you, Roland, that you don't feel that you're ever quite in, that there might be a ball with your name on this surface, then making the most of the loose balls is important, as Wheel sends one outside off stump, left alone by Pope.
That's true, and you really have to cash in on those bad deliveries. And Surrey's done that well so far. There's been a number of boundaries hit, and that's helped them to ensure that the scoring rate is over 4 on this pitch, when it really should be a lot less. And I think Warwickshire's discipline really has deserted them to some degree.
Mcandrews is continuing to stretch. I think he'll probably take the next over from the pavilion end, as this is launched by Pope off the back foot over square leg, and it carries all the way for 6. The short ball from Brad Wheel, and he was so quick onto it, span, pivoted and lifted it over the rope for 6.
Yeah, this is a good shot by Pope, really. He's picked the length and he just really helped it down the leg, so he just helped it on its way again. Another hittable delivery, and that has been the problem for Warwickshire, just stopping the boundaries.
Already on to 19, Pope. He's only faced 8 deliveries as he defends this one out into the offside. Baz ball was made for Ollie Pope, earning a living now as a number 3 in the England team, as a positive batsman, technically very good as well, has this crazy first-class average for Surrey in the 70s. And he's come out in what aren't easy conditions, looking like $1 million in this morning session. Nobody in this match has yet made a 50, but he's off to a flyer. He's on 19. Wheel in again, short, clipped off his hip. Won't beat Mcandrews at square leg this time, and there's no run.
Yeah, another good over for Surrey, and Wheel just a little bit too short, 2 sides of the wicket. Makes it very difficult for a captain to set a field. The captain really would like to be able to set a field, particularly in these conditions where, if you can bowl one side of the wicket, you can defend that, you can build pressure, and by building pressure you would get wickets as a result of that. I think Warwickshire found it very difficult to do just that. They bowled too many hittable deliveries, and I guess you probably could tell me, Richard, how many 4s have been hit in this total of 56, but I can.
It's a lovely question. I'm going to borrow Mark's computer to try and achieve that.
Quite a few.
His laptop is powered by coal, which is. This is vintage, but I'll try and find out from the scorecard how many boundaries have been hit. But it must be 9 or 10 as a bare minimum.
Yeah. I
would have thought. There's Nathan Mcandrews going to come into the attack for the first time. This will be an acid test for him. He also has a habit of bowling slightly too many 4 balls. 10 4s and 6, so 46 of the 56 runs have come in boundaries, Roland, to bear you out.
Not good enough on this pitch, not good enough.
Has been a bit of a problem for Warwickshire again in recent weeks when their form has dipped, as first ball from Mcandrews sits up for Burns to turn it round the corner down to long leg to Brad Wheel for another single, 57 for 2. Hannah Dolby's bowled 3 maidens in his 6 overs, 1 for 19. His last over was a bit expensive, as Jeremy was saying. Lost his length when Ollie Pope came in and was very positive against him. Wheel bowled a maiden first up and then lost his way. He's bowled a bit too short.
Yeah, Hannah Dolby lost it simply because of the first or second delivery to Pope was a leg side half volley, which he clipped through mid-wicket. Then he clipped another one from a similar length, so he never ever got anything in front of him to play forward. It was always too full.
Mcandrews, relatively economical run up. That's a good full ball just outside off stump, and a decent leave that from Pope. I mean, to be fair to Hannon Dolby, it was Pope's first ball. He's come a long way down the wicket to turn it into a half volley. He was deciding he wanted to immediately interfere with Hannon Dolby's length, and it's worked very effectively for him. Hannon Dolby took the wicket of Amla, trapped LBW absolutely plumb for 9. Ryan Patel had gone before that, looping a catch to Mcandrews in the covers off Liam Norwell for 12. So the game again has moved on quite a lot in this morning session. 4 wickets have fallen in all. Surrey 196 runs behind. Pope with another leave for a ball outside off stump. And that's a better area that Mcandrews is putting it in his first over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to try and group some deliveries together. Cut out that boundary ball. You know, if Warwickshire can pick up another wicket before lunch, even though they've conceded so many boundaries, they would have still had a pretty good session, so they'll be still in the game.
So his target will be to be ahead at the midpoint of this game when stumps are drawn tonight. Warwickshire want to carry on taking wickets. Mcandrews on and around off stump, jabbing down at it is Pope, and for all that he's looked very comfortable in accruing 19 runs quickly, this over is asking a few questions, and for the first time he's having a good prod. He's having a look at a surface that's still pretty green, isn't it, Roland?
And it'll continue to be, and really what's happening in this over for Mcandrews is exactly what they need to do. They just need to dry some runs up, you know, for a few overs, and in between, as you know, there's still something in there, so there's a chance of picking a wicket up at any time.
Burly Australian in again. He's driven by Pope beautifully. The chase is on, but he's rapidly given up as well. He's hit that through a wide mid-off for 4, and he's rattling along to 23 off 14 balls. Surrey 61 for 2.
Yes, just as I am giving Mcandrews some credit for the way he's been bowling, he really serves up a long half volley and gets punished, and so he should.
Bears fans will know that there tends to be a 4 ball somewhere in the Nathan Mcandrews over. But as things have moved on, he's picked up a few more wickets. He'll like a little bit more pace at this. It's not a particularly quick wicket, but a little bit more. And forward in defence is Pope, end of the over. That's the 13th of this Surrey innings, replying to Warwickshire's 253 all out. They're 61 for 2 on another morning of heavy cloud cover with the floodlights on at the Oval.
Yeah, Surrey moving along nicely, really, on the back of some positive play by Pope. Burns has been hanging in there. He's seen a couple of wickets go down, but that has not affected the way he's approaching his innings, just picking them off as they come. And really his first thing is to try and get through to lunch and then back deep into the afternoon session. As far as Warwickshire is concerned, really they need to keep attacking because they need wickets. Don't seem to have the type of bowlers that can maintain a good line in length for a long period, so they're going to have to try and get wickets.
The lonely Brad Wheel will continue onto the pads of Burns, turns in behind square and wants to come back for 2 on the arm, and he's judged that well, Rory Burns. He goes to 19, 63 for 2.
Yeah, that's a poor piece of fielding, really. Burns turned blind. Really should have been struggling to take the second run. Here he goes, he struck it nicely by watching the replay, but he turned blind, had no idea where the ball was, and the return was a poor one.
The ball onto the pads wasn't the best, but now he's cutting is Burns, and he hits that powerfully underneath the scoreboard for 4. And it didn't look to me like Danny Briggs at point had a clue where that had gone. I think he whistled past him. 4 more.
Yeah, really, and really, Wheel is all over the place, really. That was a horrible delivery. Short and wide. Burns is not going to miss out on that. First one, leg side. Second one, wide of the off stump. And really, if he continues at this rate, you know, I think Surrey are going to certainly race ahead.
Fuller delivery, driven up towards mid-off. Alex Davis comes across to do the fielding. 2 very different approaches by these sides on this surface. But Surrey bowled with great control. Warwickshire, particularly the afternoon session yesterday, it was stolid. I mean, it was at one point in 26 overs they scored 38 runs. They ended up with 253, which isn't an awful score on the surface, but Surrey will be far more positive, and they're being encouraged to be more positive by the way that Warwickshire are bowling. Wheel again to Burns, much better length and line. Burns in solidly to defend. Mcandrews fields in the covers, no run.
I mean, what Surrey did yesterday was, you know, they just grouped a lot of deliveries. They didn't give them the 4 balls. They weren't half volleys. They weren't short and wide. So Warwickshire was never really in a position to counter-attack. So far what has happened this morning in these 12 overs or so that we've had is that Warwickshire have been pretty indisciplined in their bowling.
Wheel full on around off stump, defended by Burns, and there's no run.
There have been very few overs where you can say that the bowler has, you know, grouped a large number of deliveries to keep the batsman in a defensive frame of mind. At some point in the over, the pressure has been released, either with a half volley or with a short ball.
Wheel to Burns, gets an outside edge. That would be 4 through third man. He wasn't entirely in control of that, but played with relatively soft hands. And Burns gets another boundary. He's to 27. They race on to 71 for 2, sorry, after just 14 overs. Run rate up above 5s now.
Yeah, played with soft hands. Can't really blame the bowler for that delivery. It was quite a decent ball. But the way things are going at the moment, Burns gets out to half of the bat. There's no third man. Another boundary, so 71 in 14 overs. It's not looking good for Warwickshire at this stage.
They've got a couple of wickets. We'll see. So it's 2 different approaches. We'll see where we are at the halfway stage. Another wicket before lunch would make life quite interesting. Pope awaits Mcandrews. Short ball pulled round the corner. Wheel should be able to capture that. Another single, 72 for 2. They've added 47 in ultra quick time, these two. At about 9 and over. It's like they're warming up for the 100, mind you. Ollie Pope will be back on test duty, you would imagine, when that time comes. The attractive series against South Africa. I presume there's a test here, isn't there, against South Africa? There's usually late summer means the Oval.
It'll be a much sterner test than this one, I can assure you.
But that's how it should be.
And especially if they have to play in these conditions.
Yeah, yeah. The 2 bowling attacks would enjoy that. Now there's a short mid wicket in place for Burns, but also a deep square leg and a long leg. Just the 3 slips in place, standing kind of as first, second, and fourth, if you like. And Mcandrews comes round the wicket to Burns, wraps him on the pads, and appeal for LBW, and he's been given. Burns is out for 27. And as soon as Mcandrews changes his line of attack, they get a crucial breakthrough. So, for all the positivity of Surrey and the loose balls that they've received, a 3rd wicket before lunch. They're 72 for 3.
Yeah, that one kept a little bit low, and Burns perhaps would think he could have been on the front foot, but he was certainly looking to just go back and clip it on the onside. Doesn't look overly happy with the decision, but the umpire has raised his finger, so he's got to go.
With the angle, you've just got to bear in mind whether you think that it's going to go down the leg side, but I think it probably is hitting leg stump. It's one of those, you know, if we had a situation where there was a review, I fancy that would come up as umpire's call.
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess Burns obviously just felt as if perhaps it's missing, but I think the umpire might have got it right there. Could have certainly hit leg stump. But if you took away all of those boundaries, or some of those boundaries,
yeah,
that Warwickshire have served up, they would have had a good session.
Yeah,
because, you know, 36-40 for 3, would have been a good session.
Well, I feel it's not a bad one at this point.
It is not, but in the context of 250, then you just feel that at some point in time they're going to serve up some more. And ideally, this session before lunch was perfect for them because it's a shortened session.
Yeah.
Right? You know the conditions already. Nothing has changed in terms of the environment. The overhead conditions are exactly the same. So you know that there's going to be something happening out there. So a little bit more discipline, and they could have gone in to lunch really ahead of the game, not just in the game. They could have gone in ahead of the game. They may still do now by picking up another wicket.
Yeah. I mean, they would argue 3 wickets before lunch. That's more than Surrey got yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's good, but then they'll look at the total and they'll think, well, you know, in 14 overs on a green top, that is not encouraging.
Well, there's more than one way about going about things, and I appreciate the one thing we said at the start of this Surrey innings was that Warwickshire needed to match them for discipline with the ball. They haven't done that, but they have claimed 3 wickets. Ben Foakes is the new man in. 4 back in the slip cordon now. Mcandrews back over the wicket to the right-hander. Foakes defends back into his follow-through. Reaches out right-handed. Can't take it cleanly, Mcandrews, but does enough to effect the stop. I've had a tweet this morning. I don't know whether they're regular correspondents to Mr. Church here. Godstone Vineyards. And I only write. I like to give people what they want in life, Roland. You know, I'm a generous person. They just want to know where I went for my pint last night. People like to know these things. It's true. The answer is multiple places. Mcandrews is in, back of a length, left alone outside off stump. Because I mentioned that I was meeting up with my best friend from senior school, who I hadn't seen since we were teenagers. So it had been 33 years since we last set eyes on each other, and that was when we coincided working one day for a burglar alarm manufacturer, trying to sell door to door. Not my most memorable day of employment ever. I earned nothing. And so it was just extraordinary. We did quite a lot of walking around this part of London, ended up on the South Bank for the last couple of drinks. But it went okay. You always nervous when you're meeting somebody after a long time. So Mcandrews wraps Foakes on the pad. He's coming forward, Foakes. The umpire Taylor gives the impression he's had a think about that. He's weighed it up. But if we see a replay, I think Foakes was probably well enough forward to put plenty of doubt in that. Maybe not going to, Roland, but it
would have been nice to have seen.
I'd have been surprised if his finger had gone up there.
Yeah, it would be nice to have seen what the umpire couldn't see.
1 ball left in the over. Sorry, 72 for 5. Pope very bright for his 24. Foakes looking to get started against Mcandrews, and he defends him towards mid-wicket. So to properly answer the question, we started out at the Doghouse because other pubs are available. I'll do the BBC disclosure.
Well, that's normally where you end up.
It's a place I'm familiar with. I've never been to the pub before, but other than that, I'm very familiar with it. One at the Waterloo Tap, then, because they had one as we walked back towards Waterloo. One at the Waterloo Tap, they were having a bit of a tough night with the gas. The gas wasn't working properly, so getting a pint was something you had to take your time over. Like 10 minutes to pour a decent pint. And then we ended up at the Underbelly, which is the bar in front of the National Theatre. So we were trying to be a little bit more upmarket at that point. But thanks very much to another Richard, actually, for his company yesterday. Really enjoyed my evening. As this is driven nicely by Pope. Probably doesn't quite time it, so Will Rose can scramble to his left. And they'll just get a single, 73 for 3. See, Roland, I suspect your body's still a temple, so you know, like any great athlete, past and present, you wouldn't have dared have a pint anywhere.
True, I never did acquire that taste.
There you go.
Some may say that's a fault in my makeup, but I'm quite happy not to have.
That's why you're still a greyhound. It's true, though. the end of this over, I'll have to let Mark Church finish the session because I've got to go and do reports for local radio. As it's dabbed down towards backward point, and that's a good sharp single. Excellent call from Pope. Gets Foakes off the mark. 74 for 3.
Yeah, it just seemed half a chance with the fielder move into his left and with his throwing arm, but the response was a good one.
Pigeon looked like he was going to try and make his way through this window. It wasn't going to work, but happily he veered upwards at the last second. As Wheel is driven back into his follow-through, he deflects the ball to mid-on, where it's picked up by Liam Norwell. Live commentary on Sports Extra, BBC Online. Going to see if BBC London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Former Middlesex and indeed Gloucestershire and England batsman Roland Butcher. Alongside me later, Jeremy Coney will be back. New Zealand all-rounder. Wheel onto the pads of Pope, clipped through a straight mid-wicket. Awkward sliding stop there by Norwell. Watch where you put your legs there. Looked like he was going to tuck his knee under him. But he effects the save. Just a single, 75 for 3.
Well, I thought Pope took that one from very straight. Had he missed that, I think there would have been a loud appeal for LBW. Just coming across and working it in the onside.
The taller Foakes on strike. That's down the leg side from Wheel. This is the thing. He's driving you mad, isn't it? The lack of consistency in the bowling.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he won't get better bowling conditions to bowl in, but not quite getting his line right on a number of occasions. I think Foakes would be quite angry with himself that he missed out on that one, because it was a full length delivery outside the leg stump. He didn't really have to make good contact with it, any sort of contact.
Sitting next to you, I get a real impression of what you'd be like when you're coaching in the nets. This Wheel bowls just back of a length, defended by Foakes. End of the over, 75 for 3. I'll make way just for the final few minutes for Mark Church, whilst Roland continues. A bit of a bowling masterclass you're giving us as to where they should be bowling this morning.
Yeah, Richard, I mean, I think, you know, bowlers must try and understand very clearly what the conditions are, the batsmen they're up against, and more importantly, what is required at that moment in time. I think what's required right now is that Warwickshire need to be able to get some maidens on the board, bowl tight, reduce the scoring rate, because there's always a possibility of getting a wicket, but you must build the pressure. You can't keep releasing the pressure.
It's going to be Mcandrews from the pavilion end, coming in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's looked to drive inside edge onto his front pad, and ball gets stuck behind him, and Ollie Pope bends down, picks up, and there's no run. I only sort of caught the back end of that conversation that you were having, Richard, about his evening out last night. And all I heard was I started at the underbelly and finished in the doghouse, and I was thinking, what an evening that must have been for Mr. Wilford last night.
No, he did it the other way around.
Oh, he started in the doghouse and finished in the underbelly.
I said normally you finish.
It's the other way round, isn't it?
Yeah.
God. In comes Mcandrews once again. Nope, we've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, which has put off Ollie Pope. Yeah, I think what Warwickshire will be delighted with the 3 wickets, absolutely. But I think what will worry them is, I'm just adding them up now, 9, 10, 13 boundaries and a 6.
Yeah,
so
that is much too high a number.
That will be their lunchtime chat. Will be quite straightforward, really. It'll be cut those out completely. As waiting again is Pope. Mcandrews into Pope, way down the leg side. Pope's got nothing on this. He'll feel he's missed out. Just trying to pull that off his hip was Ollie Pope.
Yeah, and that delivery was a prime example of why they have conceded the 13 boundaries. The consistency of inconsistency really of bowling both sides of the wicket. But if you bowl both sides of the wicket to somebody like Pope, you're going to get punished, and because he's always looking to score. So you know, try dry some runs up, keep him in a defensive mode.
Waits again. There's Ollie Pope. Mcandrews over the wicket to him, and Pope looking to clip that leg side. It actually potters up towards mid-off. Just on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra here, Mr. Kevin Howes in Scarborough. Bit of rain about, I think they're back out there now at Scarborough. And was telling me that sort of I got cut off in my Jack Russell story, standing up to Dean Jones on Sports Extra, and nobody really knew what had happened at the end of that story. What I can tell you is that it was the most wonderful piece of stumping work from Jack Russell down the leg side off Gladstone Small to get rid of Dean Jones in that Test match as Mcandrews. Oh my lord, that is a horrible delivery. Banged in halfway down, buys the signal. It's 4 of them. That was wides, because Michael Burgess is never getting anywhere near that, and it was banged in halfway down by Mcandrews, but it's just flown off down to the fine leg boundary row. How that buys is beyond me, in the fact that Burgess was never ever even going to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, it's an absolute shock of a delivery, especially more shocking in the circumstances where, you know, you're got a good green pitch, you've taken 3 wickets, and really when you serve up that, it reflects badly on the wicketkeeper when really he had no fault at all in that.
No chance of getting to that, Michael Burgess, as Mcandrews is in. That's better. Just back of a length, and Ollie Pope playing this one straight back up the pitch there. I think the reason that Ollie Pope was distracted was it may have been up on the balcony actually there. I think somebody sat in a chair on the players' balcony, and Ollie Pope was picking them up, moving in and out of the seat. So that was what the slight delay was. But yeah, so it was, if you can look it up on YouTube, Gladstone Small, Jack Russell, Dean Jones stumping. It's the most magical piece of work from Jack. There's Mcandrews. This will be the last ball before lunch. 79 for 3. Surrey, as Mcandrews over the wicket to Pope. He's down the leg side again. That's brushed the pad. That's what they've gone up for. Caught down the leg side, but it was off the pad. But he's got away with that one a little bit there, as Mcandrews. But we've had wickets and runs in that session, which always makes it exciting. And Surrey will go to lunch on 79 for 3. Roland Butcher in reply to Warwickshire's 253. The one thing I would say, it's been entertaining this morning.
It's been too entertaining from my point of view. I think Surrey's done a good job this morning in dismissing Warwickshire overnight. But what we've seen since then really has been the difference, I guess, between why one of these teams pretty much at the top and the others not. The ability to bowl well in bowler-friendly conditions. And while Warwickshire have taken 3 wickets, that session really has gone to Surrey, there's no question about it. In 17 overs, they have rattled up 79 for 3. When the scoring rate really has been pretty dour over the last day and a bit. And they have, you know, they've just rattled away, as well as they've batted. Really, you must say that the bowling has been quite ordinary actually from Warwickshire, hence they're in this position. I mean, they may still bowl Surrey out for under 250, but saying that, just think how much better their position could be when they take the bat in the second innings. They will rule, I think, when they bat in the second innings, they will rule this session before lunch today, where they conceded so many runs. You know, had they gone in at 40 for 3, then they would feel that they've done a good job and they're very much in the game. But you know, as a player, and if I was out in the field, I would be extremely angry with the way that my bowlers have bowled, because these conditions I would expect to bowl a lot better than this. I would at least make the batsmen fight for their runs. Don't just hand it on the plate. And even in this last over here, he was very lucky to get away with a couple of deliveries that could easily have gone for boundaries. Down the leg side. So, Surrey's session, no doubt about it. They will continue to be positive afterwards, because they know they're going to get deliveries to be positive with. But saying that, you know, if Warwickshire can get their act together and can get some tight overs in place and then chip away at the wickets, that's 250 could still be a very good score.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a fascinating afternoon session, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes time here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Myself, Richard Wilford, Jeremy Coney, and of course Roland Butcher this afternoon. But we're all off for some lunch, and Surrey at lunch 79 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 253 all out. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over on this second day of this First Division Championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey, and interestingly poised it is at the moment. 253 Warwickshire all out. Surrey at lunch 79 for 3. Ollie Pope 26 not out. Ben Foakes 1 not out. Those 79 runs coming in just 17 overs. And all I've been saying during the lunch break, boring everybody by saying wickets and runs. Wickets and runs. It does make the game interesting, wickets and runs. And those 3 wickets to go for Surrey. Ryan Patel, who'd hit 3 consecutive 4s off Liam Norwell, and then tried a 4th and cut it straight to Mcandrews in the covers and went for 12. Then Hashim Amla, LBW to Ollie Pope for 9, and then Rory Burns judged LBW to Mcandrews for 27. Ollie Pope's been busy. Ben Foakes only went out there for a few balls before lunch. Roland Butcher is with us again after lunch, which is wonderful. And alongside me to get us started after lunch is Mr. Jeremy Coney. And well, it was a very interesting, entertaining morning of cricket, Mr. Coney, and it could be a very interesting, entertaining afternoon as well.
Afternoon, everyone. Yes, it moved along the game, didn't it? It's quite clear that both sides have taken a slightly different approach to playing on the pitch. One side, we're going to see this off. We're going to work our runs carefully as we can and remain at the crease as long as we can. The fact that 7 of them, I don't know, got between 20, but no one got 50, so a lot of players got starts, and it would support the notion that there comes a time when the ball will just do something and you get out. So that would lead to perhaps Surrey's view, which says, if that's the case, let's make the most of the time that we're here. And I think that's what we've seen. We've seen busy players. We've seen players almost looking for it, and that's the balance you need, isn't it? How far do you go leaning to attack in order to get the runs that you require? And that's why I think seeing 4.6 runs and over, it's very different from the 2.5.
It is, and Ollie Pope is going to switch ends to get us started after the lunch break, coming in from the Vauxhall end, and he's down the leg side to Ben Foakes, who gets nothing on this. What I did find interesting at lunch was Matt Mason, the Warwickshire bowling coach, was out there for a bit before lunch with a couple of the bowlers, having long chats with the Warwickshire bowlers.
Was he?
Well, I think the only thing you would say is that, yes, the 3 wickets, but there was a huge amount of boundaries either side of the wicket. Now, if you can cut those out, then, as you're saying, it's going to be hard work on here.
Yes.
It really is. As Hannon Dorby is coming over the wicket to Ben Foakes, and Foakes covers up, pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. But as I say, it does make it interesting. It's an obvious thing to say in cricket, but if you've got that balance between wickets and runs, it speeds everything up and keeps everybody interested, doesn't it?
Well, it's not as if it's impossible to play. I mean, Warwickshire have shown us that you can bat for some time. Yes, you do need some luck, and they played and missed quite a lot yesterday. But, you know, we're making it perhaps sound as if it's impossible to bat. I don't think
it is.
Case.
No, not at all. As Hannon Dorby in over the wicket he comes, and this is a lovely shot straight down the ground from Ben Foakes, full face to the bat. Now I have to say, Foakes isn't moving particularly well here, and Ben Foakes there, as he set off for that single, he had a bit of a hobble on. Now it's gone for 4, but as soon as he set off for that single, he looked like me running there for a second. Ben Foakes really did hobble, but he started with a boundary straight down the ground, and it was a good effort to get there, but it's over the rope. Norwell diving full length and ending up rolling into the advertising hoarding, but definitely had a bit of a hobble on there, did Ben Foakes. 83 for 3 as Ollie Dorby comes in over the wicket to Ben Foakes, and Foakes lets this one go outside his off stump. Came into this game, Ben Foakes, averaging in the county championship this season, Jeremy Coney, 106.
Is that because of not outs?
Yes, but he's had some high not outs. 132 not out against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And then, of course, at Scarborough, 86 not out and 44 not out from memory, getting Surrey over the line at Scarborough as well.
Right.
And then there's also been a couple of other 50s in there. So he's been very, very good with the bat this season, as Ben Foakes. Very cool, calm, collected customer is Ben Foakes. Immediately a slip's come out from third step into mid-wicket for Ben Foakes, as over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby to him, and Foakes again, the on drive, just punches that firmly up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So yes, he started with 132 not out against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, 45 against Hampshire, 63 and 48 not out against Somerset, and then 16 against Northamptonshire, 91 against Kent at Beckenham, B Foakes, and then the 86 not out and the 42 not out at Scarborough, 11 last week against Essex. As in comes Hannon Dalby, just turns him round a touch as he's looking to work that one into the leg side, bit of a leading edge. I'm watching him quite carefully here, Ben Foakes, because as I say, he's a very graceful mover, is Ben Foakes. End of the first over after lunch, boundary off it, 83 for 3. But as he set off for that, went for 4, it definitely had a bit of a hobble on him. Ollie Pope will be on strike here, and it's going to be Mr. Mcandrews to get us started from the pavilion end. Typical Ollie Pope innings, really. Just very busy.
Yes.
Anything off target, put away to the boundary. First ball down the pitch to Ollie Hannon Dalby and whipping him through the leg side. He then did have a life because Michael Burgess came up to the stumps and on 5, little outside edge, and Burgess couldn't quite hang on. So Nathan Mcandrews, who does from this distance look a lot like Graham Welsh, Graham Welsh, of course, a fantastic bowling coach, very, very good bowler in his own right, of course, but from this distance does look a lot like Graham Welsh, does Nathan Mcandrews. So 2 slips are in there for Ollie Pope, and Nathan Mcandrews will come over the wicket from the pavilion end to the right-handed Pope under the floodlights, and this is turned by Pope into the leg side. They've got a man out at deep backward square, so there's a lot of space in the leg side there for Ollie Pope. That scattered the pigeons as well. 1 more to the total, 84 for 3. One thing I learnt last week, learnt a lot from Ricky Clark last week, was I've often wondered why the players, when there are a lot of pigeons, throw their caps in the air and then the pigeons fly off. And he said it's because they think it's another bird landing, a big bird of prey.
Very sensible.
Yeah, very sensible. I don't know whether if you...
I mean, are they feasting on some of the bird, the seed?
I think it's the seed.
Yes, from
this
the
time
used
of the day.
pitches.
Yes, indeed. Over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and this is tucked away by Ben Foakes off his pads. Looks to be moving a bit easier now, does Ben Foakes, and that'll be a single. Ben Foakes moves on to 685 for 3. But yes, you do often see it that the player throws the cap in the air and then it lands and they scatter. But according to Ricky Clark, that's because the pigeons think it's another big bird landing and they fly off to another part of the outfield and normally get in the way then as well. They're not the brightest pigeons, I've always said this, especially the ones here. As in over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and this one's turned into the leg side again by Ollie Pope. Now he's scampering the first, he wants 2. Great running from Ollie Pope. Just watching Foakes again. Not quite at his quickest, but it's good running from Ollie Pope. And this is what Surrey do as well. They've always, this season, run very hard between the wickets. He's just dropped that into that gap in the leg side, hammered the first run, and then got back for the second. He's on to 29. Surrey moving on to 87 for 3.
He's quick, Pope, isn't he?
Yes, he's absolutely rapid between the wickets. As Pope waits again. Bat raised, knees bent now as Mcandrews into him. That nips back, hits Ollie Pope on the thigh guard, rolls away into the offside. But before, I don't know, the Pigeon Defence League get on to me, all I'm saying is, Mr. Coney, I've said here so many times where in a minute Ollie Pope might absolutely time one through mid-wicket. It's going to hit a pigeon full on, and then fingers crossed the pigeon's okay, because sometimes they get stunned or worse, but then they all come back and sit in exactly the same spot.
Well, there's food around, isn't there?
Yeah, but I like my food. But if there was a big spherical red object coming at me, as in over the wicket comes Mcandrews, forward goes Ollie Pope, it might put me off my Sunday carvery.
Well, maybe they haven't got such a strong memory.
True, that like goldfish.
Yeah. Well, there's no goldfish out there.
But goldfish only have a 10-second memory. Did you know that?
Did you time it?
No, I've read in a book somewhere that a goldfish forgets completely forgotten. Why? That's why they're always quite happy in a fish tank. Because after 10 seconds, well, I've never been here before. So that's why. As in over the wicket once again comes Mcandrews. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. End of the over, 87 for 3.
The things you learn
there
here
you are,
at
Jeremy Coney.
It's just it's marvellous.
Absolutely. Ben Foakes has 6, Pope has 29.
Runner beans,
and goldfish only have, I think it's 10-second memory.
And what about stumpings?
Stumpings as well. Oh, now, very good point, because we're back with BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Mr. Kevin Howes doing a wonderful job as always up in Scarborough, putting his feet up in Scarborough, in amongst the showers, having had his breakfast this morning, no doubt, in the lovely cafe round the corner. I did sort of mention it, but we were sort of cut off in our prime with the Jack Russell story, as in over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby from the Vauxhall end, and in behind a short one goes Ben Foakes.
There wasn't a lot to that, I didn't think.
There wasn't, but people didn't know what happened. We got to the point where Dean Jones was batting, and for one ball, Jack Russell came up to Gladstone Small.
Out of a decision made between batsman and bowler?
Well, no, this was the story. So up he came, and then Gladstone Small bowled it, and Dean Jones just defended it straight back. No, it went down the leg side, whipped off the bail, stumped. Amazing bit of work, as in over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby. This is left alone by Foakes outside his off stump, and I, being the hard-hitting journalist, as you know I am, Mr. Coney, I said to Jack Russell, was it a premeditated plan? And he went, no, I just decided to do it for that ball. And he said that apparently Gladstone got as much of a shock as Dean Jones did. And then he went back again, but it was the most wonderful bit of work. And the only reason I'm repeating that now is Mr. Howes rang me because we never got to the end of that story on Sports Extra.
We've reached it now.
That's the end.
Okay.
Dean Jones was stumped down the leg side. It was well worth the wait, wasn't it? In over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby. Up on his toes goes Foakes, punches out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
It was very smart, I've got to say, of Gladstone to fire it down leg side.
Very clever of Gladstone, absolutely. I think Jack...
And full enough that he actually overbalanced.
Yeah, I think if you watch the reaction of Gladstone, that's not my best delivery, or I've got a wicket. A bit like that, a bit of a surprise for Gladstone Small. But it's well worth... We were talking about when Burgess came up to the stumps, Jack Russell. That's the reason the conversation came up. A bit like when Rory Burns was doing gardening, and I started telling Jeremy Coney about trying to grow some runner beans. As over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby to Ben Foakes. Foakes is forward, thick inside edge. That's going to run away out towards deep backward square. And they will pick up another single. Foakes moves on to 7. Pope comes back onto strike on 29. Yeah, under the floodlights as well. So the floodlights have been on most of the day here. And conditions aren't easy for batting. Now here comes Burgess up to the stumps again to Ollie Pope. And I'll just get Mr. Coney after this delivery to repeat what he was saying about the pros and cons of this from Michael Burgess, as Ollie Hannon Dorby comes in over the wicket to Ollie Pope. Oh dear, he's bowled short and wide outside the off stump. That's not why Michael Burgess is up there. And Ollie Pope, he's going to put that away all day. Just rocks onto the back foot, cuts it for 4. That whistles off down to the third man boundary rope. Pope moves on to 33, 92 for 3. Because I was about to say one of the reasons is to stop Ollie Pope sort of getting down the pitch to Hannon Dorby, but then he banged that one in halfway down. Pros and cons of the keeper up to the quicker bowler?
Pros, to keep the batsman in the crease and not attack the length of the bowler, so that he has to continually adjust things. So in order, he really would like on a pitch like this to be banging the ball in the same kinds of places on the surface of this pitch and get the ball to just nibble around either one way or the other and make it difficult for batting. And it's normally off the front foot, isn't it? It's
Absolutely.
just that, that kind of length bringing a batsman forward.
Alan Dorby's over the wicket here to Pope. Better length. Pope's forward again. Busy though, Ollie Pope. Little inside edge down into the leg side. What Pope's done here is he's scoring at a run of ball. Every ball he's finding some way of scoring runs. So the cons we did see earlier though, didn't we?
Well, the cons, the pros, are such that you support the bowler and that you don't allow the batsman to use his feet or stand out of his crease and continually alter that to try and make it difficult for the length that you want to bowl on a surface that's going to give the bowlers, as we've seen in this game right throughout really, hold sway. And that actually makes cricket to me actually a bit more interesting when you get that equation between bat and ball and the bowlers are just in control and in charge all the time. That means that any runs you can get are very important ones.
Mcandrews from the pavilion end goes wide of the crease, spears it back in at Ollie Pope, who's just clipping this beautifully through the leg side and away for 4 more. So Ollie Pope moves on to 38 and Surrey 97 for 3, ticking along at 4.8 and over at the moment.
Can't really bowl that full, can you, here? I mean, that's kind of half volley length really, and also roundabout leg stump when you've got 6 men on the offside, and he's just really just clipped him through wide mid on there, or straight mid wicket if you like. That's a gimme for Pope, who's obviously in a frame of mind, I'm going to get after you.
Mcandrews, there's so much space through the leg side for Ollie Pope. Mcandrews in and Pope lets this one go outside his off stump and watches that into the gloves of Burgess.
The things against going up as a keeper, just to finish that, we'd hate Kevin Howes to say we haven't finished this one
Yes,
either.
Exactly. He's listening in. So he wants to know. He wants to know.
Well, I think it's a pretty obvious one, is that because this is a surface where the ball is nibbling around a little bit, that the chances are, with medium paces operating, that most of the catches are going to go into the keeper, first slip, second slip, into the cordon.
Waits again, does the right-handed Pope. Mcandrews into him. Pope, that beats him. That's a good one from Mcandrews. Just climbed on Ollie Pope. That's what we're talking about. There's the odd one in and over that he's going to do that, and Ollie Pope just sort of wanders off towards square leg with a grin on his face.
And so if you go up and stand right behind the stumps, you've got very little time to react with the gloves in holding the catch. And so he did get a nick. The first ball he actually shimmied down, didn't he, and hit him for 4. Second one up came the keeper, and I think he nicked it very soon after. And because he was standing up, he wasn't able to see the catch come and take a comfortable one. Just put it down.
Over the wicket goes Mcandrews, solidly forward goes Pope. Plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, if you were on a pitch, and then I think you mentioned that Foakes did it against the West Indies, and if you're on a pitch where it is, there's regular kind of bounce, so it's coming through all those the same height, and you can work the hands at the same sort of level. It's not nipping around too much for you and to take you on the thumb. You run a little injury about those sorts of things, or you get an edge and you get an injury from that as well. So it is a bold move in conditions like this.
As this one's left alone again by Ollie Pope outside his off stump. Once again, Ollie Pope very deliberately leaving that alone. He's been working very, very hard all summer about just letting those sorts of balls go outside his off stump. He's sort of indicating there to
squatted a bit,
kept a little bit low on him,
as
he indicates that to Ben Foakes. 97 for 3 then Surrey, and this just to remind you all in reply to Warwickshire's 253 all out, as Mcandrews with 2 slips in there comes in over the wicket to Pope, and Pope just pushes this down towards backward point. Thought about the single, there isn't one there because Brad Wheel is there to do the fielding. End of the over, another interesting one. Sibley and Pope are in deep discussion about something as Sibley runs past. End of the over, 97 for 3 Surrey. Foakes has 7, Pope has 38.
I mean, if any batsman could get 100 out here, that's a significant moment in terms of the game, and that would give their side a huge advantage, I think, because obviously you're facing a certain number of balls and you're attacking the bowlers as well. Hard to get 100 in these conditions.
In over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby, nipping that one back at Ben Foakes, who's looking to work that leg side, hit him on the back thigh.
But if Surrey are going to feel that they want to produce and prepare wickets like this, not that I don't think that it's a sit down and this is what we want, I don't know whether that happens or not. This pitch only had 2 days, or 2 and a bit days, because the last match finished I think about lunchtime
on Friday,
to really prepare it, and they've clearly put some water on it, and that's what's got the grass going for the bowlers.
Well, it's certainly making for good cricket, as in over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby. As forward goes Ben Foakes, pushes this one out into the offside, and Alex Davis gets round to do the fielding. But we haven't had an individual 50 in the game as yet.
I mean, it's not a new idea,
no,
is it? That's been going on for yonks.
Infinitum.
Prepare something for your bowlers. And I guess Surrey are saying, if we're going to do this, we think our seamers are better than yours. And that's the issue, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the fact is that they don't have many spinners. Surrey don't have many spinners at the moment.
Here comes Hannon Dorby once again, in over the wicket to Foakes. Foakes is in behind this one, playing it down into the leg side. Solid looking defensive shot that from Ben Foakes. Chris Benjamin comes up to do the fielding.
And they do have quite a strong middle order, don't they? I mean, if you go from Popes, Foakes, Jacks, got that 150 not out last match, Clark, who's come into the team this time, and then Overton, and even Laws. They've got length in their batting too.
Kemar Roach,
yes,
up
he
very nicely in the last
20 odd.
game. As over the wicket again goes Hannon Dorby, punched off the back foot this time by Foakes. He'll get a single just up there to the left of Norwell at mid-off. That'll be one more to the total. 98 for 3. Pope comes back onto strike on 38. Yes, but part of the thinking here would have been Dan Worrell as well, but obviously then he went down with his shoulder injury in the warm-up. Conor McCurr came in, did a very good job, but the Roach-Worrell sort of opening partnership was still how devastating that can be against Essex. Burgess is up to the stumps again with his crash helmet on for Ollie Hannon Dorby. 2 slips in there as well. Ollie Pope on strike on 38 as Hannon Dorby is in right up on the toes of Ollie Pope, who turns this one into the leg side. Benjamin gets round to do the fielding. Good number in today. It's sort of filled up as the day's gone on. And school holidays, of course, now as well, so lots of kids around, which is nice to see. Having a watch of some excellent championship cricket again.
There's another little bonus about the keeper up as well, which might not matter too much, but useful in one-day games, particularly when you get little pitches like this where you get inside edges into the pads and so on. He can tidy those up around the stumps quite a lot.
In over the wicket again comes Hannon Dorby. Looking for the late cut this time is Ollie Pope, and actually rolls behind him and potters off towards second slip, and there is no run. End of the over, 98 for 3. Yeah, it's got to be something the bowler wants as well, I always think, because if you're not used to it, you can put the bowler off, can't you?
Well, that's the impression I've gained a wee bit so far, that seeing a wide short one come out and then one down leg side come out, so it does take a bit of getting used to, and I think there needs to be a lot of that practice, I think, in the nets, so that you get used to if it's going to be a tactic. And I don't think many players would do it. Not many.
Here is Mcandrews to Foakes. Single here as he just squirts this first ball of this Mcandrews over from the pavilion end into the offside and scampers a single. So he's moving pretty freely now, is Ben Foakes. 99 for 3, sorry.
I think if any batsman was going to try something, it would be standing outside your crease. And varying that, so it might be, depending on the pace of the bowler, it might be 3 feet, you know, sometimes, and then you'd come back a little bit, go out again, go right back to you, and you'd vary the position that you were in.
As in over the wicket again comes Mcandrews. Oh, he's drifting onto the pads again of Ollie, but he's got nobody in there at mid-wicket.
Pigeons.
Well, they're they're not bright, are they? As that whistles away for 4, it's exactly what I was talking about. Now watch where the pigeons go. They're going to circle round the ground, and a few of them will go back exactly where they were a minute ago. And I know there's seed there, Jeremy Coney, but that was beautifully timed by Ollie Pope.
It was.
And 100 is up for Surrey, 103 for 3. But as we were saying, maybe their memories are very, very short. You know, they're now circling and coming back to the same place because to them they've never been here before.
Would they go well in an aquarium then?
Oh, well, they'd love to, yeah. Maybe not in the water. As in over the wicket again comes Mcandrews. This is driven up towards mid-off by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. But yes, that is true about the goldfish.
You don't know that.
I do. I've read it in a book.
That they've got a short-term memory.
So basically, when you see a goldfish in a fish tank, and after 10 seconds, it doesn't remember where it was 10 seconds ago. So to them, it's like, oh, look at it, isn't that lovely? There's a castle over there. And then 10 seconds later, oh, look at this castle. I haven't seen that before. As in over the wicket once again goes Mcandrews, bouncer, ducking underneath it is Ollie Pope. Because you can buy little castles for your fish tank, that's what I'm saying. But yes, apparently that's the case.
I'm just saying at the moment there are no pigeons on the square at all.
No, they'll be back. They will be back. So you didn't need to tell anybody that. I'd have got away with that on Sports Extra there if you'd said, oh, you are a genius, Mark. They're all back. But there's literally no pigeon now after that shot from Ollie Pope. So that theory has gone completely out the window. Probably all headed off to Trafalgar Square to join their mates as over the wicket comes Mcandrews once again to Pope, and Pope will get a single here because obviously he's now got that field set back on the leg side, so Pope just helps that down into the leg side. Picks up a single, busy again Ollie Pope, 43 from 44 deliveries, and Surrey 104 for 3.
It's good batting, isn't it? He plays the ball off the front foot so well, and he's got a drive away to a boundary sort of straight mid-wicket, but then he's also driven one to mid-off, didn't get a run there, and so the bowler thinks, crikey, I better just shorten my length a little bit. And he has, if anything, a temptation, Mcandrews, to lean, and so the nose points to fine leg, to get it leg side-ish.
In over the wicket here to Ben Foakes. Foakes is forward, pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, sorry, 104 for 3.
So he earns himself, in other words, is what I'm about to say, is that he earns himself a single on the onside, because a little bit short into that leg stump line has just allowed him to just tuck it square on the onside for a single, so that it works very nicely, doesn't it, with his driving, attacking on the front foot and then tucking off the back foot.
I've just looked up memory of a goldfish. Apparently it's an old wives' tale, that, about the
are we surprised?
No, it's not. It's Hannah Dalby was about to come in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, but something's put Ollie Pope off, so he's walked off towards square leg. Apparently they have a memory of weeks rather than so I was absolutely convinced that was true. I'm 48 years old and I've suddenly found that out live on air. That's disappointing. Yes, apparently goldfish have got great memories, much like pigeons, because none of them have come back. So all my theories have gone completely out the window. Right. Hannah Dalby coming in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope, there's his late cut, just runs it off down towards third man, and Pope will move on to 44 now, which is our highest individual score of the game, alongside Nathan Mcandrews, who made 44. So we haven't had a batter get to 50 as yet in the game.
Yes, but the balls that they both faced, let's have a look at compare that, because he was out for 44, wasn't he? So we'll be able to
quick look at that, because Pope's now faced the 45 deliveries.
Yeah, it'll be miles faster.
Yeah, and Mcandrews for his 44 was 101 balls. As in over the wicket comes Hannah Dalby. That's short, and he'll feel he's missed out there. Well, Ben Foakes, short and wide, and he's punched it out towards extra cover, and the fielding's been done there by Alex Davis away to his right hand side. So yes, the Mcandrews 44 from 101 deliveries, Pope's 44 from 45. So Different circumstances, obviously, but Pope's just come out and been busy from ball one.
He has.
For his first
and
delivery.
they've done it again after lunch,
Yep,
haven't they?
absolutely.
So, and he's been driving it. It's not been Foakes so much, and he almost is pushing Foakes for singles all the time.
Ollie is in, and Foakes solidly forward. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. He's a very intelligent batter, is Ben Foakes. Sorry, that innings he played against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and for England against New Zealand in that Test match at Lords when he joined Joe Root on that Saturday evening and kept Joe Root company till stumps, and then they knocked the runs off on the Sunday morning. Very intelligent batter is Ben Foakes. 9 not out here as Hannon Dalby comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Foakes. Foakes looking to force again off that pat foot through the offside. A little early on that, in fact, and it rolls down in front of him. Ground staff are slightly ominously walking towards the covers there, away to our left-hand side. Now, Lee Fortis has one of these clever rain radars, so he'll be able to see what's coming, and he's just wandering towards those covers. There are a few people sort of sat in the seats where the ground staff have their own sort of dugout area, a bit like in football for the substitutes there. Way to our left, they're going to sit on the sheets instead. As in over the wicket goes Hannon Dalby. Solid looking defensive shot that from Ben Foakes. Plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like Liam Norwell might be getting himself stretched and ready for action. 33 these two have added since the wicket of Rory Burns before lunch. LBW to Nathan Mcandrews for 27.
Next 10, 15 overs, critical time for the game, because that the ball then gets to about 40 overs old. That's when it starts to get a wee bit softer.
Hannon Dalby is in, and Foakes will just turn this one down into the leg side towards square leg, and he'll pick up a single. One more to Ben Foakes. The end of the over. Jeremy Coney, you stay where you are. Richard Wilford's going to come in for me, and then Mr. Roland Butcher will come in for you. But a few more thoughts where we are in this game. As you say, critical sort of hour of play coming up now.
Yep, I think that's right, because the way also, I mean, the first thing is the way that and the rate that Surrey are scoring. They're now up over 100, so they've scored 30 almost since the resumption. Haven't lost a wicket, and both Foakes and Pope have looked relatively comfortable as any two players have so far in this game, and they've also picked up, as I say, some runs during that period as well.
As Nathan Mcandrews begins a new over, and that's guided by Foakes down towards third man. I don't know how much he was in control of that shot, but it takes him up to 14. Sorry, just got to also put the thought of any weather out of their mind at the moment. There is on the radar one little shower that might just clip us, which could cause a delay. That's why the ground staff have made their way across. It was them setting off from their little hut on the other side of the ground that made me look at the radar. I thought, well, they always know something, don't they? Wherever they get their information from around the country, they're always onto something. 110 for 3. Been a good afternoon so far for Surrey. Mcandrews into Foakes, tickled round the corner, quite fine. In fact, that's going to be on the inside of Hannon Dalby, and it was bat, so 4 more to Foakes. He accelerates through to 18, 114 for 3.
Well, the last thing Warwickshire need now is for Foakes to start scoring runs as well, because Pope's been, as we know, he's terminally busy. But if Foakes starts to join him and pick up some boundaries as well, the rate will really zip away. And 139 behind at the moment.
Partnership worth 42 now. And Warwickshire have been unable to find anybody to exert any control at all. And for the first time in this match, and it's astonishing that it's taken until nearly 2:15 on day 2, there's a little bit of looking at the ball from Warwickshire. We haven't seen a ball change yet. No. It's a minor miracle. The Dukes must have had their very best stitcher available for this particular set of balls.
Game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm being an optimist. But in the end, they're happy with it, and Mcandrews will continue in and bowls, and that one goes past the drive of Foakes. It bounces a second time before it reaches Michael Burgess, which was a bit uncomfortable for him. He wiped some dirt off his pads. And there you go, you get back-to-back boundaries, and then the next delivery, there's still something there that has you a little bit nervy.
It's kept a bit low, hasn't it? That's the second one we've seen squat since the resumption. One to Pope, and now another one from a similar area outside that off stump to the right-hander.
Can Mcandrews exploit that? Bowl short, and it's pulled just in front of square by Foakes. It'll be 4 more. There was a moment there that it looked like Alex Davis might come into play, but I'm not convinced that Davis even knew where the ball was going. Don't think he would have been able to get there anyway. But that's the third boundary of the over, 118 for 3.
Yeah, that's really short though, isn't it? That's in Mcandrews' half, that one, and he's not as if he's a quick enough bowler to be able to do that on this surface. So it was a bit of a gimme. Plenty of time for the batsman to see what height and what line it was.
There's been a little bit too much of the help yourself bowling in this Surrey innings, and they've been able to scarper at nearly 5 and over, which is in sharp contrast to what we were watching in the afternoon session yesterday.
It's almost double, isn't it?
Well,
double the rate.
Well, it's about 2 and over for a lot of it, wasn't it? As this is a ball that's not as short, and funnily enough then carries through really well. It was too far outside off stump to interest Foakes, but it went through at chest height to Michael Burgess.
Difficult to set yourself, of course, in the cordon and the keeping when you're getting 2 deliveries from a similar area, both outside off stump, both just short of a length. One dribbles along the ground and the other one sort of leaps a wee bit.
Suspicion this surface may get increasingly too paced. So we won't want to be chasing too many in the 4th innings if they need to, as Foakes clips the ball towards mid-wicket. Davis is in, and he's misfielded. He's given away a ridiculous overthrow. The ball has come out of the back of his hand, and Foakes comes through for a single. That's really untidy. He'll end up going to 23. It'll be 119 for 3. And the scorers and the scoreboard were bewildered by all of it, because they'd kind of given up the over for dead. But he's come out the back of his hand and up to mid-off. What's he doing?
He did extremely well to get it there.
Yep. If it was a spot the ball competition, very few people are putting their crosses there.
Yeah, that's right.
Jeremy, I think Roland is.
He is. He's poised.
Probably.
He's poised. His fingers. I've never seen fingers move so fast on the phone before. He's obviously getting prepared, and he's looking at various past matches.
I think he's trying to work out the best places to go in Jersey next week.
Oh, I see.
Thanks very much. Jeremy Coney will be back, of course, in around 20 minutes, half an hour. It's been a very busy session so far for Surrey. The scoreboard is ticking along very nicely for them. They've added 40 runs in 8 overs since the interval. And Foakes is on strike to the start of a new over from Hannon Dolby. Just pokes it out into the covers. Davis is across, and this time he doesn't throw it out the back of his hand to mid-off. Dear, oh dear. Roland Butcher is back.
Yes, Richard, and I really wish I could help Warwickshire, because they have been awful, really, in terms of their bowling. Surrey have raced on 119 for 3, and it's really some disciplined bowling has allowed the game to move, certainly in Surrey's direction right now.
Surrey were always likely to be very positive, but they've been given quite the helping hand. Full delivery on off stump from Hannon Dolby. Forward defensively is Foakes, and steers it up towards mid-off rather, and there's no run. Hannon Dolby's going for around 3 and over, so he's just about keeping a lid on it, but even by his standards that's a bit expensive. Norwell's 3 overs cost 21, Brad Wheel's 5 overs have gone for 29, and Nathan Mcandrews 7 overs for 33. And you don't want to try and bring Danny Briggs on to control things, because it's a surface and overhead conditions that favour the seam bowlers, as Hannon Dolby is driven to mid-on this time. Will Rhodes picks up.
Yeah, if he comes on, Danny, I'm sure that he with the batsman set, they'd be looking to be very positive against him. And what we've seen so far, really, it hasn't assisted the spinners in any way whatsoever.
No.
But Warwickshire will be forced to go in that direction simply because their seamers just can't get it right.
Because Will Rhodes has one other seam bowling option, which is to use himself and try and put some control in. It's a good length from Hannon Dolby, and it gets up a little bit towards the gloves of Foakes. It spat up at him, and he managed to get over the ball and divert it into the cover area.
Yeah, I think Hannon Dolby was a little bit put off by the keeper standing up, because suddenly he couldn't find a length. With the keeper standing back, he's bowled a number of deliveries in that area. For some reason, he might be thinking about the keeper, and instead of concentrating on doing what he does best, and he lost his length.
Goes out of Foakes, and that just clips that one round the corner. Is it going to beat the fielder on the inside? It isn't. The diving stop down there by Brad Will. He's right on the rope, so he has to then let go of the ball and regain his footing, and throws it in and keeps them down to a single. He's done okay there, Will. 120 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. That ball got to him very, very quickly. It's an involuntary shot because he wasn't playing the ball in that area. Came off the inside edge, but he had to move quickly to his right and also get the dive in. So he certainly saved 3 runs.
Yeah, with this trap being on the far side from the gas holder, if you like, it's a very sharp angle down to that long leg boundary. So it does get down there really quickly. Short boundary. And Dolby into Pope. Stabs it out towards point. Thought about a quick single. Davis was in quickly. End of a better over. And not for the first time this season, the weight of the Bears bowling attack is all on the shoulders of Hannon Dolby. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. Liam Norwell is going to return for what's only his second spell. Lightly bowled. 3 overs, 1 for 21. Got hit for 5 boundaries, but also got the wicket of Ryan Patel, who chipped one to Mcandrews in the extra cover area after he'd hit the 3 previous balls for 4.
Yeah, I don't think Warwickshire can afford for him to bowl like he did in that first spell. You know, he must bowl much better if they're going to stay in this game, because if he bowls like he did in the first spell, the game could move on very, very quickly, because both of these players will take the opportunity to score. I mean, Pope has almost gone out to run a ball, and Foakes has been contributing as well, so this is a very important part of the game.
Norwell has had a lot of cricket this summer through a variety of injuries. Comes steaming in from the pavilion end, and that one gets up a bit, and Foakes is neatly onto his toes to get above the ball and drops it down in front of him. Briggs comes in to do the fielding. Floodlights still on. Plenty of cloud cover. The ground staff just still across by the covers in case these dark clouds shed their load, but at the moment looks like they're going to get beyond us before they do that. Warwickshire bowlers haven't really delivered anything like the consistency that the Surrey quintet of pacemen did. Foakes forward, guides the ball up towards mid-on. Will Rhodes moves to his left to field, and there's no run. We mentioned all those run rates of the Warwickshire bowlers. You compare that to Kemar Roach went at 2.3s, as did Jordan Clark. Jamie Overton barely above 2 and over. Tom Law's 1.8 runs and over. And Conor McCurry, who took a bit of stick in one of his spells, still dragged his figures back to 3 and over. And that's the control that Rory Burns got from his seam attack that Will Rhodes just hasn't. Before lunch they did take the 3 wickets. They haven't looked really like taking a wicket since. Norwell, good length outside off stump, defended by Foakes. He looks a little bit nearer to being in rhythm than he was in his first spell here.
At least he's a little bit straight in terms of his bowling right now. Earlier on he bowled both sides of the wicket. He was short, he was full. Maybe what he'll try and do this time is just to be a little bit more defensive, not so much worry about the wickets, just try to dry runs up.
His natural strength is when he gets the ball up. That one's left alone by Foakes outside off stump. The wind, such as it is in a different direction today than it was yesterday. The flag on top of the pavilion was largely blown towards Waterloo yesterday. It's currently listless.
Still, absolutely still.
But what breeze there is heading the other way, heading a bit more down towards the south coast, really. And the shower cloud that was coming over was coming from just above us. That's a beauty from Norwell. Goes past the outside edge of Foakes' bat. Foakes stays in position for a while, as if to acknowledge, yeah, there's one of those balls when you get it in the right place. But that's much better from Norwell.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of delivery that you want to try and bowl as often as possible. Just a little reminder that there is something there. Did a lot more after it had gone past the stumps, but certainly beat Foakes on the forward defensive.
Looks like it's angled in towards off stump and then it just holds its line. That sort of delivery. Norwell had his right arm up in case he needed an appeal. And now he's in again and he's going to be driven through third man for 4. It's very full, but it's a little bit unfortunate because that's not where Foakes is necessarily trying to strike the ball. But 4 more for him, 124 for 3, and that's the 50 partnership between Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes. They've added 52 so far for Surrey's 4th wicket.
Yeah, but it is a wide half volley. I mean, Foakes didn't hit it where he wanted to, but really it had 4 written all over it simply because of the width. And that has been the difficulty. You know, he bowled a good ball the ball before, and then he served up a wide half volley. Spoiled really what was a reasonable over.
We talk so much in the one-day game, don't we, about the final ball of the over. You know, if it's T20, don't consider boundary off the final ball. If it's the 50-over game, it's similar. There, 5 balls, no runs conceded, just giving a little bit of control, get out the over safely, and he didn't quite manage it. Hannon Dolby to continue from the Vauxhall end. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps again. As Pope defends the ball straight, allowed to roll past the bowler. Eventually picked up by Will Rhodes. Hannon Dolby then goes down on his knees and rubs his hands in the dirt of the crease. It's not the first time I've seen him rubbing his hands on the ground. He's obviously got sweaty palms. Ollie Hannon Dolby. It's not as warm as it was yesterday, but it's still a bit muggy out there.
Yeah, it's the conditions are. I think certainly you can enjoy being in the field. It's not cold, but.
And Dolby in. Pope watchfully defends up towards mid-off, and Mcandrews.
One thing is certain, that Hannon Dolby's pace is a lot slower when the keeper's up. He just, I think he's holding something back. He's afraid to bowl the way he's bowling when the keeper's standing back, and maybe it's because perhaps they don't do this too often enough. It's
become increasingly regular. That's a good line from Hannon Dolby. That did look like it might have moved a bit in the air. We haven't seen a lot in the air, actually, in a day and a half, but a little adjustment late from Pope. 144 is already the joint top scorer in the match. Nobody has yet gone through to a half century. He looks like he's in the sort of order whether that he will. Was put down once, sharp chance to Burgess standing up off Hannon Dolby. Just after he'd stepped up to stand behind the stumps. Because Pope was immediately using his feet as soon as he came in to try and get Hannon Dolby off his length. Forward and defends again, back to the bowler's right hand.
Yeah, good cricket. Much more testing this over. His ball is fairly straight. The length is just back, slightly back of a length. Really not giving Pope any room to play an attacking shot, either front foot or back foot. But I think they need to do this for a few overs, not just 2 or 3 balls. And that has been the problem to date, is that after a couple of balls they've just released the pressure.
And Dolby once more in, right-handed, and Pope forward watchfully, and he's a bit concerned the ball might spin back towards his stumps, but it doesn't. And he put his bat on the deck just to make sure he didn't go back past it. It's only the 28th over, and this is already Hannah Dolby's 12th, so he's been quite heavily used so far. Because yet again, he's the one bowler that Will Rhodes feels he can rely on.
Yeah, good bowling. I mean, he's come back well in this over. He's certainly shown in this over that it is possible to stop the batsman from scoring.
Well, 5 dot balls to Ollie Pope, which on this sort of form is no mean feat. Can he avoid the fate that Norwell did? Can he get out the over intact? And he does, because he bowls another good length delivery straight, and Pope is watchful and respectful. And there'll be a little bit in Surrey's minds of, well, look, he's had a good spell here, Hannah Dolby. He's probably due a rest now. Let's get him out the attack, because we've been feasting on the others.
Very true. Well bowled, that's good comeback. Really, the other bowlers need to feed off that sort of over by Hannah Dolby, where he just bowls straight to Pope, no width, no length. And he's really just asking his teammates to match that.
Norwell will continue. So what Will Rhodes does at this end next, he's probably got to give Brad Wheel another go, the lone bowler from Hampshire. As Norwell's first ball turns what Foakes around a little bit, he chides himself. You can see a little flick of his head in frustration. A few more of the dark clouds just coming over at the moment. One that's gone past us looks like it may be producing some rain a bit further south, but that means it's avoided us here. If you're planning on coming down later or pondering it, it should be quite a lot of cricket, because we're reasonably well behind on over rate. So good 6:30 plus tonight, I would think, as the next delivery from Norwell is left alone outside off stump. If the light holds, and I think that might be slightly more of an issue this evening than it was yesterday.
Yeah, there were periods yesterday where the sun shone nicely, especially late in the afternoon. I'm not too sure whether that's going to be the case today.
Nigel Long had a look round behind him at what's approaching from the riverside. As Norwell bounds in to bowl to Foakes, and that's a good line, back of a length, angled in towards the stumps, but Foakes has judged that well and leaves it well alone. Yeah,
and the important thing about that was that there was no width, so Foakes couldn't, if he wanted to, he couldn't play the cut shot. So instead he just opted to let it go through to the keeper. So far so good.
Those of you watching the video feed via the websites will see how dark it is behind the pavilion. Most of that has passed us now from the angle that it's going, but you can see how dark it has been. As Norwell draws an inside edge from Foakes, goes behind square, and they run well, these two. They made their mind up early that there'd be 2. Hannah Dolby had quite a long way to come, and he's off the back of a 6 over spell. So 2 more to Foakes. He's on 30, 126 for 3. Norwell just dragging his line too straight and in towards the pads.
Took it off the stumps, but again, the length is why Foakes was able to play the shot.
Yeah, he didn't want to be missing it, that's for sure, looking at the replay. Billy Taylor might have needed to give an LBW for the 3rd time in this innings. That one is onto the hip of Foakes, so there's a comfortable single there. He's not running very freely, Foakes, this time as he goes up to the other end, whether he just jarred himself as he played that shot. He's to 31, 127 for 3.
Yeah,
he's properly limping there, Roland.
Yeah, he doesn't look overly comfortable at the moment. Yeah, there's a slight limp there for sure.
Yeah.
But the way things are going, I don't think he's going to want to go off at this point.
Makes me think of a great West Indian batsman of the past when I see a limp like that, as Pope looks to drive the ball through the covers, and it's picked up there by Danny Briggs. There was one man in the 70s and 80s when you were watching the West Indies play against England that you never wanted to see him start limping, because when he did, you knew 100 was coming. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I think Gordon Greenidge.
Yeah.
He was at his most dangerous when he was limping.
What a tremendous... I mean, the speed of his hands, Greenwich. He's a tremendous player. What an opening pairing Greenwich and Haynes was for so long.
It's not often that you come across a pair of openers like those two. I guess now and again it happens, but it doesn't happen that often where you have two players of that stature who have been around for a long time together.
Brief drinks for a couple of the batsmen. There was, it's a long time ago now, it was really the best part of 20 years ago. There was a cricket exhibition held at the NEC in Birmingham. I'll come back to that thought in a moment. It's Hannah Dolby. He's going to bowl the 7th over, and a big appeal for LBW, and Foakes is gone. Well, I wondered whether Hannah Dolby had come to the end of his spell, having bowled 6 overs since lunch. They've kept him on a little bit longer because he's the one they can rely on, and he's managed to get it full and straight and past the defences of Ben Foakes. And there was no real doubt about that one. Nigel Long giving the decision. Foakes gone for 31, Surrey 127 for 4.
Yeah, good reward for some tight bowling in the last couple of overs from Hannah Dolby. Wicket to wicket, and really he certainly beat Foakes for length there. He went back, and having gone back to that length, it skidded onto him. Really made it quite easy for the umpire to make the decision. Bang in front of middle stump. And Hannah Dolby gets another wicket, and deservedly so.
So 2 of the 4 wickets have gone down to Hannah Dolby. He's gone to the other end of the ground, to the return crease, to dry his hands again. He's clearly bothered by that. Should be Will Jacks who will appear next. Indeed it is. Here comes the crease. Warwickshire are just keeping themselves in the game by taking wickets. If they had another bowler who was putting it in the sort of areas that Hannah Dolby is, they would be ahead in the game potentially.
Well, even with this attack, if they'd bowl a little bit better, they would be ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Because they have taken 4 wickets. And in general, if you sum up their overall bowling performance, there have been little bits where they have bowled reasonably well, but I mean, if you take it as an overall performance, it has been pretty poor in the circumstances.
Yeah.
So a little bit better, and that 250 could look like a mountain.
If this was 77 for 4 now because they'd bowled with control.
Of course,
Yeah.
no. They would be thinking of a lead.
Yeah. Right, you called that quite early on as well, Roland, to be fair to you.
I think they can still stay in the game, but it's going to require, a big effort.
Yeah. And you look at it, Surrey batting last in this game, you wouldn't want to be going after 200 necessarily, I don't think, on this surface. As Hannah Dolby with a ball that Jacks is pushing forward to, it's probably a little bit too short for that shot, and it's, I think, maybe wrapped him on the gloves and gone down into the ground and behind to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, nice delivery again. Area is perfect. New batsman, just get it in front of him. There, he's got to play. Perhaps played a little bit low with his hands, but good start for Hannah Dolby. He's in a very good spell now, and I think, as you can see, he looks a different bowler when the keeper goes back. He looks different.
Yeah, he looks more comfortable. Jacks just in, yet to score. It's full, it hits him on the pad, but it was going down the leg side. It's an appeal that strangled. Just it's not long before Mark Church comes back in, just to continue that thought about this cricket exhibition. I think they called it Crickex at the NEC. It was quite the catalyst. I was there to get interviews with the various coaches who were doing demonstrations in the main arena, and I mention it because the how to deal with short pitch bowling coach was Desmond Haynes. And it was a magnificent clinic about how he just opened up his stance a little bit. He says, cricket's all about being side on. Well, not so much when you're playing short pitch bowling. You need to make sure that you use both your eyes so you can get out of the way as Jacks comes forward to defend out into the offside. But the rest of the cast list, Roland, fast bowling, the demonstration was given by Sir Richard Hadley. Handy, I thought.
Can't come any better.
The fielding demonstration was Dale Benkenstein, and it was very, very good. Guess who they had for the spin masterclass?
Spin master.
Somebody who's
such.
Sadly, somebody who's no longer with us. It was Terry Jenner, and he was showing the way that he worked with Shane Warne and how to make everything simple up to the point of release. As forward in defence comes Jacks, plays it out square on the offside, and just the there were lots of kids taking this coaching, and the coaches were telling the audience and demonstrating what they do. And just the level of inspiration from having people like that working with you.
Yeah, I mean, people at the top of their tree. I mean, just imagine Richard Hadley bowling on this pitch here.
Oh, wow. If you think of those days at Trent Bridge when you were coming up against Richard Hadley and Clive Rice, and they had a good supporting cast of bowlers, yeah. He wouldn't give you any free boundaries, that's for sure. Full down the leg side from Hannon Dolby. Now, as Jack's got a bat on it, he has. Just the toe end of the bat, it's 4, and Hannon Dolby is punching his right fist into his left hand in real annoyance because he's got Jack's off to a start. But that was an over in which he did claim his second wicket, and Surrey are 131 for 4. Roland Butcher will assess the lie of the land, and then Mark Church will be back.
Yeah, that final delivery, searching for the Yorker, just got the direction wrong. Batsman was able to get enough on it. Had it been straight, I think it would have been a good delivery because it was veering into the right-handed batsman. Just showed the margin for error. But I think Warwickshire trying to fight their way back into the contest, and Hannon Dolby doing his part. Welcome back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. As Norwell is in to Ollie Pope, he's up on his toes and plays this one back into the offside. And he's looked a lot happier, Ollie Hannon Dolby, from this Vauxhall end as well. I've just been sat outside having a little watch, and just looks a lot happier. And actually, Norwell and Hannon Dolby in the last 20 minutes or so have tightened this all up. Ollie Pope was on 44. He won't worry. He was on 44 off 45 deliveries. He's still on 44 now, or 54. So they have tightened everything up now. As Norwell from the pavilion end is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope tucks that one off his hip into the leg side and will pick up a single. But it's certainly an interesting game of cricket this at the moment. 132 for 4. So Surrey trail by 121. Will Jacks comes down to do a touch of gardening. Nice innings from Ben Foakes. I think it just trapped him on the crease, kept a little bit low on him, that one. But the key thing was Hannon Dolby going wicket to wicket. And as I say, he's looked a bit happier from the Vauxhall end as Hannon Dolby. Couple of wickets for him now. Hashim, Amla and Ben Foakes, both LBW, as Will Jacks waits for Norwell. Jacks always a nibble at this one outside his off stump. It goes past his outside edge, and this will keep happening. I think it'll possibly happen a bit more as the game goes on as well. And Ollie Pope and Will Jacks get together for a nutter. I always thought if Surrey can get up near that 250 odd, turn this into a one innings game, it'll be very interesting. Any lead's going to be extremely handy for either side on here, isn't it?
Yeah, I think right now they're going to have to even play. I think they have to play well to get to the 150.
Yep.
The 250. So any lead that you said would be a very good one.
As Jacks waits and lets this one go from Norwell outside his off stump for goodish length. That's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his left hand side.
Yeah, we were just starting to talk about Richard Hadley and how Richard Hadley would bowl on this pitch, and you would have to work for every single run. Richard Hadley would be there and thereabouts, ball after ball, just asking questions of you, and he'll be asking you to take a chance. He's not going to give you half trackers. He's not going to give you wide half volleys.
Well, over the wicket to Jacks. Jacks is in behind this, plays it straight back up the pitch.
But we're talking about a quality practitioner who not just was that good, he understood the whole idea of bowling and how to bowl on various wickets and to different batsmen. I mean, you've seen a couple of bowlers going for boundaries off the last ball of the over. And the reason for that is that they're still at the end of the over, still trying to get a wicket. Now, I had the opportunity to speak regularly with Richard Hadley.
Over the wicket once again comes Norwell, and forward goes Jacks. Positive looking defensive shot. There is no run. End of the over. 132 for 4. Sorry.
Better delivery to finish the over. Pope's still on 45. He's been in the 40s for a little while now, albeit they bowled at him a little bit better than before. But Richard Hadley's bowling, his thinking about bowling was very, very simple. That if he didn't get the batsman out in the first 4 balls of the over, the next 2 was purely on keeping the batsman quiet. He wouldn't try to get, because when you try to get a batsman out, you have to take risk.
As Hannon Dalby from the Vauxhall end is into Ollie Pope, who's across his stumps, works this one down towards mid-wicket. There is Benjamin to do the fielding. Score remains 132 for 4.
So there's risk in trying to get a wicket, which means you could go for runs. So he would work. If he didn't get him in the first 4 balls, the next 2, back of a length, create a bit of pressure for the next bowler to come on.
Because when he first started, he was a genuinely sort of a bit of a tear-away quick, wasn't he, Richard Hadley? As Hannon Dalby is over the wicket to Pope, solidly forward he comes again, plays this one back up the pitch. Hannon Dalby does the fielding off his own bowling, but he was a genuine sort of tear-away quick bowler when he first started.
He had decent pace, but over time, he learned that he didn't have to maintain that type of pace. He supplemented it with swing and seam and control. Quality bowler.
Yeah, and I read somewhere that he said, playing as much county cricket as he did for Nottinghamshire was a big part of that. As over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby once again. Forward goes Ollie Pope, thick inside edge, will just be a single out there towards deep backward square. And Pope will move on to 46. Surrey move on to 133 for 4. The other good bit of news is the ground staff have left the covers now. So I think there was a little sprinkling of rain out there, but that's disappeared, and we've got some bluer sky arriving.
Yeah, the sun trying to break through. Not a bad single that to give away, because it exposes Jacks, who's really on 4, and Hannon Dalby would prefer to be bowling to Jacks right now.
Over the wicket he comes to Will Jacks, and Jacks is letting this one go. Outside his off stump, of course. Will Jacks off the back of that magnificent 150 not out against Essex last week. Best innings he's played for Surrey last week from Will Jacks. Got awarded his first 11 cap as well. So he had a good week last week, did Will Jacks. Just on the Surrey live stream, just that shot of above us and beyond us, and bluer sky heading this way now. I suppose the batters wouldn't mind seeing. As in over the wicket once again comes Hannon Dalby. Shout for LBW. Is that just going down? I think it is. It looked leg-sidey, and umpire Nigel Long a shake of the head. Didn't really get forward, didn't really get back there. Will Jacks trying to get his feet moving early in his innings, but again it's good bowling from Ollie Hannon Dalby. As I say, he's going wicket to wicket here, so he's bringing the umpire into play. He's picked up a couple of LBWs so far, but that one I think Roland Butcher definitely going down the leg side.
Yeah, fair decision. I think that one was certainly heading in that direction.
Shake of the head from Nigel Long. Get the deep backward square out there for the last ball of this over. 3 slips in there for Hannon Dalby. In he strides once more over the wicket to Will Jacks. Jacks' full will take the single into that leg side. That will mean Jacks will be on strike again for the start of the next over from Liam Norwell. And Surrey 134 for 4. Jacks has 5. 46 to Ollie Pope. Elsewhere, Lancashire all out for 145. Kent 59 for 3 in reply. Essex still going, 423 for 6 against Somerset at Chelmsford. Hampshire 38 for 3 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Yorkshire 159. Gloucestershire 317. Northamptonshire 176 for 2 in reply. Will Jacks waits for Liam Norwell, who's over the wicket to him, and Jacks has whipped this off his pads through the leg side. Hasn't got all of this, Will Jacks. I think it will just get pulled up by Will Rhodes, but they'll get 3, and that will move Will Jacks on to 8 and move Surrey on to 137 for 3. In Division 2, Derbyshire, well, this game's moving on rapidly at New Road. Derbyshire were all out for 130, Worcestershire all out for 185, Derbyshire 79 for 3, lead by 24. Durham 248 for 2 against Middlesex up at Chesley Street, and on the opening day of Nottinghamshire and Sussex at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 152 for 6. As Norwell is into Pope, and Pope clips him up towards mid-on. Will Rhodes does the fielding. So Ollie Pope 4 away from what would be the first individual 50 of the game, and this is the highest individual score of the game, which tells a story. From Ollie Pope, 46. Nathan Mcandrews on 44 in that Warwickshire innings. There's a twiddle of the bat there from Ollie Pope, and settles himself down over his bat once more as Liam Norwell comes over the wicket to Pope. Pope's using his feet, turns this one down into the leg side. They'll just take a single out there to Alex Davis, who does the fielding, whistles the ball into the gloves of Michael Burgess. So Surrey trail now by 115. Just a reminder, Warwickshire 253 in their first innings. Floodlights still on, but it's brightening up all the while here in South London. So fingers crossed, that rain that was due to come for a little bit has now disappeared, as this is short and pulled off his hit by Will Jacks down towards Ollie Hannondorby, down below us at long leg, and Jacks will move on to 9. Surrey move on to 139 for 4. Ollie Hannondorby's got a couple of friends in the crowd, because every time he's gone back down there to his fielding position at long leg, he's been waving to a couple of people in the crowd. Quite a few in today, having a watch at the moment. Probably enjoying the fact that the sun's coming out as Liam Norwell over the wicket he comes to Ollie Pope, and there is Pope's 50, and brought up in the most lovely fashion. Slightly over pitched by Norwell, and Ollie Pope just drives through the covers for 4. It's the first individual 50 of the game. 51 from 61 deliveries, and Surrey 143 for 4, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, well played, Pope. Really, that is such a lovely shot, but again, another poor delivery. And again, this over, Norwell has gone back to his old ways, both sides of the pitch. Offside leg stump, making it extremely difficult for his captain to defend. Can't take away from the Pope's effort so far, really. 51 and 61 deliveries is outstanding.
As Norwell is in, and that's a shout for LBW. Tight, very tight. Now we've seen those given. I think it's fair to say in this game, Ollie Pope sort of indicating he's got himself just about outside the line.
Could that be height again? Let's have a look at it from this end.
I think it's tight. Ooh, very tight. The only thing I can see is he's just outside the line of the off stump. Just outside the line. So he's got the benefit of the doubt there, I think. Ollie Pope.
Did he get hit outside the line, or he ended up
outside the line? That's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. But it's a good shout from Liam Norwell. And Ollie Pope, it's tight. It's very, very tight. We saw Rory Burns being given with one that possibly should have got the benefit of the doubt. Ollie Pope has got the benefit of the doubt there.
I think he certainly did on that occasion. He was very lucky.
So Will Rhodes is coming into the attack. The Warwickshire captain comes into the attack down below us from the Vauxhall end with his medium pace. But yes, it was. I was half expecting the finger to go up there from Billy Taylor, just from the shape of the shot as much as anything. Will Rhodes then coming right arm over the wicket to Will Jackson, beats him on the outside edge first up. Good length delivery. Will Jackson just pushed at that, went away from him a touch, but yeah, Ollie Pope, the first 50 of the game, and then that massive shout for LBW, but 51 from 61 deliveries with 8 4s and 1 6.
Yeah, he's played well. He's been very positive right from the off.
As Rhodes is over the wicket to Jacks. Jacks drives a full ball up the ground. Mcandrews comes round to his left to do the fielding. It's been a typical Ollie Pope type innings, really, just very busy and proactive, running hard between the wickets. Anything slightly offline, he's put to the boundary. So you want to carry on. I've often said this about Ollie Pope, he's a greedy little so-and-so when he gets in. 143 for 4 as Rhodes is in, and Jacks is using his feet to Rhodes. Pushes this one away into the offside. Up comes Alex Davis to do the fielding.
It's not a bad habit to have as a batsman.
Be greedy.
You know, you must understand it's not always going to be your day, so when you get the chance to cash in, you've got to do just that. Because there will be some lean times in your career, so be as greedy and hungry as possible.
In over the wicket once again. Here's Rhodes. This one's let go by Will. Jacks outside his off stump. Yes, indeed, because you can get massive 101 week, and then first ball the next week, you get an absolute perler, and it knocks your off stump out the ground. That's why this game of cricket fascinates everybody, really.
It's a great leveler.
Yes, yeah, that's what it absolutely is. He's waiting again, is Will Jacks, as Rhodes is into him, and Jacks lets this one go again. Outside his off stump. 143 for 4, Surrey. Trail now by 110. Ollie Hannon-Dalby. There's a nice spell of bowling that after lunch from the Vauxhall end from Hannon-Dalby. Out the attack now, and the captain bringing himself into the attack. 1 ball to go in this over. Rhodes is into Jacks, and Jacks always almost played on. He's lost that completely. Just pushed at it, little inside edge onto his back pad, and then did not know where the ball had gone. Head shot round in case it was pottering back towards the stumps. But it's a maiden over. First up from Will Rhodes. Jacks remains on 9. Pope has 51. Hannon-Dalby today 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 39. Definitely been the pick of the bowlers so far, and we're going to see Brad Boyle come into the attack from the pavilion end.
Nice start by Rhodes. Rhodes that first over. Hit some good areas that last ball. Really, but Jack's not having any idea where the ball had gone. Came back at him. Could easily have rolled onto his stumps. But he survived.
That's right. I was in a game once, Mr. Butcher Village game, where that happened, and the batter had obviously seen on the telly kick the ball away from the stumps, went to kick the ball away from the stumps, completely missed the ball and just kicked all 3 stumps out of the ground, and then had to wander off. So it wasn't the ideal dismissal. 143 for 4. Brad Wheel then will come in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope, the on drive, clips it firmly up towards mid-on. There is no run, so brightening up all the time here in South London. As I say, the batting side won't mind seeing that. A bit of sun. We haven't really seen the sun at all during this game. Of course, last week we were all basking in the hottest day ever this time last week. As over the wicket once again is Wheel to Pope, who drives for 4. Valiant attempt to get to that at extra cover from Danny Briggs, but over pitch from Brad Wheel and put away very nicely by Ollie Pope. And the thing you would say with Ollie Pope today, Roland, is he hasn't missed out on any scoring opportunity, has he?
Yeah, he certainly put away all the bad deliveries. That was another one, full and wide. And the form that he's in, he's not going to miss out on that. And just crunched it through extra cover for another boundary.
Fairly flew off to the boundary rope despite the best efforts of Danny Briggs, as Wheel is in again and Pope lets this one go outside his off stump, and again just checks exactly where his off stump is as that lands in the gloves of Michael Burgess. Moving away to his right, glad to say, because Jeremy Coney's joining us after this over, that the pigeons are back. Now my theory may have been blown up that they haven't got a very long memory, but they're sort of in the same position. They've just got a bit squarer of the wicket this time. They're not quite at mid-wicket. As in, once again, comes Wheel, and that's driven by Pope. Very good stop by Danny Briggs this time. Flings himself to his right, gets a hand on it. It was a bump ball, because if he hadn't got anything on that, that was going to race away for 4 more. So, very good bit of work that from Danny Briggs.
Excellent. Saved another boundary there, really. A ball in the slot. And Pope was driving that one through the offside again.
Make a great photo, that. Danny Briggs in midair. As Wheel is in to Pope. Flicks at this to Ollie Pope. I think that's brushed the pad. Burgess has got a glove to it. And they'll get through for a leg bye. Signalled by umpire Nigel Long. That'll be 1 more to the total. Bring Will Jacks on to strike. On 9. Liam Norwell down there at third man. Always with the fast bowlers when they put their jumpers and caps down, have a drink down there. They've got their own little island down there at third man and long leg. As in goes Wheel again, and this one's left alone by Will Jacks. Climbs into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Roland Butcher, thank you, sir. You're going to have a well-earned cup of tea. And Mr. Jeremy Coney is going to come back and join us. I think I'm right in saying last week at Edgbaston, on the hottest day ever, Mr. Hannon Dalby had an umbrella down there as well at his fielding position in between his overs with his drink, so he was able to stand under an umbrella. We saw an ice towel for the bowlers as well. So this time last week, as I say, the temperature was rocketing upwards. Today it's not cold, but it's not the blue sky and unbroken sunshine that we've had for the last couple of weeks. 148 for 4, and it's going to be Will Rhodes continuing from the Vauxhall end, coming into the right-handed Ollie Pope, and Pope is looking for the late cut down through between Sibley at first slip and Hayne in a gully position. Actually, he ran that one bounce straight to Dom Sibley at first slip, but again, proactive stuff from Ollie Pope. Welcome back, Mr. Coney.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Yes, I see the pigeons there. They're at the other end, of course. And once again, their heads are down, as every good batsman should be.
Extra cover drive here. You watch what happens.
Yeah.
You watch what happens. In over the wicket comes Rhodes, and Pope is forward. He'll get a single, just pushes this one out into the offside. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Ollie Pope. He moves on to 56.
There should be some sort of, I don't know, here at the Oval, maybe. I mean, Surrey have answered many questions over the years, I would say, but they haven't been able to get that machine that would be like that would drop a hat.
Yes.
A large hat.
A large Surrey cap.
Correct. Straight down Surrey, amongst them and just hover around.
Yeah, that would be very Surrey, actually. That would be, wouldn't it?
Don't you think?
Oh, lovely.
If they can.
As in over the wicket once again comes Rhodes. Forward goes Jacks, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
You wouldn't really, I mean, Spider Cam has been invented. Yeah. There's no reason, to me, they're in the same, I mean, they're always in the area where new growth is going on around the footmarks of the bowlers in games that have taken place weeks apart. And they really just need to have it strung up on 2 lines.
As in over the wicket again comes Rhodes. Runs here for Will Jacks. It's a no ball as well from Will Rhodes, and Jacks has waited for it to come to him and then just opened the face and guides this off, despite the best efforts of Sam Hayne, to that third man boundary rope for 4. Actually gets 6 off that with the no ball as well. That will move Jacks on to 15, and Surrey will move on to 13, and Surrey will move on to 155 for 4.
Just letting it glance off the face of the bat and run away down to third man.
So what you're suggesting?
Hotly pursued. Well, I think just a huge hand.
Oh, lovely.
Just sliding along.
Yep.
Perhaps with 3 feathers on it as well, maybe. And just dropping the cap.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously in full Surrey emblem. And
oh, yes.
Yeah, massive Surrey cap. Yeah, I like the idea a lot, Mr. Coney. I'll put that to the Those
the management.
Those in management, as this one's tucked away by Will Jacks. Use of the feet and then whips it with that bottom hand. We know he's in good form, as we saw that against Essex last week, but that is whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Jacks moves on to 17, and Surrey move on to 159 for 4.
Not a big gap, was there, between a straight mid-wicket and a mid-on back. So mid-on could close the angle down quite quickly, but no, this ball was struck too fiercely for that. That's a lovely shot from Will Jacks.
It really is. As Rose is over the wicket to him, and Jacks drives up towards mid-off. Mcandrews does the fielding. So Ollie Pope, our first batter in the game to get to 56, or go past 50. Played very well. Sort of, we were saying he's just cashed in on anything loose today, hasn't
missed
he?
much at all.
Very proactive.
Well,
innings.
just right from the start, aggressive first ball down the track, wide of mid-on.
Yeah, sort of laid his marker down with that first delivery. Rhodes is into Jacks, and Jacks lets this one go that just comes back a touch at him. Outside his off stump. End of the over, 159 for 4 then, Surrey. That means they trail by 94.
Well, they were halfway to Warwickshire's total. I thought it was about 30 overs, roughly 30 overs. So we've got another 49 today from where we are right now at 159. So, and they're keeping up with that sort of between 4 and 4.5 runs an over. So that says if they are able to do that.
Brad Boyle is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope has got a lot of space to work with there into the leg side. Look for 2. Davis is quick. Here comes Jacks. They're back for 2. 2 more to the total. Pope and Jacks very sharp between the wickets. Pope moves on to 58, 161 for 4.
It says they'll pass the Warwickshire total reasonably comfortably if they are able to, as I say, keep scoring at this rate. Obviously, one of these two help if they can remain at the wicket for a few extra overs.
Pope with that bat raised as Wheels into him, and again he's clipping this one just on the pads is Brad Wheel. That's easy pickings for Ollie Pope. We'll get a single because Alex Davis is out there. None of the pigeons moved. 162 for 4. Well, yeah, if they batted the rest of the day with the 49 overs that we had at this rate, Surrey would add an extra 200.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 362, which would be a lead of 110 tonight. But I still think anywhere up around that first innings of Warwickshire, that'll be their first port of call. As in over the wicket comes Will. He's drifted onto the pads again here to Will Jacks. He's not got the field set for this, and Will Jacks just clipped this past a diving Will Rhodes, and Jacks will pick up 4 more as that rolls over the boundary rope down there in front of the pavilion. And Jacks moves on to 21. Just got that wrong, Brad Will.
Well, both in line and then pretty full. We've seen drives and just turning the ball perhaps where it's just a wee bit shorter, but nothing more than that. Is that another? Oh no, it wasn't a no ball, was it?
No, not that time. 166 for 4. It means that they lose a slip now as well, because Sam Hain's going to have to go from second slip to plug that gap, and this partnership has whistled round to 39 already between Jacks and Pope. As Brad Wheel comes into Jacks, and Jacks just clips a short ball off his hip. Through the pigeons, off they go.
One white pigeon.
Yes,
there
I noticed
too.
that, yes. And they will fly off.
Right, I'd like you to time. What's the time, please?
It's now 3:10.
Right, I want you to keep the time
will
until
do,
they are
see
back
when
as a group.
It's definitely a bit more than the 10-second
It
theory
certainly
I
is.
had.
It certainly is.
But yes, don't know where they go. Probably just go and sit in the middle of a road and take on the traffic for 20 minutes, then come back here. It's not dangerous enough, as this is a short ball hooked by Ollie Pope, and he's got enough of this that it's going to go for 6. Brad Wheels banged it in, 2 men back, and Ollie Pope has just hooked him for 6, and that has carried the rope by a good 10-15 yards, and Ollie Pope is on to 65, and Surrey Move on to 173 for 4, and Will Rhodes stood up there at mid-on. I'm not sure we'll be best pleased with this over, because it's quite difficult to set a field to this for Will Rhodes at the moment.
No, you can't. Just for a second there was a momentary thought that had he got all of that, and was it enough to get beyond the two fielders, one at fine leg and one at backward square? It cleared them comfortably.
Wheels in again. Oh, now this time this is top edge. It might work because Alex Davis takes the catch and Ollie Pope has gone. So Brad Will's been really expensive in this over, but then he gets his wicket. It's the story of the game, this. Top edge from Ollie Pope. Good catch from Alex Davis, because I think the sun had just come out and he was looking directly into it because he put his hand up to his eyebrows and then took the catch, and Ollie Pope has to go. It's been a great innings of 65, but it's the story of this game, really. 173 for 5, Surrey, and Ollie Pope gone for 65, and Surrey trail by 80.
A little bit of a top edge, I think, just a wee bit of extra bounce, and so Pope, maybe it was a bit fuller as well, that he didn't have the time to play the stroke, but he's just got, and it sort of just squatted a little bit, and he's had to make a lot of that, whereas it really demanded in the end, I think, a straight bat stroke to be tucked away, but he looked to play a horizontal bat shot, got a top edge, and a good catch, really, running in, had to judge that. And the sun, as you say, was a bit of a factor, and the fieldsman Davies was running in, holding, you know, like a sort of a sun hat, an extra sun visor. His left hand, took the catch though, took it two-handed.
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
So that was a very important wicket in terms of the day for Warwickshire.
In terms of the game.
Yeah,
because he was going along very nicely. There was Ollie Pope. So out there into the middle comes Jordan Clark. What I was going to say was, and a serious point, because I've seen it happen before, and you're going to get cross with me because I'm going to mention the pigeons again, but had they still been there, Davis was looking directly into the sun. I've seen players drop it before because the pigeons fly off would have distracted him. There you are, Mr. Coney. 173 for 5, but well, no, it was a good catch.
It was again thoughtless cricket by the batsmen to rid themselves of the pigeons before you play those shots.
Of these things. You have to think of these things. And if my 10-second rule had come into fruition, they would have been back. So that proves it again. But it was a good catch, that, from Alex Davis, because it was out there for a while, and he, like being on the front of a frigate going into battle, he had his hands up looking to the horizon. As in over the wicket then comes Will Rhodes to Will Jacks, who's down the pitch to him. He's looking to whip that one leg side, but wickets and runs again. Keeps it interesting. Surrey 173 for 5. Trail now by the 80. Jordan Clark has had a good season with the bat for Surrey. He's obviously missed the last couple of games, but averaging 59, 103 50s, 354 championship runs. Handy man to have is Jordan Clark, batting at 7 in this one, as Rhodes is into Jacks, and Burgess is up to the stumps to Rhodes. Doesn't take that one cleanly as Jacks pushes forward.
Well, this just gives Warwickshire just a little time, doesn't it? Well, an opportunity rather than time, and just to say, okay, that wasn't our best period of play, and Surrey have actually pushed and forged ahead here in terms of a run rate. But now we've got the chance, having removed the architect, if you like, of this run rate, and let's grab it.
Rhodes is into Jacks. Jacks lets this go, nicely taken by Michael Burgess behind the stumps. Yeah, very much so. It's made for an interesting afternoon.
Yeah, well, meantime, Jacks, of course, has been in now for 30 deliveries, 31, and he's got himself going as well. And as we know, we've seen him just recently, and he's been pretty keen to leap into the attack.
Waits again.
Got the shots.
He certainly has, as Rhodes is into him. He's driving nicely out through the covers. There is Alex Davis to do the sweeping up work, and that will bring Jordan Clark on to strike for the first time.
Not an easy pitch, I would have thought, for a batsman coming back and has had a gap in playing. You know, it's one of those pitches that are hard to get in on because you don't meet the ball in the middle of the bat. It's, you know, you sort of hit an outside middle and that sort of thing, and she squirts off to backward point. It's
wearing his short sleeve sweater is Jordan Clark as he stands and then is letting his first ball go outside his off stump. I remember in the run chase at Taunton when he marched out there, I did actually say it was a bit like the grown-up had arrived for the run chase, because just the way Jordan Clark looks, just marches out there. It's all very business-like with Jordan Clark. When you have Overton and Jordan Clark together, it's like a couple of nightclub bouncers together out there in the middle. You wouldn't mess with them, I'll tell you. But
what do they both try and out-hit each other?
They can at times.
It becomes a competition.
And they can hit it a long way. As here comes Rhodes, turned by Jordan Clark into the leg side. End of the over, 174 for 5. At the end of me, you'll be glad to hear, Mr. Coney. Not literally, I hope, but end of the over.
Very clear leg side.
No pigeons are there at the moment. And 174 for 5. Richard Wilford is coming in to pick up the commentary after a few thoughts from Jeremy Coney.
So 38 overs gone, and run rate now about just over 4.5. So they're keeping that going as if that's clearly been a plan and a way that they want to attack, if at all possible, this Warwickshire bowling lineup. 2 men out on the leg side and 2 men saving a single mid-on and straight mid-wicket.
As Wheel will continue, having kind of bought the wicket of Ollie Pope to some extent. And the ball is clipped towards the mid-wicket boundary rider by Jacks for a single. He's 24, 175 for 5. I like to consider myself a student of the behaviour of pigeons. I mentioned yesterday that the pigeons from here, the pigeon members here came up to Edgbaston and were on the balcony in front of the media centre during the course of the 4-day game up there, because they've not been back at Edgbaston since. They had
Why did they pick that particular game, do you think?
That was the Surrey game, so they'd come up to follow their team.
But that particular Surrey game, they
came up to Edgbaston, would never have pigeons on the balcony there. Right. They were there, and there was a slight Cockney element to the coup that they made. As this is edged wide of second slip by Jordan Clark, who gets off the mark with a false stroke. Brad Wheel hasn't necessarily bowled very well. He'll feel a bit unlucky on that one. 179 for 5. But see, they've dispersed at the moment because there's a new presenter on Countdown today, and they do like a bit of Countdown now that Anne Robinson's gone. So I think that's why they're just for this hour there won't be so many pigeons around.
Right.
It's just
that's introduced a new element to the story, I will say.
Yeah, it's some might call it a flight of fancy, but I think there's something in it. See if they come back at 4. As Brad Wheel in and wraps Clark on the pad, there's a remnant of a sort of appeal behind the wicket. I suggest there might have been an inside edge on that, because the interest level from Wheel was non-existent. I don't think we're going to see it again, but 179 for 5. Clouds a bit higher, a little bit of blue above us. Hopefully we'll get through unencumbered for the rest of the day. As that one keeps a little bit low. There is, and the bowling's from the pavilion end. There's an area outside the right-handers off stump that just seems to be keeping a bit low. Bit of indecision from Glenn. He's it's a good leave considering he's only just in. More aircraft noise. Clark on the back foot stabs it up towards mid-on. It'll be intercepted by Mcandrews and no run. It is noisy, that one, isn't it?
That is. That's sounding as if it's going to be landing on. Well, is there a nearby ground here? Nearby.
It must be heading to Heathrow. You'd have thought it's pretty more Heathrow than Gatwick, I think, from here. So yeah,
that's good. You can actually listen to the air brakes.
So Clark pushes forward and defends into the offside.
The details that you guys go into, I'm very impressed with the way that you've approached your jobs. I think that's been excellent.
What you don't know, make up. And I think, just do it with conviction.
And the way that you actually introduce it in a casual sort of manner too, it's very cleverly done, the whole thing. Very impressive. I'm sure the listeners, they really appreciate it. I bet there are people out there jotting things down.
There'll be people out there who would tell you what that airplane was and where it was coming from. You get that a lot.
Where it was coming from.
No, if you do a game at Headingley, trust me, if you do a game at Headingley, people know these things. Right. As Rhodes begins a new over and it's left alone outside of stump by Jacks.
I'd be a bit worried about their lives.
No, but you only have to look up the arrivals and departures page. It's not that complicated. Okay. And you'll say, oh, well, it's such and such a jet.
It's 3:30 from...
It's come from Lanzarote. I mean, whichever it might be. I mean, you've got a long haul yourself coming up soon, haven't you? So.
I have, but I haven't really thought about it that deeply yet. What's the air brake sound like? No.
That was very noisy that came over just. Forward in defence is Jacks, pushed out in front of point. In fact, initially they didn't realise that they were going to get through comfortably for a single, but once they did, they eased through 180 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's quite important, isn't it? Because Pope, you felt, has been the main driver of keeping the runs going and taking those singles in between the boundary shots, which there's been a few, let's be fair, but you need to also keep those other strokes going in case the boundaries just dry up. You've got another method of scoring your runs.
Rhodes bowling pretty straight, actually. Draws Clark forward in defence. Fields in his follow-through. Having to turn to himself to try and exact a little bit of control. But even he's going for best part of 4 and over. So they've struggled to keep a lid on it, and as a result they've let Surrey get away more.
Is that the problem that has occurred or not?
It
this year?
Yeah, particularly this year, more so than last year, as back of a length is left alone outside of stump. They haven't had the same consistency of attack this year. Norwell, when fully fit last year, had an excellent season, 50 first-class wickets. So with him and Hannon Dolby, you had 2 reliable bowlers. Danny Briggs bowled extremely well last season. I mean, the circumstances mean we haven't seen him yet today. Craig Miles probably had his best season in top-flight cricket. And this year, the supporting cast has varied so much around Hannon Dolby, who has been the cream of the crop again today. As Rhodes again nice and straight, and forward comes Clark, defends it up to mid-on. It's so important, isn't it, for bowlers to be able to hunt as a pack, which Surrey did yesterday. Rhodes with the sun on his back, as bright as it's been all day, although the floodlights are still on for now. And that one's angled down towards third man, and that will go all the way for 4. The chase is given up by Sam Hain or Chris Benjamin, and another boundary. Clark to 8, 184 for 5. A day of too many boundaries from a Warwickshire perspective, but Surrey, the title charge continues. They want to get well ahead in this game and keep things rolling and give themselves time.
Well, that's a bit unlucky towards the end, isn't it? That's a genuine kind of edge that's been run off. It wasn't really deliberate. I think Clark there was looking just to play a forward defensive shot, and it's gone off the edge. But I suppose in some ways that because of the boundaries that have been struck so far, the field is spread, isn't it? And there are already men covering boundaries and so on, so you can't have them everywhere.
Wheel to start a new over, an appeal for LBW. Doesn't that looked like it slightly beat Jacks for pace? Mr. Coney feels there was an inside edge there.
Yes, I think so. Just
I think height might have been a bit of an issue as well. Hard to tell, but they didn't look, let's put it this way, they didn't look terribly surprised when the appeal was turned down. The body language tells you that was almost certainly right from Billy Taylor. As the next ball is middle and leg and guided into the onside, picked up by Sam Hain. Just the single slip in place now, which is Dominic Sibley. Slightly more defensive field, or much more defensive field. Wheel has leaked runs, but he did claim key wicket of Ollie Pope, who may have already done the damage really with the 65 that he scored. Batted very nicely. Forward, and pushing it up to mid-on once more is Jacks. Well, you played with some bowlers with extraordinary control, because obviously Richard Hadley in his pomp, not only looking for wickets but very hard to get away. You and Chatfield, who used to be very hard to get away as well. Yeah, so that was the support that you had. You'd have an hour's cricket where the batsmen we're not going to get anything for nothing.
No, that's right. And we had wickets that were doing a bit too.
Short ball pulled in front of square by Jacks. He's not going to run for it. He knows he's timed it, and it goes the extra 25 yards past the rope as well towards the gas holder. That's put away very nicely by Jacks. 29 for him, 188 for 5, and the deficit for Surrey is down to just 65.
Yeah, that's from outside off stump, just coming back into him, but at a comfortable kind of height really. Neither above the shoulders near the badge, where it can be difficult to control the stroke, and neither sort of squatting, which is what we saw to Pope, and he had to sort of contort the shot a wee bit.
Well, again, driven through mid-wicket. It was a little bit uppish, and Hayne diving was trying to get a left hand to it. It would have been a remarkable catch if it had carried to him and he had got a hand on it, and they'll come back for 3. Jacks to 32, 191 for 5. There was just a moment when it looked like Hayne might be in play.
Yes, it did. Just passed to his left. Was struck very cleanly again, the same as the previous stroke. Just saved from going across the boundary as well.
I don't know what that one is.
I've turned to my left to look at where that one's come from, that plane.
As Will comes in and Clark defends it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
A slightly bemused look from the ball-by-ball commentator.
Oh dear. It's all part of the game, isn't it?
Rotterdam, or where from?
We're Rotterdam or anywhere, Liverpool or Rome, as the beautiful
Okay.
South would say.
Yes.
191 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah.
So
The runs still coming though, Richard, aren't there?
Yeah,
I mean, even there's been 7 runs off the last 2 balls. And again, it's just that change of length. They haven't quite been able to manage the consistency you're talking about of bringing the batsman forward. And at least on the forward stroke, you can set fields to. You know where the ball generally is going to be hit. Whereas if you start dragging down too much, that's really hard. You've got spread fields, and it's hard to get control.
Conceded 112 runs in 24 overs in this session, so best part of 5 and over. As Rhodes bowls full, Jacks pushes forward. We're going to see some spin from the pavilion end shortly by the look of things, because Danny Briggs is starting to try and ease himself into a state of being supple.
Yeah, well, that'll be good. Be nice to see some different bowling. We've seen a lot of right arm mediums, haven't we, in this game?
Yeah, saw 6 overs of Will Jacks bowling slow, and that was it. Rhodes full around off stump. That's neatly worked through extra cover by Jacks. Just be a single as Davis runs round the boundary and gets the throw in. 192 for 5. It'll also be good to try and chase the over rate a little bit, because we're still 11 more overs after this before we get to tea. So tea is going to be about half an hour late. 43.4 overs left in the day. That number needs to come down to 32 before we can
Before we have a tea.
Have a drop of the Earl Grey or whatever pleases the Coney palate.
No, not Earl Grey. A bit too much bouquet in that.
Ball pushed up towards mid-on by Jordan Clark. There's no run. So many different types of tea you can get now. It's a bit overfacing.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
You almost got to sit down and have a think. You've got to think about it. It's very tricky.
I always thought Lapsang Souchong sounds like it should be a dog at Crufts, But it's a tee, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is a tee, isn't it?
I don't know.
Full, driven by Clark. Has he got enough of this? So Briggs will set off in chase, they didn't bother. They're just fetching the ball. That was neatly played by Clark. He found the gap. 4 more for him.
Yeah, well, the men had been brought up because Clark was on strike, and he hasn't been in as long as Will Jacks, but I'm afraid just a little bit full, and he was able to get the drive away through the covers all along the ground and to the left of cover, which would indicate that it's a little bit wide and therefore that goes squarer.
Skipper may be contemplating a double change here, having seen himself driven for 4. As either a sniper got Nathan Mcandrews or he was doing some stretching, and I think it was the latter. Rhodes just back of a length, dabbed down to point by Clark, picked up by Davis, and no run. It's very busy up in the air at the moment, isn't it? They're going direct. You could actually see the planes yesterday, but they're right overhead today. It just makes me dream of places to go, and you know, it is. Airports are places of promise and adventure. Once you get out of them, once you stop queuing for security.
Yes.
Rhodes just straightens Clark up a little bit with the final ball of the over. 42 gone. Surrey already 196 for 5. They trail Warwickshire by 57.
Yes, it's a good total, isn't it, really, in terms of moving the game to the next phase as quickly as they can. And I think that was what was required. I mentioned that earlier this morning, that Surrey need to get this into a moving day. And clearly, once they got the last 2 wickets from Warwickshire and were able to come out to bat right from the start, really. I mean, we saw Patel almost die by it. Well, he did, really. Yeah. Hitting getting 12 runs and then hitting one to sort of extra cover. But they've continued that pace, really. And it's put pressure on all the bowlers.
Nathan Mcandrews is going to be restored, in fact, at the pavilion end, so it looks like Danny Briggs has got a preference. It may be that he wants to come on from the Vauxhall end. There will be some footmarks for him to aim for, but I can't imagine they'll do a lot for him at this point in the game. Mcandrews in, bowls to Jacks, guides the ball out defensively into the covers, and no run. So when you head back to New Zealand, is it direct, or do you have to change somewhere, or?
Yes, there's a couple of stops. You can get one way. I think that it's just you limit it to one. Yeah. So you get to perhaps Dubai, and then it's Dubai, Auckland, and that's a long flight, sort of 19 hours, that sort of time in the air.
Mcandrews just slightly squares Jacks up, out a half of the bat, out towards point, where Brad Wheel is fielding. So what's the Jeremy Coney method for killing a 19-hour flight?
Oh dear, it does feel long after a while. Look at your watch and there's 17 hours to go. It's not a great
countdown.
No, but films, I think I have to go into films. Bit of music.
Nice. Yeah. Mcandrews driven, and he's able to deflect. I think it was with his right boot. Want to watch your ankle with those ones. But he stopped it, and Sam Hain was able to pick it up at mid-wicket.
Well, I've seemed to have this year been almost resident on Qatar Airlines.
Okay.
Came here on Qatar and then went to Gaul, or to Sri Lanka, for the Australia-Sri Lanka series on Qatar as well. So I know Doha a little better. Well,
short ball swung round the corner, and he's judged that very well, Will Jacks. It was too fine for Hannon Dolby to be able to cut it off, and that will be the Surrey 200, their first batting bonus point. Jacks to 37, and they've already closed the gap to 53, and the way they're going, if they keep wickets in hand, they could well be 100 plus in front by the close tonight.
Yes, they could. And the choice then is to either continue depending on wickets, I guess, and how they feel the pitch is behaving. But it will be easier, I think, even though we've seen a few, let's just keep a little low at the Vauxhall end to get to the visitors in.
Ball onto the pads of Jacks, squirts out on the leg side. There was a bit of bat about that. He goes to 38, 201 for 5. He's kept it purposeful since Ollie Pope departed. Jordan Clark a willing accomplice. You could certainly not accuse Warwickshire with the bat of being busy yesterday. The conditions were probably more difficult at this time yesterday.
I think that's fair for day one, and it means that batting last is kind of an option here.
Yeah. So anything that Surrey get by way of a lead is going to be very, very useful to them. Shorter ball pulled by Clark. Can he find the gap? He has. He's perfectly bisected Alex Davis and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who do their Laurel and Hardy sort of appearance, a tall man and the short man. Doesn't quite work because neither of them's quite got the avoirdupois, but nonetheless another boundary, very neatly played by Clark, and the short ball from Mcandrews is not working terribly well for him.
No, I think just the breadth of shot has been very difficult. That Warwickshire bowlers haven't been able to feel comfortable about pitching the ball up, and therefore that's where you want to be operating from, isn't it? Really, quite clearly. But they've gone away from it so many times. And how many horizontal bat shots have we seen in the last half an hour since you and I have been on? Quite a few.
Yeah.
Yes, there's been a wicket that's fallen just on the cusp of you coming on, but apart from that, we've seen lots of runs down here on the leg side.
And you think back to yesterday and how few of those shots that you'd have seen. The length was fuller, the angle of attack was better. It's time for the Isle of Wight's finest to come on. Danny Briggs with his first ball, and it takes the inside edge of Jack's bat, playing for some non-existent turn I think there, and he'll get a single round the corner to Liam Norwell. Jack's 39, 206 for 5. It's the first over of spin. I would think he'll get a steady 5-over spell here before the tea interval. Briggs, as long as he doesn't get too much stick, he's got a long on back, and he'll come into play now as they get a comfortable single. And Clark and Jacks, if they're smart, they can just milk the singles here.
Yes, it'll be interesting, the line that he bowls. He's got 4 on the onside, a man out, as you say, at long on, and then just in front of square.
Jacks with the square drive here, more chasing for Davis to do, and although he pulls out the full length drive, it beats him and goes through for 4 more. That's a really glorious shot from Will Jacks. You've got to love a quality of a square drive like that. And I think that takes him to 47, is it now? 215 for 5.
Yeah, well, it was the ball before going to long on. He didn't feel comfortable about bowling that line, and so he's just missed his line a wee bit and gone a bit wide. And Jacks has leapt into it and accepted that gratefully.
I've given him 4 more than he is. He's 43. Always got to remember at the Oval, the scoreboard is always very quick. Very quick. I'll take another single here, pushed up towards the long on. Will Rhodes, interesting place for the skipper to put himself. But that's 7 runs off the first 4 balls of Danny Briggs.
Yes, that hasn't stopped, has it?
The run flow continues. This is a swipe into the offside by Clark. That was rather more inelegant, in fairness. It dunks down into the ground and bounces up towards Sam Hain, and there's no run. Michael Burgess is thrown nearly discomforts Nigel Long, who has to lean out the way, the umpire. And Clark defends the final ball of the over. 9 more to go until the tea interval. And Surrey 212 for 5, trail by 41. So, looks like we're going to do the first half of a double change shortly. As Messrs Coney and Butcher discuss the terms of their change. If I see any money passing hands, then I'll let you know. So what's that nonsense the lad's been talking about aeroplanes? Jerry was just saying, don't get involved with it. Don't get involved. Mcandrews to start a new over. Jack's on 44, back high. Nibbles at that one, and he's gone. Well, that's the sort of line and length that the Bears have not bowled enough, and Jacks looks quizzically at the pitch. There's always a little something there if you get it in the right sort of areas, and Mcandrews claims his second wicket. Jacks is gone for 44. The game continues to move along. Surrey 212 for 6.
Yeah, it looked as though, that looked like an inside edge, was it? It certainly seemed to go leg side and die a little bit, and Bird just went to his left to take that. Took it low down, 2 hands, 2 gloves, and so Jacks goes. Quite an impressive 44. He's been quite aggressive too and continued this run from the Surrey batsman. So an important wicket again, because Will Jacks has been in good form, 150 in the last match, and can really hit powerfully. We didn't see him in that mode, in that T20 mode really, but he's still played aggressively. And I guess is this Laws, or is it?
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because Overton hurting his fingers yesterday when he tried to take a catch on the half volley. So that would suggest that from a batting point of view, he's discomforted for that. Tom Law's only 19 years of age. It may well be that his place in the batting order as he develops is higher than sort of 9, 10, 11 anyway. So this will do him no harm coming in at 8. No time pressure. Just come in and play as well as you can on this surface.
No, well, he came in as the night watchman, or the night hawk, they seem to be calling it nowadays. How ridiculous. Anyway, night pigeon would be a better and a more appropriate thing for here. And he came in the last match, and then when he got through that evening and then came and back for the very last day to chase those runs, he actually showed a willingness to score runs as well, and quite keen to get onto the front foot and play aggressively. So, you know, this may not be the worst move either. We'll just see how if he can get started. But you know, the game, as you say, it's getting quite advanced now.
Yeah. It's certainly, you'd be surprised if there wasn't a positive result at some point tomorrow or the day after for one of these teams. So Mcandrews bowls to Laws onto his toes to guide it into the leg side, and it's picked up by Alex Davis. No run. Every time a play comes over now, Jeremy Coney looks at me and it's starting to get quite distracting. It's making me nervous. I don't know.
Stockholm, that one.
That's the one where you get delayed on the plane and you start to really, really fall in love with the staff.
Unless it's the Rotterdam one going round again.
It's circling. There's no free place to land. Oh, I'll give you mercy by departing at the end of the over. That's a good short ball by Mcandrews, and Laws, I don't think it was anticipating that. Now, he did well enough in the end to play it down, but not necessarily from the ideal position.
No, it looked awkward, didn't it? It surprised him. Mcandrews surprised him. Well done, the bowler.
He's ended up with sort of hands and the top of the bat in front of the grill of his helmet, and somehow guides it down into the deck. 212 for 6. Mcandrews biting back in this over. That's a good leave from Laws. Some excitability down below. Some loud conversations. Got somebody who's trying to sell a newspaper or something. You just don't get. There's some of the sights and sounds of cricket grounds that you don't get when the local evening paper used to come out and the vendors would walk around and you get your cry of Evening Standard here, or it'd be Evening Mail down in Birmingham, up in Birmingham. I miss these things, Jeremy.
Yes, well.
Mcandrews defended into the offside, no run.
We've provided other noises for you.
Ah, dear. I don't think I've given Jeremy Coney the best impression of myself in the last half hour.
You've done fine. You've used avoirdupois.
Yeah, that was all right.
We thought that we like that system of measurement.
I threw that in.
Yes, we do.
I have rather too much of it myself. But yeah, one ball left in this over. Surrey have very rapidly moved into a position where they're only 41 runs behind, but with just 4 wickets remaining. And Laws here happy to get up and defend the ball out towards point. More thoughts from Jeremy Coney, largely about cricket rather than aviation.
Yes.
And then he'll be joined by Mark Church.
Well, you say 41. They've some partnerships recently. You know, I'm just looking back. 12 and 13 to start the game. Well, the new ball might be a bit of a factor there, and as of course the openers get this chase started. But then 47, 55, 50, 35. So it's been a little bit more consistent, and when the target is 250, that takes a very large chunk out of it, doesn't it? And so that's why we're finding that Surrey are looking at it in quite a strong position, but you just don't know if 3 or 4 wickets fall quickly.
Yep, and it's been a fascinating day as Danny Briggs continues from the Vauxhall end, and this is drilled into the offside off the front foot by Jordan Clark. Thank you to Jeremy Coney. Roland Butcher is coming in there to join us. So Tom Laws out there in the middle, 2:13 for 6. So trail by 40. Sort of said it at lunchtime. Wickets and runs always makes the game very interesting as Briggs is into Laws, tosses this one up, and Laws is forward and plays this one straight back down the pitch. And there is no run once again. Last wicket to go, that of Will Jacks, caught behind for 44 as Briggs is in. Laws is forward again, pushing this one back up the pitch. Roland Butcher, good afternoon to you, sir. Hey, it's fascinating stuff this at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Mark, and it's a lovely afternoon now. The sun is out in all its glory.
Around the wicket goes Briggs again. Laws forward, just pushes this one out towards Sam Hain there at extra cover.
And we still have a game on, and
Yeah.
I think Warwickshire, when they go into tea, and they really try to analyse what they've done so far today.
Briggs is in again. Forward comes Laws, plays this one out towards extra cover.
They will realise that just to have avoided some of those boundaries, how good their position would be right now.
Yes, in comes Briggs again. Forward once more goes Laws, plays him straight back up the pitch, and there's no run, so steady odd over that from Briggs. And 2:13 for 6, sorry, so they trail by 40. Yeah, I was looking at it. 6, 29, 34 fours and 2 sixes in this Surrey innings. So there's been a lot of boundaries in this Surrey innings so far in a low-scoring game.
Absolutely, that's really what has hurt them.
I think, as we were saying, I think as a batter here, you never quite feel in, do you? You never quite feel in. 2:13 for 6. Jordan Clark is the man on strike. Mcandrews, he's coming in from the pavilion end. He's got 2 back on that hook shot as he's in here, and oh my lord, that one doesn't bounce. That's outside the off stump, and that hasn't bounced. Now, of course, Surrey will be batting last. That's the other thing here, but thank goodness for Jordan Clark that wasn't straight, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, when you bowl that sort of delivery, you want it to be straight, because if it is, the batsman's got no chance of keeping that one out. It just goes along the ground. Fortunately for Clark, it was very wide.
Yep, it did keep low, that one. It really did. Jordan Clark was shaping up to cut that, and then sort of watched it go below him as in over the wicket comes Mcandrews to the right-handed Clark, who's forward driving solidly. It beats the dive of Briggs, and it's going to run away for 4. And this is what Jordan Clark is all about. As I say, marches to the middle, all very business-like with Jordan Clark, and punches that one off the front foot. 2:17 for 6, and I've said it so many times with him watching him bat, but he is so reminiscent of the late Tom Maynard. The way that Tom set up and the way he went about his batting as well. Wonderful player, Tom Maynard. And it's the same with Jordan Clark. It's they're always, even in defence, he's aggressive. Jordan Clark. He's on to 22 here, 2:17 for 6. As in comes Mcandrews to him, and that beats him on the outside. But again, you're going to get those, you know you are. And Jordan Clark sort of rehearses swishing the bat inside the line. Taken by Michael Burgess away to his right hand. So it's a fascinating game, this, at the moment. It really is.
It appears as if his delivery's beating him for pace, really, because by the time he's got there, the ball is through him. And it's a good reply But previous delivery to that, I thought Danny Briggs should have done better than that, really. He
dived away to his right, and the ball sort of came out behind him. Danny Briggs, as the sun's out now, it's lovely. In comes Mcandrews, forward, again goes Jordan Clark, pushes this one straight back up the pitch. You can hear Ollie Hannon-Dorby down there at fine leg clapping away with words of encouragement. Possibly a bit of Shakespeare being shouted from Hannon-Dorby down there just to fire Mcandrews up. Or if it was like I was sat outside, it's come on Macca. That seemed to be a shout for Mr. Mcandrews. Did the trick, got rid of Will Jacks. 36 Surrey trail by. As over the wicket comes Mcandrews again, and this is tucked away by Jordan Clark. He'll tear the first, it'll just be one. As up comes Alex Davis to do the fielding. So one more to the total, one more to Jordan Clark. He moves on to 23. Hampshire at Scarborough, 72 for 6. So Yorkshire 159, Hampshire 72 for 6. And Kent are 116 for 3. Lancashire were all out for 145. So things happening at Scarborough when they can get out there. So there's been a bit of rain about, but when they get out there seems to be wickets falling again. As in over the wicket comes Mcandrews to Laws. Laws right-handed, gets forward, pushes this down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over. 218 for 6 then, Surrey, 6 till tea. And Jordan Clark's on 23. Laws yet to get off the mark. Just a reminder, this is only the second day, so it's bustling along, this game at the moment. It really is. And Danny Briggs will continue from the Vauxhall, and still to come, Jamie Overton, Kemar Roach and Conor McCurr still to come for Surrey.
Yeah, it's very possible that Warwickshire could be batting by the end of the day.
Very possible, I think, because Briggs, round the wicket he comes from the Vauxhall end, and that's wide outside the off stump with his left arm spin, and Jordan Clark has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. But yeah, Surrey will be chasing, batting last in this one again, as forward comes Jordan Clark, plays this one down into the leg side, which they've had to do in the last 2 championship games. Back-to-back chases to win games for Surrey as Briggs is in once again to Clark. Clark just pushes off the back foot this time out into the offside. And there is no run there as Benjamin gets round to his right, but we've got the best conditions of the day now. Cloudy morning, floodlights still on, of course, as Briggs is in. Forward again comes Jordan Clark and just pushes this one very solidly away into the offside. Essex still batting against Somerset, 476 for 7. Nick Brown's got a double 100 there at Chelmsford for Essex. Hannon-Dorby's been brought up from long off to mid-on now. Deep mid-on, mind, as that's short from Briggs. And that's cut away by Jordan Clark. And he will get a single out there to Alex Davis. Davis doing the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. So Tom Laws back onto strike, yet to get off the mark. Tom Laws been out there for 11 deliveries. As Briggs is round the wicket once again, and Laws is forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Briggs does the fielding off his own bowling. There is no run. We've got 5 overs until the tea break, so we trail by 34, 219 for 6. They've ticked along, Roland Butcher, at about 4.5 and over throughout, haven't they, Surrey? Which says that there's been one boundary ball and over, basically, from Warwickshire.
Yeah, they've been certainly above the rate for the game all through their innings. What they've done really well is put away the bad balls, and on pitches that offer bowlers assistance, it's very important that you do put away the bad balls. Surrey have done that. Most of the batsmen who've got started, they've done that and done it well. Pope in particular, who has been very severe on anything full or short.
Yep, that's why there's been a lot of boundaries in this Surrey innings so far. 219 for 6 as Mcandrews is into Jordan Clark. That'll be 4. It's slightly over pitched, and Jordan Clark has waited on it and then got it through backward point and away for 4 runs, and Jordan Clark moves on to 28. Surrey move on to 223 for 6. A couple of bowling points for Warwickshire thus far, and Surrey have the 1 batting point. They all count towards the season, the points, the bonus points, of course. Sometimes, though, when you're sort of gripped by the game, you tend to forget about the bonus points. 223 for 6. It's more about trailing number of runs, really, here, as this is cut again, caught fiercely by Jordan Clark. Benjamin's done pretty well there at backward point, because Jordan Clark absolutely hammered that.
Yeah, he was fortunate that it went straight to him. I think a yard either side, and that was another boundary. And this was powerfully cut.
He's a powerful player, as I say, Jordan Clark. Strong man, good eye. Waits again over his bat. There's not a huge back lift from him. As Mcandrews in, and that's way down the leg side. That's well taken by Michael Burgess. Didn't get anything on that. Jordan Clark, I don't think he ever was going to, really. It's very wide down the leg side. So there's been little partnerships in this game. We haven't had one major partnership with the bat as yet. Well, you would think for either side a big partnership somewhere in the second innings. That would be the game done and dusted, really. 223 for 6 as over the wicket comes Mcandrews. Oh, and he's bowled! Jordan Clark knocks his off stump out the ground, and this whole story of wickets and runs continues. And Jordan Clark looked to be a bit early on that, actually, and it's just knocked out his off stump. And Jordan Clark goes for 28, and it's 223 for 7.
Yeah, pretty straight delivery, actually. He's played all around that. Just played down the wrong line and missed it completely, and is castled. And Mcandrews picked up 3 wickets, but he's also gone at 5 and over. And I think that's what's hurting the team at this moment, because a lead could have been on the cards for Warwickshire. They've kept going, they've persevered, and if you can pick up these last few wickets, start again, I'm sure they will learn from the lessons when they bat second innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
How to play, and then it could really set up a nice game later on.
I just wonder whether Jamie Overton is going to bat here, because now Conor McCurr is making his way out to the middle. Now, Overton would have come out ahead of Laws, but he did have that finger problem when he got struck yesterday. It didn't stop him bowling, but he hasn't come out as yet to bat, Jamie Overton. So Conor McCurr is making his way out there into the middle to join Tom Laws. So fascinating, this, it really is, and we're sort of hurtling towards a 1 innings game here at the moment. I'm saying Surrey's lowest first innings score of the season, 308. So they've got a bit of a way to go to keep that record intact here, especially with Jamie Overton dropping down the order. And that'll be because of that blow on his finger yesterday. Jamie Overton. Maybe they're saying we're going to save him until the second innings, Jamie Overton, and give him another day, because he did bowl yesterday with it. So I think he'll be fit to bowl, but it's probably the thinking is what you don't want there is to get struck on the hand again, one of your big fast bowlers, because he's got some bowling to do in the second innings. Sound of a siren as Conor McCurr, the man on strike. Here comes Mcandrews to him, and Conor McCurr, first ball, full face of the bat, back down the pitch it goes, and Mcandrews does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. But again, since lunch, it's just been busy runs, busy wickets. 79 for 3 Surrey were at lunch, and now 223 for 7.
Yeah, the game has really moved on. I don't think Surrey would want to just bat with 10 men in this first innings, because any sort of lead is crucial. So I think Overton will have to come.
Mcandrews is in. That's dug out by Conor McCurr into the leg side, and there is no run again. So Laws yet to get off the mark, McCurr yet to get off the mark, and Surrey 223 3 for 7. Still got Kemar Roach to come. And then we'll wait to see with Jamie Overton, because he would have come out ahead of Laws. And I haven't seen him as yet, but he did take that blow on the finger fielding in the slips yesterday. Went off for a while, came back bowled.
It's possible that he would come after Roach. I think Roach is capable of holding an end up.
Yeah. So Surrey trail by 30. Danny Briggs from the Vauxhall end is going to come left arm round the wicket to Tom Laws, and Laws pushes this one straight back down the pitch, and there's no run. So any lead's going to be a good lead here. 2-2-3 for 7, Surrey. Briggs is into Laws, he's down the pitch. Oh, and this skewed off a thickish outside edge. He was looking to go down the ground. He's going to get off the mark with a couple. Wasn't where he intended, but he's off the mark with 2 runs, is Tom Laws. And 2-25 for 7. Played that shot very well against Simon Harmer. Harmer bowling off spin. So Laws there. That was off the thick outside edge. Himself a couple of runs as Briggs is into him. That's short. This is punched by Laws. That's a good shot. That beats the dive at backward point. Alex Davis won't get to this. It's a good bit of bowling that from Tom Laws. First one he's had that's been short from Danny Briggs, and just punches it away through backward point. Laws moves on to 6. 2-29 for 7.
Yeah, short of flatted delivery from Briggs, and that came about because of the attempted swing over the top the previous delivery.
Briggs round the wicket he comes again, tosses this one up, and forward goes Tom Laws. Pokes it back down the pitch, and there's no one. I can see Jamie Overton up there on the balcony. So he's up there, Jamie Overton, in his whites. I couldn't see whether he had pads on though. As here is Briggs again, forward goes the right-handed Laws. He's a tough boy though, Jamie Overton. If he's needed, he'll do it for Surrey. In round the wicket again goes Briggs, forward goes Laws again. Briggs giving that one a little bit more air. And it's the end of the Danny Briggs over. So 6 runs off it. 229 for 7, Surrey. Just a reminder, that's in reply to Warwickshire's 253. So Surrey trail by 24 runs.
Yeah, things very tight. These final overs before tea again. Warwickshire can prize another one out. It would also make it a pretty good session for them as well.
It would do. Surrey at lunch 79 for 3. Surrey have been ticking along at 4.5 and over throughout as Mcandrews from the pavilion end to McCurr. Short one. And Conor McCurr is just swaying inside this. And that's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side. Started this morning with Warwickshire 8 down, 240 for 8. And then eventually out for 253. Mcandrews was nicely held by Ollie Pope at second slip off Roach for 44, and then Norwell was bowled by Tom Laws for 7. Ryan Patel was the first to go for Surrey for 12 after hitting 3 consecutive boundaries as Mcandrews is in. Outside edge from Conor McCurr, these all count. It's flown past the diving Sam Hain at second slip, and that's over the boundary rope below us and away for 4, and Surrey now trail by the 20 runs at 233 for 7.
Yes, he didn't mean it to go there, but they'll take them how they come. Thick outside edge, there's just 2 slips. Third man is very square. That ball went fine. He's now come finer, but it's too late. The horse has bolted. It's a short boundary.
McCurr stands with that bat raised, bending the knees as Mcandrews into him. Shot from Conor McCurr, driving into the offside. It's a good stop at mid-off. Now just get the single. Maybe one more to the total. Liam Norwell, I think that is, diving away there at mid-off. So it's a short boundary there, and even though he didn't really time it, had it got past Norwell, it probably would have gone for 4 because it isn't a very long boundary. But just a single. McCurr moves on to 5, and Surrey move on to 234 for 7. Tom Laws back onto strike on 6 as Mcandrews into him. Short, and Laws is hooking, and it's away for 4. He's bowled a couple of those now, Mcandrew. Will Jacks was very dismissive to the short ball, and that one banged in, and Laws shows he can hook and pull. 238 for 7. It's a good response that from Tom Laws, because he did get second ball, a short one from Mcandrew that just troubled him a touch, but that one banged in, and Roland Butcher, that's a good shot from Tom Laws for 4.
Yeah, it's a good executed pull shot, but at this, I'm not a bit surprised that Mcandrews has gone short when he's just found the outside edge of the bat.
Yes.
On the forward stroke.
He's charging in once again, is Mcandrews. Over the wicket he comes. Oh, good delivery this. Now that's outside edge. It bounced in front of Michael Burgess. Or has that hit the stump? I think that's hit the stump. I said outside edge. I think that's hit the stump. I think that's hit the off stump, and the bails haven't come off. And all the players are now having a look at the stump.
Has it come off?
Yeah, I think it's hit the stump. I thought it was outside edge, but it's hit the stump, and the bails didn't come off.
Well, let's have a look.
So we'll see a replay of that in good time, but he pushed forward. That's buys, 4 buys, and that has hit the stump, and the bails haven't come off. So it's one of those. They don't happen very often, but yes, it's hit the stump and the bails haven't come off.
Well, that is quite incredible.
Yep, because Mcandrew's bowling quick
well. Exactly, that is quite incredible. How did that happen?
I do not know. It's just kissed the off stump and the bow hasn't come off. So Tom Laws is still there, and that goes down as 4 buys. So Surrey now trail by 11. As over the wicket comes Mcandrews again, and he's looked to let this go as Tom Laws. It bounced on him, and it hits the toe end of his bat. So end of the over, extraordinary stuff that, because it must have just kissed the off stump and the bails, but he's bowling quickly. Well, so there it is. That's actually hit that stump quite hard.
It must have more than just kissed it, because the angle it deflected from after that, it meant that even the reaction of the keeper...
That's extraordinary. That has hit the middle of the off stump and has just cannoned straight down to third man, and the bails haven't come off.
Well, I've never ever seen that.
I've never seen that, where it's hit the stump that hard and the bails haven't budged an inch.
And it wasn't even, say, at the top. It was halfway down.
Absolutely halfway, as... This one's tossed up by Briggs, turned into the leg side by Conor McCurry. Of course, he did knock out Jordan Clark's off stump previously.
That's quite extraordinary.
So well, I've not seen that before. Here is Briggs, tosses this up, forward. Comes the right-handed Conor McCurry. Just the way it flew off down to third man on the angle, I thought that has to be outside edge. But then I noticed Tom Laws looked straight at his off stump, and all the players were utterly bemused, as this one's left alone by Conor McCurry. Well, when your luck's in, Roland Butcher. It's all round to Tom Laws for the lottery numbers, because if that's happening, your luck's in, because that hit that off stump pretty hard. As Briggs is in once more, forward again goes Conor McCurry, and plays this one up towards mid-on. So you'll probably see that on social media doing the rounds. Wallop the off stump, bails. Well, it didn't even dislodge the bail, as forward goes the right-handed McCurry, pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But I've seen it before, it sort of clipped the stump, but that actually hit the stump very hard, as all this is dug out by Conor McCurry. Down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 242 for 7. Mr. Coney has got a bit of cake, which is good news.
Well, that wasn't
excellent news.
It wasn't a glancing blow.
No,
look at that.
That has hit the middle of the off stump and has veered off the third man, and nothing's happened. Bails didn't come off, stump didn't cartwheel. 4 buys. 4 buys. It really is. And of course, we
and
saw
again, the keeper gets the blame.
Absolutely. And Jordan Clark must sit there and think, well, what do I have to do? Because my off stump got plucked out the ground. That one for Tom Laws, almost open face and down to third man for 4. This will be the final over of the session, as Mcandrews is in to Tom Laws, and he's had a little push at this one outside his off stump, goes past the edge, taken by Mcandrews. Well, those 4 byes mean that Surrey now trail by just the 11. Just the 11 runs they trail by Surrey. And they're 8 runs away from another batting point. But yeah, nicely bowled that by Mcandrews with naught on his back. Nathan Mcandrews, Conor McCurr down there at the non-strikers end. He's got 5 to his name, but it's been a pulsating session of cricket again. As Mcandrews is in, and this is tucked into the leg side by Tom Laws. He'll pick up a single, will Tom Laws? You got to fit. If you're Tom Laws, you think, it's my day today, don't you? It's the middle of your off stump, basically, and flies off the 3rd man for 4 byes. 243 for 7. To strike comes Conor McCurr. After this, of course, 32 overs remaining in the day's play, so another session to go on this second day. Game moving forward all the while. Mcandrews, right arm over the wicket to Conor McCurr, and he's forward solidly. Here's Conor McCurr, pushing this one out towards extra cover. There is no run. It's the first time I've seen anybody. There's a block of flats to our right. Roland Butcher. And there's a balcony and the door's open. There's somebody watching the cricket from there at the moment. Now, it used to happen an awful lot, but, oh, they've just shut the door. Maybe they're listening. But they're having a watch from the balcony over there. It's a good view from there of the ground, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's directly over the top of that stand there, so there's nothing blocking your view.
Nope, got a great view of the action. There used to be lots of people. The Cricketers Pub used to be quite popular. The Cricketers Pub away to our left-hand side. They've got a leg gully in now. Benjamin's gone into leg gully. As here is Mcandrews, and forward solidly goes Conor McCurr. I remember in the 2005 Ashes, I mentioned this before, but lots of people sat on the roof of the Cricketers Pub just trying to get a look at the action here in 2005. Wherever you could get, especially on that final day, wherever you could get to see it, there were people everywhere. I was over on the other side doing some updates, and just people literally hanging off the roof just to try and get a glimpse of the final day. Over the wicket once again comes Mcandrews, short one, and ducking underneath it is Conor McCurr. Really banged in that by Nathan Mcandrews. Wouldn't say that was the most subtle bouncer I've ever seen from Nathan Mcandrews.
Yeah, this phase of the game now, I think Warwickshire are really going to have to be extremely disciplined, because while they're within touching distance of Boyle and Surrey out, they could also leak enough runs to make the lead a significant one. So they're going to have to balance what they do after tea very carefully.
Mcandrews with our last ball before tea. He's into McCurr. McCurr solidly plays this one back up the pitch. Well, that has been a very interesting session of cricket, because at lunch Surrey was 79 for 3, and at tea they're 243 for 7. So they trail by just the 10 runs. But as you say, Roland Butcher, what will be very interesting is how Warwickshire balance this between, we need these 3 wickets as quick as possible. What we mustn't do is go searching for them, because Surrey could end up with a lead of 40.
Yeah, and that could prove quite significant. So really, you would expect to see Hannon Dolby have another spell after tea, looking to just wrap things up. But as I said, they're going to have to balance how they attack, because a few streaky boundaries, suddenly the score gets beyond the 260, 270 mark, and then the nervousness sets in, and before long it's 300. But it's going to be a good session for sure, because even if they do get bowled out, then they have to go up to bat, and Surrey will have a nice session this afternoon to bowl at them. Obviously they'll be hoping to only bowl for half the session, but whatever happens, that final session is going to be very interesting.
It is, and we'll all be back with you in 20 minutes time for that final session here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM, and also the Surrey live stream. But at tea on this second day, Surrey trail by 10. They find themselves 243 for 7. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR and the Surrey live stream, of course, and at tea, all very interestingly, tantalisingly, I would say, poised this 243 for 7 Surrey. They trail by 10 runs with Tom Laws on 11, Conor McCurr on 5. Busy old session that after lunch. 79 for 3 Surrey were at lunchtime, and then go to tea on 243 for 7. So important passage of play coming up now. Everybody's still looking at the off stump at this Vauxhall end of the ground, because just before tea, Nathan Mcandrews hit the off stump with Tom Laws batting, and it flew off down to third man for 4 byes because the bails didn't come off. So everybody having a little look at that stump again as they made their way back out there. And it's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby down below us to get us started once again after the tea break. And Jeremy Coney is alongside, but an important little passage coming up here is Hannon-Dalby with our first delivery after tea, and Tom Laws with runs as that hits the pad, I think, rolls away down towards short fine leg, little inside edge, so a bit of bat, and that means that Surrey trail by 9 at 244 for 7. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Coney.
Hello, Mark. Yes, it's that's not a bad result for Warwickshire, is it, to get that single first, and now they can bowl at Kerr. And yeah, extraordinary that hitting the stump.
I've just seen it again.
Yeah.
As Hannon-Dalby is in and McCurr's in behind this one, playing it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It's hard to explain how that could actually hit it so hard and not disturb the bails. We know, are they zing bails? Are they? Do you know? I don't think they are.
They don't flash.
No. Okay. Well.
Yeah. Well.
Is it the height that it hit in the particular part?
Jordan
that just
Clark had his off stump removed before,
so it was put back in. Yeah.
But yeah, he really did wallop the off stump. That's a technical term. As in over the wicket comes Hannon-Dalby to McCurr. McCurr is forward, playing this one back up the pitch towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, it hit it hard enough to go wide of the keeper. Keeper couldn't get it, could he?
No, it would.
And he's standing back.
Yep.
And it's gone between the keeper and first slip for 4 byes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting.
I don't think. I mean, I've actually had the stump hit when I was batting as well, but it was just the faintest of little clip.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that one really did, as I say, hit the stump hard from Mcandrews. Hannon-Dalby's in, driving his McCurr down to backward point, and there's no run.
And I've seen it done a couple of times, but I've never seen something quite like that to get such a deflection. It must. I don't know how it even works scientifically. So that it must hit at. Is it the height that it hits
Maybe
at?
it's hit the perfect spot of the stump.
Yes.
Which is
otherwise, you're going to have batsmen queuing up down here.
Yes, you are at this end.
And bowlers are going to have to change their line.
Complete line and length.
Yes.
Because if you hit that bit of the stump, nothing happens. As in over the wicket once again comes Hannon-Dalby. Forward goes the right-handed McCurr, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
And I think back to that first morning when I think it was Jamie Overton was a throw came in and hit the stumps, not very hard, and the bails remained on stoically as well. And he actually sort of played with it for a while, didn't he? Played with the stump and then lifted just to see if the bail would lift off.
Yep.
And we commented about it actually, didn't we?
And then there's, as I say, Jordan Clark, the over before it had his off stump knocked out the ground. As in over the wicket goes Hannon-Dalby, and that comes back at McCurr, and he's punching up towards mid-on. End of the over. At the end of me, I'm doing a bit like off the bench there from me. I've been sent on to win the game, then the manager's realised I'm rubbish, and has pulled me off again. So it's going to be Mr. Richard Wilford and a few thoughts.
Georgie,
get off! That was rubbish. So Mr. Richard Wilford is coming in to join Jeremy Coney after a few thoughts from the great man.
Well, it's an extraordinary thing. Whatever has happened, it has, and it's unusual. So we'll just leave it at that. And an extraordinary piece of luck for Tom Laws. And So he's still in. He's down at the end now, and the bowler is exactly the same bowler, is it, Mcandrews?
It's Liam Norwell who's come on now.
Yeah,
it was
Norwell.
Mcandrews before,
yes,
yeah.
It was,
but it's Liam Norwell now, who comes in the bowl back of a length and guided into the leg side by Laws, and there's no run. So that brief stint actually there from Mark Church was a bit like the single ball that Conor McCurr bowled at the start of the day, because he had one left yesterday. So he had, and that was single ball, that was it, out at the attack.
Yeah.
It was worth getting warm for, wasn't it?
Oh, look, everyone was queuing up to hear what he had to say.
Last night. Yeah. Well, he'd had an adventure yesterday. What Mrs. McCurr thought about her day out in London being spoiled can't be printed. Norwell, again, just probing outside off stump, sort of line that they were looking for earlier in the day, really. They found it out into the offside, and again, no run.
Well, starting with, would you say the better two bowlers in terms of Hannon Dalby and Norwell?
Yeah, I mean, especially when Norwell's fully fit. I mean, to be fair, Mcandrews' spell before tea was a big improvement. And I believe this will be his last game for Warwickshire this season, Mcandrews. Don't think he's back for the games in September. So the end of his spell as an overseas player. This one has probably just seemed a little bit from Norwell. Looked like it was starting a bit straighter than it ended up. And again, Laws happy to jab down out. He looks perfectly capable as a batsman, Laws, doesn't he?
Yeah, he got a good 30 odd not out or something like that in the final innings against Essex. I don't know what they had to, I can't remember what they had to chase there, about 160 runs to get over the line.
Norwell once more. So Laws takes the edge, and I think it's going to drop short of Sam Hain. He does complete the fielding, so it prevents it going down to third man. Brad Wheel is stationed down there. Laws has a little wander and a little ponder.
Genuine edge, wasn't it? It went a little bit further than normal. It wasn't as if it was a drive. It wasn't an attacking shot, in other words, defensive shot. And it came from about middle and leg, actually. It squared him up a wee bit. So it had to go a little bit further.
Gets in behind the next delivery, though. Guides it up towards mid-on. There's no run, is that? Mcandrews at mid-on. He's pulled out the floppy sun hat now. And Hannon Dalby has gone for the floppy sun hat. See, the weather's improved a little bit. You can tell when the floppies come out. Gone are the days that we used to see people batting in them.
Yes, you don't see Richie Richardson, do you?
That's right. He was one of the last, wasn't he?
Little red floppy.
Well, driven again by Laws up towards mid-off. Doesn't beat the field. End of the over. Decent probing over from Norwell. Surrey 244 for 7, trailing by 9.
Well, where can this game go? Yes, it's certainly accelerated today. And whatever happens, if whether Surrey get to this target or whether they're up to it or even just a few to lead, it's going to be a pretty close run thing. You wouldn't think that the lead, if it does get there, will be excessive.
Hannon Dalby to continue from the Vauxhall end, guided down, hoping to find its way through the third man from McCurr, but it was cut off by Davis at backward point. I suppose it depends a little bit on whether, and Jamie Overton we would have expected in at the fall of the 6th wicket in theory, whether he's going to be fit to bat, and if he does, a little bit of a bludgeon because he's batting more or less one-handed. 50 or 60 run lead would be significant.
Oh yes, if they can get that many. Do you think they can? Think they can get 60? That's quite a partnership, isn't it, for these last 3?
3 sets of 20, you never know. Driven into the ground by McCurr, hops up into the hands of Briggs at extra cover.
Well, it was 48 against Essex, and that actually was worth 2 wickets. So if they can get to that, I think Surrey would be pretty pleased. certainly gone about it in a fairly aggressive way today. In other words, they've got time back on their side now. Well, both sides have.
Sort of witnessing two very different ways of getting to a quite similar point. Alan Dolby, slightly slower one, gets up around hip height, defended out into the offside, doesn't go very far. Briggs is in. They're a little brighter in the field at the moment, Warwickshire. Those wickets just before tea make a difference, make them a bit more sprightly. I like that. There's a great murmur around the ground. It's a good attendance actually today. Every part of the ground has got a smattering. It's warm enough to sit out, but nobody's going to take their shirt off. Driving nice and straight is McCurr. It pops up into the right hand of Ollie Dolby. It was a very bare-chested crowd at Edgbaston on that ridiculously hot day last Tuesday, and those who stuck with it for a lot of the day, bare-chested, were an interesting shade by the time they departed. It was, I mean, we wouldn't have needed the floodlights. Some red gentlemen.
Yeah, the people here tended over in that Galadari stand, they sort of retreated underneath the top deck.
Very wise. McCurr waits, defends out into the offside. I was going to say that's another maiden, but there's another ball left. That was nearly back-to-back maidens, which has been a rarity in this innings. Bears need to watch their over rate as well, because they're 2 under at the moment. Should be fine if it was the opening round of the Open Golf, but not so great in this. Mind you needed to be more than 2 under this year at the Open each round, didn't you? One at 20s, was it? Spectacular tournament when it's at St Andrews. Great TV. A little skip halfway through the run-up for Hannon Dolby, and that goes past the outside edge of McCurr. Another good over from Road's most reliable member of his attack. He's got a couple of wickets on the day. Mcandrews got 3. Surrey 244 for 7.
Tidy over, wasn't it? Just bringing McCurr forward each time and getting it to move different ways from that part of the pitch. So going past the outside edge a couple of times. He's found a good length. It's the place to bowl, isn't it? Here.
Norwell starts a new over, gets a bit of bounce there. I think Laws will feel he's withdrawn the bat from that as it passed the shoulder of the blade. Mr. Church is threatening to take me to the top of the Galadari stand tomorrow morning.
Right, good.
Before play, because I've been sending some photos back to the Warwickshire Twitter admin, because I had the iconic shot from the far corner of the gas holder this morning for him, and I haven't been over that side. He says up there it's spectacular.
And what will you do once you're up there? Apart from take a photo?
Take a while to get my breath back is what I'll do first of all. Primarily, I'll be breathing very heavily.
Right.
But yeah. But I was very. It's a sad thing, isn't it? 'Cause I think a lot of us get tempted to do that with our phones or whatever. I got home about 11:30 last night, having met my friend who I hadn't seen for 30 odd years, and I looked to see I'd done 15,000 steps yesterday. I thought, well, that's good. If I can keep that up this week, you know, doesn't do you any harm.
No.
It's more in is Norwell driven back to him in his follow through, and he fumbles it, but there's no run. I walked it pretty much everywhere yesterday except my final journey from Waterloo back to the hotel. I nipped on the tube for that one. But, you know, 11:15, I think that's a sound decision at that point.
You're out till 11:15? Yeah. Right. Did you get permission?
Don't have to when I'm not at home, do I? That's the advantage, isn't it? She's probably got one of those tracking devices on my phone. As this is edged through towards Sam Hain, and he takes the catch. Concentrating very hard on that, Hain. A not dissimilar ball to the one that fell short in the previous over from Norwell. And he gets the wicket of Laws for 12. So Surrey 8 down before they get level pegging. Laws caught Hain, bowled Norwell. Surrey 244 for 8.
Yeah, just again the one that just bounced, didn't it? And we've seen that's the end also. We've seen some of them just creeping a little bit low as well. That's a bit shorter, of course, and it's close enough that Laws has got an edge to it, and it's carried through to second slip. And Norwell just angling the ball back into Laws, kind of taking about middle stump, middle and almost leg side-ish, and has got the edge from there. So Laws drags himself off. 12 from 33, and so 244. Still trail, 9 runs. And
so I was watching the TV feed, Jeremy. Would have seen Jamie Overton nearly fall down the stairs then.
Yeah.
He actually tripped on his way down the stairs.
Well, I thought there was a hand was the problem.
There was nearly more than. That was a horrible moment. Sometimes when I see players jogging down steps from pavilions in studs, it makes me nervous. But sorry, be very pleased that Overton's fit to come out and bat.
Yes. Yes. And so 8 down. And Roach can bat as well.
He can. Yeah.
He got a 20-odd last week as well. But this is a slightly different pitch. It's doing a wee bit more. Be interesting to see how Overton wants to approach this. Whether he's going to have a crack.
He's made good runs historically against Warwickshire. Just pushes forward in defence here against Norwell. Norwell is probably back in the side a week ahead of where he should be, and he will be limited as to how many overs he can bowl in this, coming back from a bit of a back problem. But it's one of these times where you've got a month of Roland and One Day Cup ahead, and he may or may not feature in that competition. So I think you want your best bowlers on the pitch if you can get them. His first wicket this morning may have had a large chunk of fortune to it, because it was a poor shot from Ryan Patel, but that was a good wicket just. And I think we can expect a bit of short stuff, because we're going to see a leg gully brought in. Chris Benjamin's moving there. Alex Davis has gone to deep square. Long leg is Hannah Dolby. That ball isn't really short enough. It's just a nice get off the mark ball, really clipped towards the leg side by Overton. End of a successful over for Liam Norwell. Surrey 245 for 8.
Yeah, and again another tidy over that really, since they've arrived back for this last session of play today, they've been pretty tight, both Hannah Dolby and Norwell. They haven't given too much really at all, just a couple of little singles. And that's it. And they've claimed a wicket already, so it's started well for them this session. They need a good session here, don't they? They need to gain some confidence, pick up these last 2 wickets, and then come out and start their innings again with Surrey all but equal.
Yep.
That's what they need.
Again, could move on quickly from that point as well, as Hannah Dolby bowls to and Overton's wringing his hand out there, having defended that. That's a routine defence that he's played, and that was very sore for Jamie Overton, and that may well inform his decision as to how to approach this innings. He may have to just use that left hand as much as anything, but that was painful.
Well, he was able to bowl with it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Took a catch, caught and bowled with it.
See what he does to this delivery from Hannah Dolby. He guides it out into the offside. Doesn't wave his hand about this time, so that didn't jar it. So frustrating for Overton, who's having a tremendous summer, but these sort of knocks are the ones that can really hinder the remainder of the campaign if you're not careful. He'll be eyeing up a test series.
Yeah, well, he played the last test match against New Zealand. How did he go against India? Did he play that?
Not sure he did he?
I don't know.
No. So he comes forward in defence. And there's no run. Oh, they went back to the big guns were all available for that one, relatively speaking. When Anderson and Broad both play, it shuts the door on a few, doesn't it? But he made a great impression in his first test. I know he did better with the bat than with the ball, but he was proved a partnership breaker with the ball. He gives you something that other bowlers haven't got. Lovely moment when his brother handed him his cap. Might have been through gritted teeth, mine, but Alan Dolby in and driven one-handed, actually. He took his right hand off the bat there, Overton. So as a result, he hasn't given it the full flourish. They'll certainly get 2. They think about a 3rd on the arm of Mcandrews, but Overton sends McCurr back. He's got 3, 247 for 8. But you just saw him withdraw his hand as he struck the ball.
Yeah, just the one-handed, so it looked a very controlled stroke, didn't it, because of it? Got about, I suppose, 3/4 of the way out to the boundary.
It's the sort of thing with school children you sometimes teach them to do, to play with that lead arm and take the bottom hand off the bat just to practice technique. As a result, it was immaculate. Short ball, and it goes past the top of the blade and through to Burgess.
It was a good bouncer too. It was outside. It was high enough for a start from Hannon Dalby. It was outside that off stump, so he had to do a lot to fetch it round onto the onside, which he did try to do. Might have been a better option to just go offside actually with that one and almost ramp it. Never looked in control.
He uses it sparingly, the bouncer, Hannon Dalby. And to complete his over, forward in defence is Overton, not discomforted manually with that one. He doesn't wring his hand after it. 5 overs got in this session. Surrey 247 for 8. They still trail by 6, but they're right on the cusp of parity.
Yeah, and if they do get that, what do you think I mean, would you expect Warwickshire to play pretty much the same way? And I mean, carefully at the start, that's fair, absolutely fair. Would you...
I would encourage them, personally, to be a little bit more positive, because there are players there who are curbing their natural game, and sometimes a bright 25 or 30 in this situation might do the job. I'm thinking Alex Davis, Chris Benjamin, they're those sort of players. Norwell's first ball is defended full face of the bat by McCurr out into the offside. What would you think?
I haven't seen enough of Warwickshire playing this year, so I can't really comment on that, but you'd want, I think, because we're basically just over halfway through, are we? Are we halfway?
Not even halfway through the match yet.
The match.
Yeah, I mean, time is not an issue in this game at the moment. If the wicket really flattened out, then you might have a different game, and we see that. It doesn't look like this one's going to do that. This is a nice drive from McCurr, beats Briggs in the infield, short of boundary on that side of the ground in front of the school, and Briggs tries to slide and guide the ball back, but he can't. It rolls over the rope, and Surrey have a second batting bonus point on 251 for 8.
It's a nice stroke, good stride in there, and got the weight transfer, really. That was the important part about that stroke, from the back foot to the front foot. Found a little gap. Thought it was Tom Laws for a start, because he plays the drive that way too, but no, it was McCurr.
One shot from moving into the lead here. Norwell to McCurr again, who wanted to turn it round the corner and gets wrapped on the pad. Norwell runs after it to pick the ball up. Light breeze from left to right as we look towards the pavilion.
Well, Warwickshire would have to get something like this again, wouldn't they?
That make them competitive. If, you know, yes. A lead of 250 or a target of around 250 would not be easy, you would have thought.
No, not if they bowl well.
They might have to bowl a bit better than they've done today, I would argue. But they have taken 8 for 251 nonetheless, and this goes past the outside edge and swings after it goes past the stumps. That's that slightly shorter length that accounted for Laws 5 minutes ago. Might be one of those that a better batsman might have nicked off to that. McCurr didn't quite get there.
Very similar to the Walters dismissal.
think the frustration for Mark Robinson and the Warwickshire camp today is they haven't got the ball in those areas with anything like the frequency that Surrey did yesterday. So McCurr pushes forward up towards mid-on. And again, there's no run. Sound of trolleys underneath us, which is generally a sign that you're moving towards the final hour or so of play, that things are being tidied up for the day. Somebody needs a silencer on their motorbike as well. Picking up everything to you today. I don't know how many effects microphones Mark Church has run around this building, but I haven't missed a trick. Norwell to McCurr, back of a length, left alone outside off stump, end of the over. Surrey 251 for 8 with Overton on 3 and McCurr on 9. Did you have to go out with a, sort of finger that might be cracked or badly bruised?
I think once you're in the slips and those things, you inevitably go out with, whether it's just they say they were broken fingers, but they were sort of just little cracks in the bone and things like that. But sometimes I had to have a steel thing put on my finger and wound round and so on. But
and Dolby start a new over and goes past the outside edge of Overton's bat. He was very tentative coming forward there, Overton. Did it play on your mind when you've got a sore finger?
Yes, it does a bit. I didn't really want to catch it quite so much. I didn't want a low one, do you know what I mean, to that side. Yeah. But you just got to go ahead and do it, really. Otherwise, you'd find players wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to fill sides sometimes.
True. Well, in most professional sport, there are going to be plenty of people playing through knocks and injuries. And Dolby to Overton, who's forward more convincingly this time. Guides it up to mid-on to Will Rhodes. With the podcast that we do with Warwickshire and the BBC, and with Ollie Hannon-Dolby as my co-host, a couple of years back before he retired, we had Tim Ambrose in. And got listeners' questions. And I said, well, can you show me your hands? Because wicket keepers obviously tend to have quite gnarled hands. Perfect fingers. After 25 years of wicket keeping, not a blemish, not a bend, nothing. So either he was an incredibly clean wicketkeeper or he had very good gloves. I don't know which it was. Overton driving more powerfully up to mid-off, and again no run.
Well, there were lots of byes. No, I'm sure. That's quite unusual.
Yeah.
Normally, particularly in England, where the ball tends to go up and down after it's pitched and past the batsman, that's really hard to handle.
He was proud of it, but also really quite surprised himself that his fingers were like that. I expected him to have fingers like Spanish pelota players, the ones who play the hand version of the game, where they get long, gnarled fingers that get battered over the years. Short of a length and defended into the offside by Overton, who twirls the bat.
Yeah, we were discussing that, in fact, last match too, about hands, and most keepers do have joints pointing at odd angles.
Yeah.
And I was saying in 1958 there was a New Zealand cricketer who was a wicket keeper, and he used to get 2 bits of schnitzel delivered at the game. So the butcher would arrive with 2 little bits, and he'd hang them up on the hooks.
Yeah.
And then slide them into his gloves.
Unbelievable. Very full from Hannon-Dolby, driven towards mid-wicket, misfield by Benjamin. So they'll canter through for a single, 252 for 8. I shall depart after the next ball, thinking of schnitzel.
And
not breadcrumbed.
No, it wasn't breadcrumbed. And then at the end of the day, of course, they became tenderised over the day. So they were just completely white when they were taken out, and they were hung up, and they didn't smell great.
No.
And they were taken away, and then the new ones arrived the next day.
What a tremendous service somebody was providing.
Petrie.
That's
Eric Petrie, yeah.
That's true. That's my favourite story of the week so far. Hannon-Dolby to complete the over, neatly guided off the back foot, just stood tall. McCurr, and he draws the scores level. Surrey 253 for 8. Some more thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then it'll be Mark Church.
Well, 60 overs for Surrey to chase that down, and it was overnight. It was 96 obviously yesterday, and whatever the overs were today, to dismiss the last few wickets. Don't know exactly how many it was, but you can see that certainly Surrey have got there a lot faster, and they needed to take time, to bring time back into this game to enable a result to occur.
Liam Norwell it is from the pavilion end, coming into Conor McCurr, and Conor McCurr turns this one off his hip, and that rolls up there towards mid-on, and there's no. I just heard you say to Richard saying to you, that's the best story I've heard this week, and I just said to him, it's not a very high benchmark, is it? It's been me talking about pigeons and goldfishes, but that story about Mr. Petrie,
yes.
I remember that from last week. Yes, very good. And, yes, every morning. That's amazing though, that Tim Ambrose, who obviously played quite a lot of Test match cricket as well, just absolutely, must have very strong fingers. As in over the wicket once again comes Norwell, and this is drilled by Conor McCurr off the front foot up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Conor McCurr can play, can't he? He's in fact, all the Surrey players can hold a bat a wee bit.
Just to say, it's Scarborough, Hampshire now 141 for 6. So they trail by 18 at Scarborough. So that's all very interesting.
So that's quite close too.
And Kent have just drawn level with Lancashire on first innings because they're 145 for 6. So all these games are very tight at the moment. There's Norwell is in, and there's Conor McCurr driving again out there towards extra cover. And there's no run. I tend to forget in these tight game bonus points and things, but obviously Surrey going past that 250 picked up a second batting point. So in terms of the bonus points at the moment, Surrey have got 5 and Warwickshire have got 4, but one more wicket for Warwickshire, and that will be their third bowling point. And we are so far inside the 110 overs because we're only in the 61st, because Surrey have been very positive with the bat today. As Norwell comes over the wicket again to McCurr, and McCurr pushes back up the ground towards mid-off. There is no run, but fascinatingly poised this. Scores level. Now, I had a sneaking suspicion that Surrey would get near to that 253, maybe get a bit of a lead. Now, I was saying their lowest first innings total of the
308.
308. Now,
yes.
if they could get there, keep that intact, they'd be in an excellent position, obviously, but that's a big ask from here. As Norwell comes in over the wicket to Conor McCurr, that's on his hip. Conor McCurr gets up on his toes, and the round of applause is because Surrey take the lead. So Surrey have taken the lead with that single for Conor McCurr. He moves on to 11, and Surrey move on to 254 for 8. So Surrey lead by 1. So 1 run lead for Surrey. And as the old cricketing saying goes, any lead's a good lead, although you'd probably need a few more than 1 to really make that true, but Surrey are in the lead. Jamie Overton and his dodgy finger come back onto strike as Norwell is over the wicket too. Jamie Overton is forward and plays this one out into the offside. End of the over. Jeremy Coney, thank you sir. We'll bring Mr. Roland Butcher back in, and 254 for 8. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well, who have just joined us, with Surrey going into the lead by 1. So Surrey into the lead by 1. We've got more wires and things in this game than I've ever seen in my life, and they have a tendency to sort of fall off the table. If this little bit of equipment does go wrong, I'm not ringing that number because I've had this for about 25 years. I don't think that number's working anymore, that phone number for emergencies, for my splitter, as it's known in a technical term there, Jeremy Coney. Welcome back to you, Mr. Roland Butcher, as well. And Surrey do have a lead, so they lead by 1, but they'd like a few more, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's a slight lead, and if you think back today, all the shots that Surrey has played, and they've only just taken the lead.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
They've played a lot of shots today, lots of boundaries, and 8 wickets down and just only taking the lead.
Only taking the lead. They've been going at a well, over 4 and over for the entire innings. As now we've got Nathan Mcandrews back into the attack from the Vauxhall end. It's got a bit gloomy here, I have to say, even with the floodlights on. As Jamie Overton's playing that one, apologies, Conor McCur's playing that one into the leg side to pick up a single, and that moves Conor McCur on to 12. Just if you're joining us for the first time today, here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. It actually started today with Warwickshire in their first innings, 240 for 8, and then they were all out for 253. And then Surrey have just ticked along, but only Ollie Pope in the entire game is the only batter to go past 50. He made 65. As over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and that is beating the edge of Jamie Overton's bat, taken low down by Michael Burgess. Ryan Patel was the first to go for 12, followed by Hashim, Amla, LBW to Hannon Dorby for 9. Norwell got Ryan Patel. And then Rory Burns, LBW to Mcandrews for 27. Ben Foakes, LBW to Hannon Dorby for 31. And then Ollie Pope, top edging a pull shot off Wheel for his first Warwickshire wicket, caught by Alex Davis for 65. Will Jacks caught behind off Mcandrews for 44. Jordan Clark bowled by Mcandrews for 28. As in over the wicket comes Mcandrews to Jamie Overton. He's forward punching up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And then Tom Laws, who had a huge slice of luck before tea, where Nathan Mcandrews bowled a delivery that hit his off stump hard, and the ball flew down to third man for 4 byes because the bail didn't come off. But then after tea he was caught by Sam Hain off Norwell for 12. But Conor McCur, very valuable 12 runs these from Conor McCur. And Jamie Overton batting with a bit of a damaged finger. 4 not out, didn't come out until number 10, Jamie Overton. So Surrey lead by 2 as Mcandrews is into Overton, who's driving, and the fielding's brilliant there at backward point. That's Benjamin diving away to his right to do the fielding in there at backward point. Otherwise that would have been away for 4 runs. And the only shot he's played where he's looked discomforted by that finger, Jamie Overton, was a defensive shot off Ollie Hannon Dorby, where he didn't time it at all, and then the hand came off, and he just yesterday trying to take a catch, Jamie Overton just damaged his finger. Didn't stop him bowling. He's obviously still feeling it when he bats. As Mcandrews over the wicket he comes to Overton, and Overton again playing the line of that as it goes away past his outside edge, taken by Burgess away to his right.
Yeah, with a damaged finger, I think the 2 balls really that Overton wouldn't really fancy is the block hole delivery for the Yorker where he's got a jam down on it, or the short delivery where he's got to fend it out of his face. And really a couple of those deliveries should come along,
yes,
just to make him a bit uncertain.
Absolutely. Well, if you're being utterly brutal in this, 255 for 8 as in over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and that's nipping back and hits him outside the line of the off stump as it hits his front pad. Warwickshire must think to themselves, if we could get one of those right to him, and it really discomforts him. He's got a bowl in that second innings as well, Jamie Overton, so Surrey will be praying from their point of view he don't get whacked on that finger again. From a Warwickshire perspective, if Jamie Overton did get whacked on that finger again and couldn't bowl in the second innings, that wouldn't be a bad thing for Warwickshire. But their main thing here is knock him over and get him out.
Yeah, they've got two targets now really to bowl them out and to ensure that the lead is not a big one. If the lead is only about 20 or so, then you're still very much in the game.
Very much so. Crab Wheel into the attack from the pavilion end of the ground here in South London, on loan from Hampshire. Has picked up a wicket, that of Ollie Pope today, as he's right arm over the wicket here to Conor McCur, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. The umpires haven't got together yet about the light, but at the moment the floodlights are beginning to take over from the natural light due to the fact that we've got a lot of cloud cover above us. We can see some blue sky away there in the distance, but they tend to get a bit twitchy, the umpires, when you can see that star shape coming out from the players' feet with the shadows from the floodlights. As Wheel is into McCur, and McCur again just lets him go outside his off stump. We're very advanced in this game, as many games are in this round of the Championship. Kent have got a lead now against Lancashire. They lead by 2, 147 for 6. Essex declared on 505 for 9. Big double hundred there for Nick Brown. Somerset a 34 without loss. At Scarborough, it's all square because Hampshire 159 for 6 now. As in goes Wheel and forward goes McCurr. Thickish edge, that runs down towards backward point. And there is no run as Benjamin gets round to his left-hand side. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 317, Northamptonshire 293 for 5. At New Road, Derbyshire 159 for 5 now in their second innings, lead by 104. Durham, well, they lost a lot of that day yesterday, the opening day, but Durham in a good position, 288 for 3 against Middlesex. As over the wicket comes Wheel to McCurr, who drives on the up straight into extra cover. Briggs does the fielding, and there is no run. And in the opening day of Nottinghamshire and Sussex at Trent Bridge, Notts all out for 240. Sussex are 27 for 1 in reply. Tom Clark, LBW to Pattinson. Just looking at that card, because Ollie Robinson, playing his first game in a couple of months, finished with 4 for 44 for Sussex. In comes Wheel on driving his Conor McCurr, doesn't really time this at all. And that potters up towards mid-on. So good to see Ollie Robinson back. Bradley Curry, who impressed you last week, Roland Butcher, 3 for 58 today.
Yeah, he looks a good find. I think if you look after him, if he can increase his pace as well, you know, he does something with the ball, so he's one to look out for.
As in over the wicket once again comes Wheel, and this is pushed by Conor McCurr down towards third man. He'll get a single. The throw was whizzed in by Norwell, and Michael Burgess completely lost that in the lights, and just stuck up a glove and was almost taking evasive action there. But they get a single, and it means that Surrey lead by 3 now, 256 for 8.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wheel's been pretty expensive really on this surface. He's gone at 6 and over. That is high when the average is 2. That puts real pressure on the captain when one of your bowlers are going at 6 and over, another going at 5.
Well, to give it a bit of context in the state of the game as we are at the moment, Warwickshire, it took them to get to that 253. It took Warwickshire 104.4 overs to get there. Surrey have got there in around about 60, so it just shows an extra 40 overs in the game for Surrey here. Mcandrews it will be from the Vauxhall end of the ground, and he'll be coming in over the wicket to Conor McCurr, and McCurr is beaten by a good one, just nips away from him, bounces. But we've seen it throughout this game, Roland Butcher, that no batter's ever really felt in, I don't think. There's always a ball that's going to nip past your outside edge or catch your outside edge. Yeah,
every now and again you get a delivery like that, which is just a gentle reminder that you can't be too complacent batting on this pitch, that there is something there for you.
Goes down to do a touch of gardening outside his off stump and settles himself down once again. Tall man as Mcandrews over the wicket too. Conor McCurr is driving firmly into that backward point region. Benjamin tumbles across to his left hand side to do the fielding, and there is no run. Jamie Overton just in between the overs got a drink brought out to him, change of gloves. Doing a good job here, Jamie Overton, because he's obviously discomforted by that finger. The other thing here is, I suppose Surrey could be bowled out and leave Warwickshire a horrible little time to bat tonight, as well. As in over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and forward goes McCurr. Plays this one out into the offside, because McCurr and Overton at the moment playing risk-free cricket. They've done their job. They've got Surrey into the lead. Still Kemar Roach to come. But there are still, after this one, 21 overs left in the day, which is a good chunk of the day actually to have a bat. But actually, with these conditions as well now, the light could be an issue. But if you can get it sort of deep into these 21 overs left, and Warwickshire had to come out and bat for 10 overs tonight. Tricky conditions. As over the wicket again comes Mcandrews, and that's swinging back. That hits the power. That's going down the leg side, because that did swing back a lot at Conor McCurr. And umpire Long keeps the hands behind his back, but little bit of induck there for Mcandrews. Nicely bowled, but I think Roland Butcher, this did too much.
Yeah, just looked to be sliding down. Bowler wasn't too unhappy with the decision.
It wasn't the most concerted of appeals from Nathan Mcandrews in his slip cordon. Didn't go up in unison, I think it's fair to say. As in over the wicket goes Mcandrews, or inside edge from Conor McCurr on the drive, and he'll get a single down towards long leg, so it's another one to that lead. For the lead now for Surrey, 257 for 8.
Yeah, just driving through the offside, and the inward movement of that delivery, just getting an inside edge.
There is still so much time in this game. We're only into the evening session on this second day, so there's no rush here for Surrey at the moment. They can take a bit of time, and each run just builds up that lead as Mcandrews over the wicket to Overton. He's clipping this firmly up towards mid-on, but Will Rhodes gets across to do the fielding. That was a comfortable looking shot from Jamie Overton. End of the over, 257 for 8. And Overton and McCurr get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle.
Mcandrews got away with that half volley. I think Overton, if he was fully fit, I think he might have just smashed that down the ground. Timed it quite nicely, but with a degree of control instead of going for the power.
Well, he's a powerful man, Jamie Overton. We saw him stick one on the roof of the stand we're sat in against Essex. As here comes Brad Wheel, and this is hit straight down the ground by Conor McCurr. Up there to Halland Albee at mid-on, and there's no run. That's a big old hit as well. It was the spinner Critchley, and he launched it Friday morning, and it hit the roof of this stand we're in. Now we're in the third tier of this stand, then there is another tier above us, and then a bit more up to the roof. So it's a big old shot that from Jamie Overton. As Conor McCurr waits once again, as in over the wicket goes Wheel, and there'll be a single here for McCurr. Plays this one down towards third man. Of the players you played with and against, who do you think hit the ball the hardest?
I would have to say Clive Lloyd, probably.
Right.
Yeah. I think Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, Gordon Greenwich.
Greenwich's name was mentioned an awful lot.
Those would be your top three.
Yeah. Is that lovely? I never know whether this. I hope this story about Gordon Greenwich is true. As in over the wicket comes Wheel to Overton. He just drops the bat on this one. Rolls out there towards extra cover. But somebody said there's a cover point. Greenwich square cut one, and then they turned to chase it. And he'd hit it so hard, it hit the boundary balls and came straight back past them before they'd even set off to chase after it. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I hope it is.
I could imagine that happening, actually, because that was one of his favourite shots. He didn't really want to be backward point.
Over the wicket once again comes Wheel, and this is just tucked away off his toes by Jamie Overton, out towards deep backward square, and Alex Davis comes up to do the fielding. One more to the total, 259 for 8. Overton moves on to 5. It was always very dangerous as well, they always said, Gordon Greenwich, when he was injured. If he was batting on one leg, that was when they said he was really, really dangerous. Ooh.
Yeah, but
a
brutal square cut of a cricket ball.
Yeah, absolutely. As forward comes Conor McCurr, plays this one solidly. Straight back up the pitch once again to Brad Wheel, so the lead for Surrey moves on to 6.
I think Warwickshire has to change. They need to change their tactics right now. It's a little bit too comfortable. Both of these guys, Overton and McCurr quite happy to get forward and just defend. I think you've got to mix it up a bit. A few short balls, a few full-length deliveries, a few length balls.
As over the wicket once again comes Wheel. And forward goes McCurr. He'll get a single here, just tucking this into the leg side. And that's one more to Conor McCurr and one more to this Surrey lead. It moves slowly on to 7, but Surrey won't mind this at all at the moment, because they're moving this lead forward, and there are 20 overs remaining in this day. They've got to their first port of call, which was always going to be that 253. McCurr and Overton will just probably be saying to themselves, just keep doing what we're doing.
Well, of course, I mean, but I feel really fairly well spread. I mean, I'm not sure the wisdom of having the man at deep square leg. You know, he should really be up, putting a bit of pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, there's one man at deep backward square as Mcandrews is in. Oh, shout for LBW. That is tight. Has it done too much again? Just going down. That was tighter than the previous one to Conor McCurr from Nathan Mcandrews. I think just going down. May have got something on it. He's just looking at the toe end of his bat, as most batters do in these situations, but no, I don't think he has. I think he's just decided umpire long that was just going down.
Yeah, unfortunately for us, the midland leg stump was blocked out by the pad, so it's difficult to.
260 for 8. Mcandrews gets ready once again to come in over the wicket, and beats Conor McCurr on the outside this time. Nicely bowled again by Nathan Mcandrews, and you see Mcandrews doing that with a ball that's in its 66th over, and you just think that this is going to be tough for the rest of the game, really, for the batters. There is still a bit out there for the bowlers if you get it in the right spot, but that's the key thing, is consistently getting it in the right spot. And I think what Warwickshire have been a little guilty of today is you sort of look at the boundary count and just think, well, it may not have been quite enough. As over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and this is an open face of the bat from Conor McCurr to a full delivery, and he runs that deliberately down towards third man. Valuable runs these from Conor McCurr, 17 of them, so we move on to 261 for 8. It's Jamie Overton back on to strike, but just having a little look at that boundary count today for Surrey. 30, 44s and 2 6s. So that's 172 in boundaries today for Surrey. As in over the wicket comes Mcandrews, and that's a short ball, and that's hooked away by Jamie Overton out to that man at deep backward square. He looked okay as he played that, Jamie Overton. He'll get a single off the toe end of the bat. Norwell doing the fielding out there. And one more to the total, but that's in a low scoring game. 172 out of 262 in boundaries sort of tells its own story, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's massive, and it's why they're in this position right now. It certainly hurt them badly.
9-run lead for Surrey. Conor McCurr, that bat raised as Mcandrews into him, and McCurr drives. It goes off a thickish edge down towards third man, and that lead moves into double figures now for Surrey. They move on to 263 for 8, which means the lead moves on to 10. 19 added by Overton and McCurr. Mostly in singles, actually. But as I say, Surrey won't mind that at all at the moment, because they're in the lead. And any sort of lead, as they say, is a good lead. As Mcandrews over the wicket to Overton, who's driving. He's timed this okay, Jamie Overton. That was a tester for the finger, but a bit of width from Mcandrews. Jamie Overton driving that on the up through the covers for 4. There's a little shake of that right hand from Jamie Overton. His first boundary, he moves on to 10. End of the over, Roland Butcher. And Surrey are 267 for 8, and the lead now is 14.
Yeah, nothing wrong with this shot. Doesn't appear to have any problems with his hand. It's wide outside the off stump. And he's just hit through the line on the up. And Mcandrews continues to be very expensive. He's now completed 16 overs and he's gone for 70 in a relatively low scoring game in favourable bowling conditions as well.
He makes his way down to long leg as Brad Boyle from the pavilion ends coming into Conor McCurr, and McCurr will get a single here, just turns this one off the stumps up towards mid-on. Another single for Surrey, lead by 15 now, 268 for 8. And Jamie Overton will come back on to strike. Fascinating game of cricket this. It really is. And the other fascinating thing is around the country there's a couple of low scorers. Low scorers always make for very interesting cricket. As Brad Wheel is in to Jamie Overton, looks for the Yorker, Overton gets bat on it, he'll take a single. One more to the total, one more to Jamie Overton. He'll move on to 11, 269 for 8. And that will bring Conor McCurr back on to strike.
Yeah, and a nine little partnership right when Warwickshire would be hoping to wrap the innings up. Valuable runs being scored here by these two batsmen.
16 lead now for Surrey as in comes Wheel again, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Conor McCurr. That's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right hand side. Sibley and Davis will have batting in the back of their minds now at 269 for 8. And those overs remaining 18.3 now.
Yeah, they'll have it in the back of their mind. I don't think they'll be looking forward to it.
No, not at all, because it's getting squeezed this last session now for Warwickshire with the bat as Wheel is in. Short one, that's a good one. Conor McCurr's played that pretty well actually. He's ridden the bounce, that's hit the glove, gone down towards third man. It's a good short delivery that from Brad Wheel. It's pretty well played by Conor McCurr in the fact it went downwards.
Yeah, surprise delivery, and I think that's good bowling. Yeah, just don't let them get comfortable knocking the ball around, picking up singles. Occasionally should do a similar thing to Overton as well.
Well, Jamie Overton won't want one of those as in comes Wheel to him. He's gone full of length, and Jamie Overton's just with the full face of the bat, elegantly actually, just driving that back down the pitch, and Wheel gets a hand on it. And there is no run. Highest score in first class cricket for Conor McCurr, 29 is Conor McCurr's highest score in first class cricket, but again he's proved here that he can bat. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. As Overton waits on 11 as Wheel is into him. It's a short ball and Overton's up on his toes, looking to punch that through the covers. Doesn't time it at all. Potters out towards extra cover. And that is the end of the over. Overton has 11. McCurr has 20. But yeah, that session for Warwickshire to bat is just being squeezed and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed at the moment. 270 for 8. Surrey is at a lead of 17, because as I was saying, if it was to be a 10 over spell to bat, that is no fun, is it? Because there isn't a huge amount for you to gain, and it means that Surrey could come out, or the bowling side could come out and really let it go.
Yeah, the batting side's got everything to lose in that session.
Mcandrews from the Vauxhall end is in, and oh, it's a lovely looking shot from Conor McCurr. He's almost down on one knee there, driving that one handsomely away through the covers for 4. And McCurr moves on to 24, and Surrey now move on to 274 for 8. This is becoming a bit of a problem now for Warwickshire, in the fact that that lead at sort of 5 was fine.
Yeah, it's a real problem because the tail enders are just looking too comfortable at the crease, and once that comfort continues, they will get some runs.
Yep. Leads 21 now as forward goes McCurr and plays this one solidly back up the pitch. And there is no run once again. So Conor McCurr at the moment doing a very good job here alongside Jamie Overton. They've added 30 of McCurr and Overton. Very, very valuable runs. Of course, you lose the 2 overs and the 1 you're in for the change of innings. Over the wicket goes Mcandrews again to McCurr and beats him on the outside edge. And McCurr walks off towards square leg, thinking about all of this and life in general, and the fact that he was at home at 10:15 yesterday morning and the phone went, get yourself down to the ground you're playing. Picked up 3 wickets with the ball and now a very valuable 24 with the bat as well. Conor McCurr having a good game.
Yeah, I'm sure he's enjoying this. A day ago, not expected to be playing, and now today you're playing a vital role.
Mcandrews over the wicket again, short one. Conor McCurr does all right, ducks underneath it, watches it all the way into the gloves of keeper Burgess, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, a bit more aggression shown there by McCurr. I think that's a good response. I would, you know, he really needs to bowl a few more like that. You know, these are tail end batsmen. Make it uncomfortable for them. Make it very uncomfortable, Mcandrews.
Well, the irony being that they were trying it with Ollie Pope, and it did eventually get him. As in comes Mcandrews and forward goes Conor McCurr, plays it up towards mid-off. And there's no run, because Bradwell did eventually get Ollie Pope with a hook shot, but he'd already put a couple into the crowd, and 65 he made, but...
You know, sometimes you have to bowl differently against tail-enders than you do top-line batsmen. I mean, top-line batsmen, you're looking to find the edge. A lot of the time, the tail-ender will miss those deliveries. So you have to change your attack.
Nathan Mcandrews is over the wicket here to Conor McCurr. Conor McCurr is playing this very solidly. Straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. End of the over, 274 for 8 then. Surrey, they lead by 21. Jamie Overton has 11. Conor McCurr's on 24.
Yeah, very handy lead. Every run will be applauded by the Surrey team. In the context of this game, you know, 21 is a decent lead. At no stage has really Surrey got far enough ahead of the game. Warwickshire, I think they will really rule that first bowling session that they had.
In comes Brad Boyle from the pavilion, and that's down the leg side. Jamie Overton gets absolutely nothing on this, and that's a tumbling take by Michael Burgess. Yes, because at lunch Surrey had lost 3 wickets, but in 17 overs they were on 79.
Yeah, and really that set the seal, which continued after that. After, you know, the boundaries just coming at the rate of knots. I think they've, in the last half a session, they've pulled it back somewhat.
As wheels in, and then forward goes Overton, and that's inside edge down into the leg side. Bounced on him. That one a touch more from Brad Wheel. And one more to the total.
Yeah, the fact that they've been able to dry up the regular boundary hitting and in between pick up wickets as well, just really has shown them what was possible earlier on in the game. Had they done that a little bit better, I think certainly they'd be batting all it now.
As in over the wicket comes Wheel again to McCurr, bangs that one in. Conor McCurr is in behind it. 275 for 8 now, Surrey. So have gone past 300 in their first innings every game this season. That seemed a bit of a way off at 223 for 7, but now they're up at 275 for 8. And there are still batting points available, of course, as Brad Wheel comes over the wicket once more to McCurr. McCurr is forward, playing a solid looking defensive shot once more. Straight back up the pitch. Again, there's no run as Will Rhodes does the fielding. Around to his left-hand side.
Yeah, really, if you look at what's happened so far today, the weak links in the bowling attack for Warwickshire really has been Wheel and Mcandrews. If you put their overs together.
Expensive as Wheel is in, short one, and caught that decline. That's taken by Michael Burgess off his feet, going away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, if you
Really
put
did climb.
if you put their overs together, bulk of the runs really have come. I mean, this is the 13th over for Wheel. He's gone for 67, and Mcandrews gone for over 70 of them.
130 between them.
Yeah.
As Wheel goes wide of the crease and forward goes McCurr and pushes this one out into the offside. Benjamin gets round to do the fielding. End of the over. Ollie Hannon-Dalby is making his way back in. And there's going to be, well, there is a game of cricket taking place up on the top of one oval square on the roof terrace up there, actually. Just seen that on the Surrey live stream. Group of kids up there have turned it into a cricket pitch. So they're having a good time. They've got the old plastic bat and a ball up there as well. Nathan McAndrew is going to continue from the Vauxhall end. Richard Wilford is here. I know you've got a friend that's come to see you, Mr. Butcher. So do you want to take a break here, and then Richard and I can and that gives you until Mr. Coney arrives. As in comes McAndrew, and this one's pushed by Jamie Overton straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
We can finish the over.
Okie doke. I'll do this, and then we'll bring. If Mr. Coney's not here, we'll bring Richard in for you, and that'll enable you to go and catch up at the back of the box. I've just managed to catch my splitter, which fell off the table, so I'm quite pleased with my hand-eye coordination there. Surrey with a lead of 22 at the moment, as McAndrew shines the ball up once again and then strides in over the wicket to the right-handed Overton, and Overton, that's hitting the thigh guard. That'll run away for leg buys, and that will be one more to this Surrey lead, one more to the total. Surrey eking out this lead at the moment. They lead by 23. 276 for 8. This partnership worth 32 very valuable runs. When they came together, 2-2-3 for 7. So Surrey at that point was still 30 runs away from that 2-5-3. He's waiting once again. Here's McCurr as McAndrews in. Oh, McCurr's had a little fiddle at this one. Outside his off stump. That's into the gloves of Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side. So they've got Surrey into a lead. Surrey now 24 runs away from another batting point. Warwickshire is still 1 wicket away from a bowling point, a third and final bowling point, and we're well within the time because we're only in the 70th over at the moment. I suppose the new ball could come into play here for Warwickshire if these two manage to get through another 10 overs, as McAndrew is into bowl, and this is tucked away by Conor McCurr off a thickish inside edge. You get a single out there towards deep backward square. And that'll be one more to the total, 277 for 8, so the lead is now 24. A lot of kids in the ground today. It's always nice to see school holidays. Lots of kids about the place today, and as I say, a group of them, they've gone now, but they were having a quick game of cricket up there on the roof terrace. Nice place to do it. Bit difficult if you play a big shot though. As over the wicket once again is McAndrew to Overton. Yorker dug out by Overton. That'll test the finger, that one, because that will have ricocheted up the bat. But they will pick up another single. That'll be one more to the total. 278 for 8.
Yeah, and these two batsmen doing exactly what the team would want them to do, just fashioning a good partnership, frustrating the opposition, keeping them in the field.
And it's squeezing again that time that Warwickshire might have to bat tonight, because at one point it looked like Warwickshire could be batting for 20 odd overs this evening. Now it's getting squeezed down. As over the wicket comes McAndrew again to McCurr. That's a beauty. That's why batting on here is not easy. That's climbed off a goodish leg. Roland Butcher, you have a break there, sir. We'll bring Mr. Wilford in to the seat to my right, enabling you to head to the back and have a chin wag. And then as soon as Mr. Coney comes here, We'll change this all around again. But yes, Surrey just eking out a lead out there in the middle. 278 for 8 they are. And at the moment, from a Warwickshire point of view, as I say, they're just squeezing this day down a touch now. Surrey, as Brad Wheel will come over the wicket to Jamie Overton, and Overton's forward and turns this one into the leg side. He'll take a single. Jamie Overton, one more to him. He moves on to 14, 279 for 8. Welcome back, Richard.
So, did you have a reputation at school for being a bit of a telltale twit?
Why is that, old boy?
Well, those lads were having a lovely game of cricket up there, and then you talk about it, and I reckon somebody said, "Oi,
well,
oi."
It was also on the live stream.
I know.
I wouldn't have known had it not been on, which is going around the whole ground.
Mum, we were having a lovely game of cricket, and the chaps on the TV feed.
Over the wicket comes Brad Wheel, runs here for Conor McCurr. He pushes that one out into the offside, and there's a single, so one more to the total.
Well, I'm presuming it was 6 and out. If you put it over the barrier and it lands either on the spectators below or the outfield, 6 and out.
You could play that game where you sort of, it's the close catching game that they play in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Lead is 27 for Surrey. Brad Wheel comes in over the wicket to Jamie Overton, and Overton, nicely played, just clips a length delivery off through the pigeons, and he should get 3 here. Jamie Overton, he will get 3, and this is a very valuable partnership between these two. Now moves on to 39 and 283 for 8, so Surrey now 17 runs away from that 300 and the 3rd batting point as well.
Presumably they were using one of those little plastic balls that go with those plastic bats. If it did fall out the front and it landed by the steward who's down there by the corner of the pavilion, it'd be a heck of a throw to get it back up.
It would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. Can I have my ball back, please?
Oh, I've got to come over the lift now.
Yeah, absolutely. 283 for 8.
I would sign him up if he can get it up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a good arm. The lead is 30 as Conor McCurr is forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. Frustrating this for Warwickshire. Been very good from Overton and McCurr. So they've really got their heads down, actually. McCurr's now been out there for 75 deliveries for his 26.
They struggle to find a tail cleaner. Mcandrews is probably the best that they've got of the current crop. Norwell when he's really on his game, but they're having to use him fitfully. He's only bowled 11 overs. Danny Briggs is just whirling his arms at the moment.
Yeah, that might not be a bad option. As in comes Will, short one, and Conor McCurr's done well. He's got out the way of it and also got his hand down so he doesn't sit down on his backside. So he did pretty well there, did Conor McCurr. Yeah, Briggs might be an option because even with a bad finger, Jamie Overton, if you toss it up, he'll be tempted to try and launch you into the stand. That's well played again by Conor McCurr. He's shaped up very well here as Conor McCurr. His highest first class score is 29. He's on 26 at the moment as Wheel is into him once more, and McCurr's solidly in behind this. Plays it straight back up the pitch. There is no run as Brad Wheel does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. 283 for 8. Overton has 17. And Conor McCurr has 26.
The umpires have set the bar, I think, quite low in this match in terms of how bad light would have to be to come off. I thought the last 2 or 3 overs last night, if it had been 2 full-on batsmen out there, I wonder whether they would have viewed it a little bit differently. I thought it was very dark. And again, the biggest threat, I think, for shortening the day is the light. And there's a more quite dark cloud about to come over. And we're just starting to see the foreshadows emerge again, which is always that sign you look for, that the floodlights are starting to take over from natural light. So I wonder whether that will have an impact as Overton awaits Mcandrews and pushes him out to point. There's a single. The pigeons were never really going to be troubled by that, but they still flew a little bit. I would like to point out that as much as people looked at me as if I was mad when I suggested at 3:10 the reason for the pigeons' absence was the fact they were watching the first episode of Countdown with its new presenter, and then none of them came back till after 4. And that's all I'm saying. And there are those who will say it's a coincidence. Well, there are those of us who believe.
I'm going to have to ask you an awful question after this delivery.
It won't be an awful question. Short, pulled by Overton, and he finds the gap. That was beautifully timed. He was quick to get on the back foot and pulled it well in front of square. He's to 21, 287 for 8. That third batting bonus point is tantalisingly close.
Who is the new presenter of Countdown?
It's Colin Murray, who has been a guest presenter before. And initially it's meant to be sort of a 6-month thing, but he really enjoys it. So
interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. I didn't realise that. That news had passed me by, Mr. Wilford.
Yeah, I think that's excusable.
Yeah, thank
to be
you.
fair,
Thank you
I
very
don't
much.
think that makes you a lesser. It doesn't make you a lesser person at all. Mcandrews wraps Overton on the pad. It was angling down the leg side. It's a screech of an appeal and a leg by. 288 for 8. We noticed on Facebook a couple of weeks ago one of our friends saying, "Oh, today's the day. I'm on Countdown today."
Ooh.
So we watched her.
How did they get on?
Well, she lost, but the danger is, and I don't know how familiar you are with the.
I love Countdown.
You know, I mean, it's 40 years old now, isn't it?
I was a Richard Whiteley.
Oh, the classic.
Countdowner, yes.
Yeah, classic. In the days of Carol Vorderman.
Indeed.
And a rotating number of people in dictionary lexicographers, that's the word I'm looking for. This full delivery, guided down to third man by McCurr, another single for him, 27, 289 for 8. She was up against one of those people that you know you're not going to beat.
Ah, yes. They've been on every week for the last 25 weeks.
Yeah, I have various descriptions of them, none of which I'm going to use now, but yeah, you kind of...
Yeah, that's not ideal.
No.
What did she get though? Because you do get something, don't you?
I
I
forget now.
Countdown.
Do you get a teapot or something
like that? Very nice.
But she managed to get about 60 points, which...
Oh, that's not too bad.
Against one of the uber nerds of Countdown. See, I've let one of them slip. Was not bad. Oh, an authentic outside edge there from Overton. He looked round anxiously, but it goes along the deck down to third man to Alex Davis. This has proved a profitable over so far.
These are big runs now because they're up to 290 for 8. The partnership's worth 46, and that lead now is 37. This is a really important partnership between these two.
It's a real juggling act, isn't it, as well? Because Warwickshire wouldn't particularly want to bat too many overs, as you've been saying. As it stands now, if 2 wickets fell in a flurry, you'd be looking at 10 overs.
It's a horrible time to go back.
Yeah. It's actually long enough for Surrey to put themselves well on top if they take wickets. Straight from Mcandrews, defended by McCurr. The first half an hour after tea, it wasn't too much of a problem because the scoring rate was so slow. They're just starting to tick along there. Yeah. 290 for 8 at the end of the over. 37 run lead for Surrey, and still another 13 overs left in the day's play.
I think they've done it very well, these two, in the fact that when they came together, 244 it was, so Surrey was still trailing. Jamie Overton's just getting a bit of treatment on that finger of his, I think. But they've done it very well because they got their heads down and just picked up singles for a while. And obviously there was the whole thing, is Overton okay, and played a couple of shots and ran the hand a bit, but he's been okay. And he's played some aggressive shots as well. But they've got this now up to within 10 of a third batting point. And they've got that lead to 37, which is now handy, very handy. And as you say, if a wicket went in this over, 2 wickets went in this over, they'd have to bat 10 overs tonight.
Yeah.
Warwickshire. Here is Brad Boyle from the pavilion end coming into Jamie Overton, and he's turning this one into the leg side. What time's your next update, Mr. Wilford?
6 o'clock.
Okay, what we'll do is you and I will stay until you nip off to do that, then we'll bring Mr. Coney in, and then I will vacate once you've done your update. Mr. Wilford, pigeons are back, Mr. Coney. I don't know if you've noticed, they're back there. Big wicket. 290 for 8.
Jerry's been out on the balcony cooing to try and lure them back to the ground.
I'm just devastated. All my theories have gone out the window today. Here is Brad Boyle, and this one's turned into the leg side by Overton. That runs
all of your theories.
Most of my theories are rubbish at the best of times, but I really thought, I knew I'd read somewhere about goldfish that they had a memory of 10 seconds and then everything was new to them again. Well, that's proved to be completely wrong. And my theory that pigeons are the most stupid of animals, in the fact that as the cricket ball flies towards it. And I've seen, sadly, a couple depart this mortal coil during games here at the Kia Oval Pigeons, as this one's let go outside the off stump by Jamie Overton. In fact, there was quite a famous photo on the front of the Times a few years ago. Matt Nicholson batting for Surrey, square cut one, and it hit the pigeon full on, and the photo was just all the feathers.
Oh dear.
But that poor pigeon didn't get through it. Another one did, actually, that got struck, and Stuart Meeker, again quite famously, sort of coaxed it, carried it off and almost gave it resuscitation. Then it just flew off. As in over the wicket once again comes Wheel, tucking this one into the pigeons. Here's Jamie Overton. There they scatter. We won't see them for a couple of hours now. And that's one more to Jamie Overton.
No, they're settling again. No, they're settling again. It's because Pointless is all repeats at the moment, so they're happy to watch the cricket. Otherwise, they do like themselves a bit of Alexander Armstrong and Richard Osman. They're very much panel games and quiz shows, pigeons. That's what holds their attention.
Holmes under the hammer. As over the wicket once again, then comes Wheel, short one, ducking underneath it is Conor McCurr. Conor McCurr 2 away from equalling his highest first class score, but he's played really well. 80 deliveries now for Conor McCurr for these 27 very valuable runs. Surrey's run rate is exactly 4 and over now.
Considering he wasn't playing at 10:15 yesterday.
Absolutely.
He's played a good hand, hasn't he?
He really has.
3 wickets, 27 runs, occupied the crease for about an hour and a half.
Done very well as Brad Wheel is in again to him, and he's forward and pushing this one out towards backward point, and there's no run. The other thing is that Surrey have sort of prided themselves on the fact that they've got to 300 in every innings this season, first innings. And they're 9 away from doing it again now. I think we're going to get a bit of Danny Briggs.
I think we are. It's a good benchmark getting to 300. And I know this has been the summer of the flat pitch and the failure of the cricket ball. Although we still haven't had a ball change, have we?
Not in this game.
In this game.
Nope.
And if we get through 2 days without one, that's cause for celebration, actually.
It is. There'll be a national holiday.
Yeah.
On Friday.
I may have to have a bar of chocolate to celebrate tonight.
Well, it has at times got frankly ridiculous in the fact that there was a game, Durham game, because Scott Borthwaite was interviewed in the paper about it. It got changed 8 times in one day, the ball, and it's just all gets a bit silly after that, really.
It is suboptimal what's been going on with balls this year. As Danny Briggs will be his 6th over of the day, and that goes past the edge of a flailing bat from Overton. And Burgess does whip the off bail off, but the back foot wasn't going anywhere from Overton. Rather diagonal bat that he aimed at that. Now he pushes forward a rather more orthodox face of the bat and defends it to backward point. Is Alan Dolby fielding there? My word. That's where you want your nimble fielder. The latter day Trevor Penny. Bit of slow turn there for Danny Briggs. Very slow turn. And the ball is just pushed out into the offside and picked up by Hayne. Still a lot of green on this surface. Don't think it's going to burn away in the next couple of days. As that one holds its line, nudged up towards mid-on. Mcandrews intercepts it.
Looking at the forecast, I'm not sure the sun's going to be blazing down.
No. Now he's going to come down the wicket. Overton drives up to Benjamin at mid-off. He throws at the striker's end, but McCurr was always going to get home there. Overton with his 24th run, 292 for 8.
I think if it wasn't for that finger hurting a bit, he'd have been looking to stick that in the stand. He almost got there, but then I think there was a thought, hang on, this could hurt. So he just checked it up towards Benjamin at mid-off.
Get a tiny bit of slow turn, it barely off the straight though, and he has time to wait for the ball, McCurr. And he pushes it out towards the cover point boundary fielder, Alex Davis. Almost at the boundary, only about 10-15 yards in, because it's a long boundary. 28 now to McCurr, so he's what, one off his career best?
Well, yep, 29 is his best.
Oh.
These are hugely valuable runs, and the partnership is worth 49 now. Surrey to within 300. A third batting point of Messrs Overton and McCurry. Well, what I think they've done well is it's been absolutely risk-free cricket from them.
Yeah. They've only been beaten by good balls. There's a conversation between the umpires here. Liam Norwell is getting ready to bowl.
They're changing the ball?
No, I don't think so. Or are they?
Yeah, I think they
are. Are they?
I think after all our chat there, Mr. Wilford, it's
they are.
The first ball change today. Well, in the game.
Well, if you talk about it enough, it will happen.
Absolutely. They've got a new one due in 6 overs' time.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to find a ball in that box that looks pretty rubbish, to be fair. 76 overs old, 74 overs old. Will Rhodes is over to have a little look at this.
Billy Taylor's got the old handcuffs out.
He has.
See if the ball will pass through it.
They've got all sorts these days in their pocket. They do look like handcuffs, don't they?
Might try a light meter in a minute as well. It's getting pretty gloomy.
It has to get through the holes, doesn't it? The ball has to go through the holes.
He's looking ever so quizzically at the one he's got at the moment.
Get with it 74 overs, you know, really and truly, it always takes such a long time to do this as well. It really does.
He's got 3 in his hands now.
How long does it take?
I'm putting that one down. It's like a tennis player who's got 3. I can only have 2. I'm going to put one in my pocket. He'll roll the other one behind him. He actually has put another one in his pocket.
Well, he has.
Is that the one
taken the new ball maybe for later? But just that's 74 overs. So it can't look that much different from another one. It looked pretty rubbish, whatever he's got out the box there. That took a while, didn't it?
But it's if the seam's splitting or the stitching's gone, isn't it? It's
well, we have got a ball now, which is good news, and it'll be Liam Norwell into the attack down there from the pavilion end of the ground. Conor McCurr will be the man on strike. He'll be aware of his highest first-class score. Conor McCurr. So we have got 11 overs remaining in the day. Surrey lead by 40 as Liam Norwell comes over the wicket to McCurr. It's a short delivery and McCurr pushes it out towards Benjamin. Out there at backward point, and there's no run.
The pigeons are starting to creep in at short square leg here, and Nigel Long, there's an international umpire, he is a stickler for the regulations. They will need a helmet if they take up a static fielding position there.
Yeah, well, might make them go somewhere else.
Well,
that's the other thing.
I'm not sure they should be there without any protective equipment right now. They're only about 10 yards from the bat.
In over the wicket once again comes Norwell, short one, and just swaying inside this is Conor McCurr. Lots of time just to sway inside that Conor McCurr. It's going to sound a strange thing to say, but the light to my eyes has actually improved a little bit now. But whether it's if they were to be all out and then Warwickshire have to start, that could change things.
It can be. It's a bit milky. It's a bit milky, the light. Most of the pigeons twigged at that on that delivery that they were too close. Apart from 2, those are the ones you don't want on your quiz team.
No, absolutely. As in over the wicket once again is Norwell, short one. McCurr's ducking underneath this. Well, a few years ago we had the courting pigeons, who we thought were in a sort of a romantic early stages of a relationship, the two of them. Always together they were. Wherever one went, the other one went. And then one sad day, one of them turned up and the other one wasn't there.
Oh.
So we were just hoping that the other one had possibly migrated.
Have they had a tiff?
I don't know. 293 for 8 as Norwell comes in over the wicket again to McCurr. Oh, hello, that one just took off a touch. McCurr was shaping up to have a drive at that. Just bounced and got a bit big on him. Taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side.
I know because of the train strike you're not going home tonight, but I mean, imagine you nipped home and you found out your other half had migrated.
Yeah, well, that would be
disappointing.
Ideal. It would be disappointing. It really would be.
Passport's gone.
Everything's
gone from the drawer.
Gone. Yeah. That would be disappointing. He's waiting once again. It's McCurr. As over the wicket comes Norwell, and McCurr this time just opens the face and guides this one down to third man. And that ripple of applause will be the fact that Conor McCur's equalled his highest first-class score now. So he's 29 not out, and his best was 29. So one more, and he might get a standing ovation.
It's the 50 partnership they were applauding.
Yeah.
They'll applaud the 30 when he gets to it. So I'm going to have to go and do a report now. I'm just left with the thought of you getting home and the other arm's migrated, and all you're left with is asking the goldfish where she's gone, and the goldfish shrugging and saying, I can't remember.
Well, I can't remember.
She did tell me, but I can't remember.
Oh,
now.
She's back again. As this is a short ball, and up on his toes goes Overton, turns this one down into the leg side, and there'll be no run. End of the over. So welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Richard Wilford will be back with us in a few moments' time. He's just nipped off to do an update. I'm going to plug Jeremy Coney in away to my right hand side, and there are 10 overs remaining today. Surrey are 294 for 8, and that lead for Surrey now is 41. And welcome back, Mr. Coney. These are valuable runs. Great partnership, isn't it?
Yep, I think perhaps the reason they've gone much more slowly, haven't they, and more circumspect about the way that they've put the partnership together. So one, to get a lead, I think to increase the pressure on Warwickshire.
Here are runs for McCurr, and that's his highest first-class score, because Danny Briggs has dropped one in, and Conor McCurr has jumped onto the back foot and crashed it through the covers, and it means that Surrey now have a lead of 45, and they're 2 runs away from a third batting point as well.
And that's the other reason they would want to bat on. So that's both kind of the same reasons, really, except one extending to the other. And secondly, I thought that they might have a few deliveries, few overs actually at Warwickshire tonight.
As Briggs is in, and it's short again, and this is punched once more off the back foot by Conor McCurr out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. They'll pick up another single.
So there was a chance. I thought if they had been bowled out earlier in this session, that they wanted really to bat on a few overs, so they had 2 bites at the cherry with a new ball, a few overs tonight.
Briggs is round the wicket to Overton. Overton brings up the 300 for Surrey. So third batting point, and it means that Surrey, in every first innings this season, still have that good tick in the box if they've gone to 300. Their lowest first innings total of the season, as we've been saying, 308. 244 for 8. That seemed a long way off, but they're there now. As Briggs is in, and McCurr punches again in front of square through the offside. Pick up another single, will Conor McCurr. He moves on to 35, 301 for 8, sorry.
So, the second bite, obviously the ball's still new tomorrow morning, so that the bowlers would be fresh. So those were, I thought, the reasons they were batting, or they have batted on here.
And the wicket again goes Briggs, and Overton pushes forward to a ball that's just tossed up a bit more by the left arm spinner.
Question is whether they want to have a crack. They've still got 25 overs if they want to, or 35 overs, haven't they?
It's in, round the wicket again goes Briggs. This one's pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. Absolutely, the 110 overs.
Yes.
So we've got 9 remaining in the day. The other thing I was saying to Roland, you were saying with the new ball as well, is sort of they were 25 overs when these two got together.
Yes,
now,
too many.
What the thing as well is, from a Warwickshire batting point of view, you can sort of get in, and you've got something there, haven't you?
Yeah. If can't in 7 or 8 overs.
7 or 8 overs, you just come out with the ball and give it
a
right old go.
That's
don't
right.
You?
That's right.
So that would have all been part of it.
You can't get away on the team at all.
So they've done a very good job, these two.
But it looks as though they might actually bat out the day, though. That's the feeling watching the game.
Yeah, absolutely. As Norwell is into Conor McCurr, and he's punching off the back foot down towards Benjamin in there at backward point. And it's no run.
The game also has a bit of a look about it that we saw several times against Essex, wasn't it? When 2 batsmen, I think it was Rossington and Hashim, they just looked totally comfortable, even though they were sort of number 7 and 8 in that batting order, and Surrey were trying hard to dismiss them at that point, but it looked easy. And now you get the feeling here, now that they're in, this is looking quite easy as well.
There's that new ball available in 3.5 overs time, which could come into play still for Warwickshire now, as this one's run down towards third man by Conor McCurr, and he'll pick up another single. So that will be interesting, because there'll be around about 4 overs left in the day as well, with a new ball for Warwickshire.
Well, yes, and if that happens, you just wonder whether Surrey would start to go for some shots here in these last 4 overs, just to try if it's easier at this point rather than the new ball. Let's just kind of keep that in the back of our minds too.
302 for 8. Norwell is coming in over the wicket to Jamie Overton, and Overton just pulls the bat inside the line of this one. That's taken by Michael Burgess.
And they are both in now, aren't they?
Yes,
I mean, 93 and 51 deliveries each respectively. Partnership, it's been great. Personal milestone.
I think they've done it very sensibly. I think they came out, and Overton obviously was a bit troubled with that finger at the start, but he's sort of into it now, and the adrenaline's pumping. Hit a couple of boundaries. As Norwell in over the wicket, he comes to Overton. Ooh, and Jamie Overton has a drive at this one, just lost his balance there. That goes past the outside edge, and you have to say, Conor McCurr has just looked very comfy,
very solid,
hasn't he?
Very solid. Got forward extremely well, got out of the way of the short pitch deliveries. Looks as if he punches it quite nicely off the back foot as well. So yeah, he's got just I don't know where he normally bats, but
be down where he's come in, 10,
sort of 9, 10.
Yeah.
Well, that's really handy to have a tail ender who can do that.
Well, in over the wicket to Overton, short ball, and Overton pulls this out towards deep backward square. There's Alex Davis to do the fielding, and they will get a single. One more to the total. 303 for 8 Surrey, lead by 50. So it's almost identical to what's going on in Scarborough at the moment, because as listeners have been hearing on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and they're in the innings break there, Hampshire were all out for 218. So that was a lead of 59 for Hampshire at Scarborough. Another low scorer. As over the wicket comes Norwell to McCurr, bouncer, and Conor McCurr ducks underneath it. End of the over, end of me for the time being. A few more thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then he'll be joined by Richard Wilford.
Yeah, so, but I mean, bowlers generally do like batting. It sounds a bit odd, but they, you know, after choosing to become bowlers, they quite often just enjoy a good bat, and some of them really rate themselves batting to hold a bat as well. It's not as if they can't either. Some bowlers can bat extremely well, and it's so frustrating to get the team 8 down.
So it's been a very well organised partnership between these two, as well, as Overton defends the first ball of Danny Briggs over. Second new ball is only 3 overs away. There was a time that Surrey didn't necessarily think they'd get there, but 3 batting points on the board, a lead of 50. Still 2 wickets standing. Sweep from Overton. It's going to be behind square, and there's no way of that being chased down. 4 more to him. He goes to 30, 307 for 8. I think the word I used for it on the report I was just doing for listeners of BBC Radio W and BBC CWR is resourceful, this partnership. They've been busy. They've not really taken risks, and considering what we've seen over the 2 days, they've looked as comfortable as anybody other than Ollie Pope. So Briggs floats one up, pushing forward defensively Overton.
I've just been saying the same, that we've seen this before, even against Essex as well, when 2 lower order batsmen got going, and I think it's to do with the ball as well.
Yeah, an old soft ball, another sweep round the corner from Overton. He's not running, he knows he's got that fine enough, and that's going for 4 more. 311 for 8. And for the first time in this session, the score is starting to go up quite quickly, because actually Warwickshire have restrained that better than they have done earlier in the day until this last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Not easy for the slower bowlers, as Briggs is defending, because they're not getting any real assistance, and the natural combative intent of Overton is kicking in there.
I was just saying to Mark, that's probably to get the lead and put pressure on Warwickshire and to get a bonus point.
As he defends the final ball of the over.
And I did just tentatively think that if they could get that bonus point and get to a 50 lead, which they have now, that's in excess of that, but to have a few overs, just, even if it's 5 overs at Warwickshire, when you can't really get your innings started, you can't get into a rhythm at all, you've got to start twice, you get 2 goes with the new ball in the evening, and then of course you've only bowled 5 overs, so it's still new for the next day. But it looks as though I get the feeling they're going to bat on here a bit. Now whether it's they're going to use up the 100 overs if they can, or just see where they get to, we'll have to wait and see.
311 for 8. McCurr on strike facing Norwell. Drives won't penetrate the covers though, fielded by Briggs. I think the other factor might just be that if they did pull out here, and now we're into this over, there'd be 4 overs left to bowl. I just wonder about the light. We've got the darkest cloud of the evening coming over now, and whilst the forecast isn't for rain, it's that sort of wet light that you get, sort of that the scoreboard starts to glower at you, the one with the orange figures on. So there is the slight danger that you just end up wasting some time and pulling out early. As Norwell's ball stands up a little bit, and he's done well to get over the top of it. Bit of hint of glove about it from McCurr, but he gets a single. 312 for 8.
In which case, will Warwickshire take the new ball and look to shorten the day?
Well,
by
I fancy they would.
Off.
Ollie Dolby is doing some calisthenics at the moment, or something similar. He's like a praying mantis on his back there, and then picks himself up rather wearily at mid-on as Overton prepares to face the next delivery from Norwell, just back of a length, left alone outside off stump. The way that Overton is batting as well suggests to me that his plan is to get to the close of play here, and Surrey have still got plenty of overs left to get to 350, and that point could be important too.
Well, they may feel also that it's easier to get the runs now than it is later on.
Yeah. Plenty of time left in this game. The surface isn't going to get much easier to battle. The one thing we've seen is a bit of variable bounce, particularly when the bowling's been from the pavilion end today. Still cloud cover forecast for the next 2 days as well. As Norwell does draw an edge, and there's only 1 slip. That would have been probably straightforward for Sam Hain if he'd been at second slip, but it'll go down through a fine third man for 4. Overton has 38 now. Surrey 316 for 8. Decent delivery of that from Liam Norwell.
Yeah, Sibley's standing at quite a wide first slip. It was well wide of him. No chance whatsoever really there, but it's fine enough to beat the third man. So, and it runs quicker the finer it goes. So another boundary, 316. Getting close to, they're pushing, aren't they?
Norwell approaches once more. Oh, and that's hit Overton on his sore hand, and he turns away, drops the bat, gives it a good shake. That lifted from just back of a length, and Overton might require some treatment now. He's walked fully 25 yards right and behind the stumps, and it's the nature of cricket, isn't it? When you've got a sore part of the body, in his case the finger that he caught the end of trying to take a slip catch yesterday, the ball will find it again. Actually, it's probably given us a better idea, Jeremy, of which finger it is. It looks like it's the one next to the thumb.
It's the first finger.
I knew you'd get the right description for it.
Yes. Just, yeah. Which, of course, is very important for holding the ball. It's his right hand, so it's the bottom hand that's been struck on the bat, often jammed between the sort of the sausage part of the glove, if you like, and the bat handle. Perhaps it's that first, because it was a catch. He was trying to take a catch. That's how he's actually.
Yeah. It's pretty much yorked him, hasn't it? So whether it was the knuckle, quite possibly, as he's tried to scoop it, but either way, when that struck him, then it was like a snake had bitten him.
Certainly, it's well bandaged. I guess there might be some protection as well, whether it's you know, fiberglass protection or something that can get close around his hand. But I'm not sure it'll be very easy to bowl with that either. I don't think they'd allow you to bowl with that.
No, as a seam bowler, you're not allowed any strapping at all.
I don't think so, or a spin or anything.
No.
It looks as though he's going to be okay. Whether he's got some painkillers and so on.
But if that inflames any more, it will make running his finger down the seam nigh on impossible.
So that'll be it.
That was a sharp blow. I mean, even if you hadn't got a sore finger, that one would have hurt. But for it to be right on top of where you've already got some bruising and discomfort, looks like he wants to carry on.
He's got a bat on. He's been really, that's been the only one so far that's discomforted him, apart from when he came in and got jarring. But that's taken maybe a bit of a blow as well. Whether it's been right on it or not, we can't tell. Certainly it seems to have hit that bottom hand somehow. He will, I mean, you can also put a little bit of extra protection on the top of the glove too. Quite a few players would actually put fiberglass over the outside of the sausage as well,
right,
and put those together sometimes to do exactly that, just to protect the fingers. So on he goes.
You could do with Bruce Oxenford's paddle over it. That would protect you. Wouldn't be able to play these shots, but he's going to soldier on, which is brave from Overton. One of the Warwickshire players had stood his bat up against the stumps because they can't do that Joe Root thing. Nobody else can do that.
Stand the bat.
He's found that perfect point of balance, hasn't he? I dread to think how much time he devoted to actually working out that point, that perfect balance point on the angle. Something you see these circus acts do when they can balance all sorts of things on their chin or their forehead.
Usually a person.
That's usually at the end of the act is a person. Yeah, that could be it. As Overton tries to drive up towards mid-on, and his right hand did not enjoy that at all. And I know Churchy was saying that probably the adrenaline had kicked in and had softened it a wee bit during this innings. Well, that work's been undone. We have 6 overs left in the day. 316 for 8 are Surrey. They lead by 63. And thanks largely to the contributions of Pope and Jacks earlier, and now this terrific partnership, which is, in the context of this match, a stand of 72 for the 9th wicket is something of a game changer.
Yeah, it is. It is. It puts an awful lot of pressure. Well, it earns Surrey probably, if they're going to score at that rate that they did in the first innings, at 2.5, quite a few overs.
Yeah, we'll take a long time. Briggs round the wicket, bowling to McCurt, who defends back down the wicket. That we know now that you say that Surrey's intent is to try and get as many runs in front as they can rather than pulling out. It would only be 3 overs now that they'd bowl, and McCurt isn't doing anything flighty. I think he's probably going to try and help his mate by taking as much strike as he can in this over.
I think they would have taken more than 3, so I think we can certainly expect Surrey now to try and bat this out if they can.
Onto the back foot, McCurt defends again into the onside. As we get beyond the 4th ball, let's see if McCurt decides he wants to try and get a single to spare Overton any further damage from the seamers. This one is floated up a little bit. Certainly a much fuller ball outside off stump.
Not too much spin for Briggs at all either.
There's a couple of straightened a touch, but that's it. Floated up onto the pads of the batsman, just defends it back down the wicket. So are we, is it the 79th over or is it the 78th? Getting closer and closer to the new ball. It is the 80th, isn't it? It's coming in. The numbers just started to blur. Big appeal for LBW here. And he's got his man, and McCurt looks at the sky. He can't quite believe that he's got out in that way. But Briggs does get a wicket, and Surrey are 316 for 9.
Yeah, McCurt decided for some reason to go back. He's allowed it to skid on, and it might have just hurried onto him a little. Certainly it's hit, below the knee, and there's no doubt that that's hitting the stumps. But if he had been coming forward, I think, as he had been doing, so it's a misjudgment of length by the batsman, and it skidded on and hit him pretty much in front. So Briggs gets his first wicket, and Surrey lose their 9th, and then that will bring, I'm imagining, yes, down he comes now from Barbados, where the fast bowlers are born and bred. Of course, out comes Kemar Roach, who can bat as well. I hate to say that to the Warwickshire supporters and those of you who are listening. He can bat.
He's only been realistic. Got to be honest, haven't you?
Lovely. Likes to play in a slightly Caribbean style. Loves the big sort of square drives and the flourish associated with them. He got bowled in the last match for about 25, something like that, trying to play Simon Harmer, but he had played some very nice strokes to getting to that 25.
Like the way he goes about his work. He didn't have much fortune in the Warwickshire innings, but he's got a lot of repeatable action. Kemar Roach as a bowler, shorter, stockier man.
It's the end of the over though, isn't it? So
yeah, and I presume the second new ball is now in the hands of Oliver Hannon-Dolby, because we are 80 overs in and he's come back into the attack.
And your eagle eyes will ferret out, and we'll probably have a look at the slips. That might give us a clue.
Yeah, it's only going to be one, which is interesting.
Whether he gives them a couple of deliveries first just to warm up or not, I don't know.
Dan Mosley has come on as 12th man, and I do spot as Hannon-Dolby bowls, and he's pulled into the leg side by Overton, and Alex Davis is across and takes the catch. Well, Overton went on the attack as soon as the 9th wicket fell, and that attack only lasted one ball, and it means Warwickshire are going to have to come out for what will be a couple of overs, which actually might suit Surrey rather nicely. A 3rd wicket for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but Jamie Overton, batting with a very sore hand that only got sorer in recent minutes, is gone. Caught by Davis in quite murky light. That was a decent catch off the bowling of Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who takes his championship haul for the season to 45, and it means the first innings lead is 63, which a little bit earlier I was saying 50-60 lead could be very valuable. Well, Surrey have given themselves a really strong position to build on in this game. Hannon-Dolby ends up with 3 for 44, as he's tended to be this season. And I don't want to sound biased because working on the podcast with him, but he has been the most reliable member of the Warwickshire attack, and 3 for 44 in just over 18 overs compares favourably again today.
Yeah, it does. He is. I mean, he's the tallest of all the bowlers, isn't he, for Warwickshire, and therefore he hits the track just a little bit harder, hits it at a different place on the surface, and he's got the ball just to nip around a little bit from there. Gets the new ball, of course. His captain probably says, "You're the most reliable man, I'm going to give it to you." So 3 for 44 for him. 2 wickets for Norwell, 2 for 50 odd, and 3 also for Mcandrews, who had a good spell just before tea and picked up some wickets as well. They've been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, that little spell before tea. 2 very good deliveries. The one that got Jacks, that followed him, and he got a nick through to the wicket-keeper, and then he took Jordan Clark's off stump, and then he hit Tom Law's off stump, only the ball didn't dislodge the bails, and it went off bizarrely at a 30-degree angle for 4. It's one thing if it goes really fine, you kind of understand that. Before we take a little 5-minute break here, and I won't be surprised if the umpires check for light in the next couple of minutes as well, but if you're Warwickshire now, do you send out the openers, or do you send somebody to night watch?
I don't believe in night watchmen. I think that it's not an idea. You send your batsmen out to bat, frankly, if they can't last 6 balls. I know, but that people would say, well, you're going to send two night watchmen out?
See,
what are you going to do?
I mean, you wouldn't do that. What fascinates me is that, like most former players, you're of that opinion, and generally you hear that quite a lot in TV coverage, whatever. Most former players don't believe that sending somebody in that situation is a good plan, and yet those who play the game will still do it.
Yeah, well, I don't. That's an issue of protection.
Yeah.
And
almost a convention, I think.
Well, you know, there's an argument that says if the night watchman falls, do you send a second one in? If you are going to do, I mean, that logic says if you want to protect the batsman, and that doesn't happen either.
No.
So there's some funny logic around the whole thing in all ways to me. Socially, to value one person ahead of the other, that doesn't particularly feel so good to me either. But
you often have the quandary the following morning as well, where
they can hang around sometimes,
and the specialist batsman gets out first.
Yeah.
And the night watchman's still there, and it makes a bit of an awkward situation. We expect the teams out again in a few minutes. I'm going to disappear anyway to do another report. But when the resumption comes, then Jeremy and Mark Church will be with you. But 316 all out, Surrey, a first innings lead of 63.
A very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM, and on the Surrey live stream. So 2 overs to go tonight. We have 2 overs remaining this evening, and out there in the middle, opening the batting, is Danny Briggs. They have They've sent Danny Briggs to open up with Dominic Sibley. Now this is a new one on me. I'm with Mr. Coney on the whole night watchman thing. I've never really enjoyed it. We've been laughing last week about the night hawk or the night sparrow. We've got a night opener in the shape of Danny Briggs, Jeremy Coney, because Surrey all out eventually for 3:16. That's a lead of 63. But to protect Alex Davis, Danny Briggs is going to open with Dominic Sibley. And Danny Briggs, understandably, will be the man on strike. Otherwise, that would be fairly pointless if he stood at the non-strikers then. But, well, Kemar Roach is going to have a go here at Danny Briggs. They're going to have 3 slips and a leg gully for him. Now, the light at the moment isn't fantastic. There are 2 overs left today. So, 2 overs remaining today. Yeah, we've got a night opener in the shape of Danny Briggs tonight. So here we go. Kemar Roach with the first ball from the pavilion end to Danny Briggs, and he's letting it go. Outside is off stump, and that's taken by Ben Foakes away to his right-hand side.
Well, well, good luck to him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can say. He'll do his best for his side. He was caught and bowled in the first innings by Overton.
I'm racking my brains to think of a time that I've seen a night opener for 2 overs. I can't remember seeing it actually. Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket to Danny Briggs, and whoa, that's way down the leg side, and it's a good tumbling take by Ben Foakes away to his left. What about that partnership then between McCurr and Overton? 72 it was worth. Yeah. Huge runs, aren't they, in the context of this?
Well, and an important little bonus point for them too, because you know they need to keep getting those 3 and 4 bonus points to keep it going, don't they? So as far as Surrey are concerned, that's a very useful point to have in the bank.
Kemar Roach is into Danny Briggs. Yorker. Briggs digs it out, plays it solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, it's an interesting move this with Danny Briggs.
Yeah,
I'm trying to rack my brains. I'm sure I probably have seen it sometime, but I can't remember sort of seeing the night opener. It's become very de rigueur, hasn't it? All these new names for night hawks and night openers, nightmares. You know, if the wicket comes Roach, and Briggs is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. So he's only had to play 1 delivery so far in this over from Kemar Roach. Dom Sibley is down there at the non-striker's end. So I suppose if the night opener does his job here, Mr. Briggs, he'll find a single off the final ball of the over and get himself on strike. And Sibley won't see a delivery this evening.
They could just send a cardboard cutout. He could carry it out. Mr. Briggs could carry it out with him.
As over the wicket again comes Roach, and this one's left alone by Briggs. Outside is off stump. But yeah, Surrey very good to get to that 3:16. And then, well, ironically,
so Jordan Clark, you think?
Yeah, it'd be Jordan Clark.
Right.
From
bit of movement away from the right-handers.
Unsurprisingly, there's no sign of Jamie Overton.
No.
Oh yes, there is. There he is down there. That fine leg. I'd lost him under the stand, so he is out there, and a very good 38 from him with the bat with his damaged finger as Roach is in all and Briggs doesn't have to play this. So Kemar Roach won't be best pleased with that over, in the fact the night opener only had to play the 1 delivery, but it means that the proper opener, Mr. Sibley, is on strike, and it will be Jordan Clark with this final over of the day from the Vauxhall end. And the irony of all ironies here would be if he gets Sibley out and Briggs is left not out.
Yes.
But there we are. We've seen many things in a game of cricket. So it's going to be Jordan Clark then from this Vauxhall end.
Now, can he get it on target and get this little bit of movement? He, of all the Surrey bowlers, was one to get the ball to just start on the line of the batsman and then move away. 4 slips, none of the gaps at all between 3rd and 4th. The 4th slip is, tell me that's
Conor McCurr.
Conor McCurr.
McCurr.
Well,
he's
in the hot seat.
He certainly is. Here comes Jordan Clark in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley, the first one, is just wide outside the off stump and he doesn't have to play it. And there are 5 balls remaining today. Backward point, I think, is Jamie Overton. It is Jamie Overton. He could still be in the game. That's a catching position there. Either a drive, a slash drive as the ball leaves you, comes into play. Also the mid-off is important so that it encourages the bowler to pitch the ball up to swing. Fascinating day's play this, as Jamie Overton is into Sibley. Sibley doesn't have to play at that one, just lets it go wide outside his off stump. And Danny Briggs wanders down. I don't know what advice he's going to give Dom Sibley here, Mr. Briggs, at the non-strikers end, but they're wandering down for a bit of a chat about everything. Yeah. You're looking okay so far. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, doing this well. Try and let him go if you can. Yes, if you can. Sort of channel your test. You're in a test hundreds here, Dominic, as Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley has to play this, and there is Jamie Overton. Oh, run out! Oh, Briggs was gone by miles. Oh, if that hits, it's one of the most awful bits of cricket from Warwickshire, I have to say. Well, you've sent Danny Briggs out there. I know he needs to be on strike, but there is the most horrific mix-up, and Briggs wasn't even going. Oh, it's awful from Sibley, isn't it? Oh, dear. Sibley wanting to get off strike, of course, as you say, to get the night, whatever we call him, the nighty, night opener, on strike. Gee whiz. If that had hit, that would have been the most awful piece of cricket. Here is Jamie Overton coming into Danny Briggs, who is on strike now, and Briggs plays this one down into the leg side. What you have to say, though, is the message hadn't really got through to Danny Briggs either, because he was just sat on his bat at the non-strikers and he wasn't even thinking about trying to get up there. And Sibley with the single. As waiting once again is Jordan Clark. Gets the ball back in his hands once more, but oh dear, that would have been an horrible moment. If that had hit, Danny Briggs run out, one without loss. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark again to Briggs, and Briggs is letting this one go. I don't know how close it was. There was a lot of hands. Yes, close. I think he probably had a bit more time than he thought, Jamie, in the fact that Briggs just wasn't shifting. Here we're seeing it again now. Danny Briggs is, and then he goes, and he's not even in the picture. Gosh, it's almost a case of almost returning the ball either to Clark, who was well forward in his follow-through, well ahead of the batsman, the non-striker, or whether to throw it to Foakes on his way who was sprinting in. They've got away with that one there. Last ball of the day then, and Jordan Clark gets down the leg side. It's brilliantly taken by Ben Foakes. Well, what a strange old end to the day that's been, but the night opener has worked in the fact that he's got through those 2 overs. But oh dear, if that had hit from Jamie Overton, what an awful piece of cricket that would have been. But as it is, Briggs gets through, Sibley gets through, and Warwickshire closed tonight, 1 without loss, trailing by 62, Jeremy Coney. Well, it's been an interesting day. It's been a day where the game has advanced. Yes. And that's the important thing in terms for both of these sides. If Warwickshire can bat well tomorrow, they've obviously got to, to see this deficit off first, and then if they can make their way through and see the rest of the day off, they'd do that. And then they'd probably take some of the last day as well, knowing full well that Surrey really have to have a crack at whatever total is left here to try and get that victory. So their decision making will be just a question of how long can they bat. Can someone get 100 in that lineup for Warwickshire? So that's going to be the question tomorrow. And will the ball move about a bit? Will this pitch start to misbehave a little bit more in terms of bounce? So those are the questions, the key ones, I think, that will engage the players tomorrow. And
Yeah, we're sitting in a nice position. Obviously, Surrey slightly ahead today because of the way they batted, and I guess because of that, I feel they deserve to be slightly ahead because they took, an more adventurous route to get to their total, and gave them overs, didn't it, for that last partnership to occur?
Bought themselves that time to have those 2 overs, and well, if Jamie Overton's throw had hit the stumps there, it would have been one of the strangest little passages of play. But as it is, Danny Briggs is there as the night opener, and he'll be there in the morning as the opening opener,
Yeah.
I suppose, tomorrow with Dom Sibley. But it's been a very entertaining day. Jeremy Coney, thank you for your company as always. Roland Butcher, thank you for your company. And Richard Wilford, thank him for his company. He's primed. We're both primed to go and, well, he'll ask hard-hitting questions. I'll do my usual. That was a good day, wasn't it? How did that go? And what's the weather like? And what are you having for breakfast? So that we'll be back with you tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock. But the news tonight is that Warwickshire have closed 1 without loss in their second innings. They trail Surrey by 62 from us all this evening. It's a very good night to one and all.